Good morning, colleagues, Senate and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Monday, March 19th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Last week, I had the pleasure of joining in a celebration of National Week at the Schulterbrand facility here in St. Thomas. Both Senator Marvin Blyden and Ray Fonseca were also in attendance. It was an honor to be among our nurses who provide care and support and attention for those seeking health care across our community. We appreciate nurses working in schools and medical facilities and those who travel to homes to provide in-home support. Care for people needing health care assistance takes a special person with a heart and a mental capacity to do that work. Nurses have cared for us from birth and throughout our lifetimes. They have cared for our children, adults, and people everywhere, giving that added touch of attention to the varying degrees required of their service. Nurses always are needed and are required in healthcare. And so I say thank you to all of the nurses throughout our community, as well as our nation and our world. Following National Nurses Week is EMS Week, which begins today, May 19, and runs through to May 25th. This week is National EMS Week, Emergency Medical Services Week. This year, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the first national EMS. The theme for this year is honoring our past, forging our future. Our EMS professionals are the unsung heroes on the medical front line, providing emergency care and guiding family and friends through the process with utmost professionalism and calmness. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the emergency medical services professionals for their unwavering dedication and commitment to serving patients in our community throughout the territory. Your service is invaluable, and we are truly grateful of all that you do. The month of May is also designated as Older Americans Month, one of my favorite geographic populations in the Virgin Islands. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy established Senior Citizen Month after meeting with the National Council on Senior Citizens. In 1965, President Johnson signed the Older Americans Act, supporting a wide range of social services and programs for individuals aged 60 years or older. The Older Americans Act was reauthorized in 2024 in March 2020. In 1980, President Carter changed the designation from Senior Citizen Month to Older Americans Month. Every president since John F. Kennedy has issued a formal proclamation during or before the month of May, asking that we recognize the older persons in our community. According to the Population Reference Bureau article published in May of January of this year, the number of Americans ages 65 and older is projected to increase from 58 million in 2022 to 82 million by 2015. That is a 47% increase. And the 65 and older age groups share of the total population is projected to rise from 17% to 23%. The 2024 Older Americans Month theme, Powered by Connection, focuses on profound impact that meaningful connections have on the well-being and health of older adults. a relationship underscored by the U.S. Surgeon General's advisory on the healing effects of social connection and community. This week, I believe it's on Thursday, the 35th legislature of the Virgin Islands will connect with our older Virgin Islands during a mock session. Please tune in and witness the proceedings. Unfortunately, I will not be in attendance due to prior family commitments, but I'm sure that my staff, who is very capable, will be able to provide more than the required support. May is also National Military Appreciation Month. National Military Appreciation Month, also known as Military Appreciation Month, is a month-long observance in the United States dedicated to people who are currently serving in the United States military. We seize this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to our brave men and women who selflessly serve our country in the United States Armed Forces. The Armed Forces comprises of Army, Marine, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard are the epitome of courage and dedication. We also extend our thanks to those serving at home in the National Guard and the reserves for the invaluable work you do within our communities. Your service is a testament to your selflessness and love of our country, and we are deeply honored to have you in our community. Next weekend, we will observe Memorial Day for those who lost their lives while serving our country during peace and war. To the families who have lost a loved one in military service, we remember you and honor your loved one. We cherish the service they gave and honor them with you, every thankful, ever grateful for their tour of duty. At this time, I would like us to pause for a moment of silence in advance of Memorial Day to honor the memory of the father, mother, brother, sister, uncle, cousin, or friend who lost their lives in service to our country. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call. Thank you for that moment of silence. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences?
Yes, we do.
Kindly proceed with reading those correspondences or correspondence into the record.
A letter dated May 20th, 2024, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, St. Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairperson Joseph, please excuse my absence from the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection hearing scheduled for today, May 20th, 2024, due to a conflict in my scheduling. I will not be able to attend. I note the importance of the agenda items to be discussed in today's hearing and ask that any additional information shared during the hearing be forwarded to my office. I thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator.
Letter dated May 20th, 2024, to Honorable Carla Joseph, 35th Legislature, Chairwoman on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection, scheduled for 10 o'clock a.m. on Monday, May 20th, 2024, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Madam Chair, that will end the reading of today's correspondences.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerks. Madam Clerk, kindly place Senator Kenneth Gittins as excused absence, and we will await Senator Alma Francis Heiliger attendance, and then give us the tally of members again.
Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, 2 members absent, and 1 member excused.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to reading today's agenda into the record and read the first item to be considered in Block 1 of today's committee meeting.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Monday, May 20th, 2024, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. In Block 1, from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., the committee will receive testimony concerning Bill Number 35-0236, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, adding a new Chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, IDEA, to improve governmental agency digital services and for other purposes. This bill is sponsored by Senators Samuel Carrion and Carla J. Joseph. The invited testifiers are Mr. Rupert O. Ross, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Information Technology, Mr. Julian Hendley, ADA Coordinator, Government of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Angus Dringo, Executive Director of the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, and Mr. Stefan Adams, CEO/President, the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0236? Kindly recognize Senator Samuel Carrion's mic. Senator Carrion, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues, testifiers, and viewing and listening audience. Today I am presenting Bill 35-0236, which is an act amending Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, adding a new Chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, known as IDEA, to improve governmental agency digital services and for other purposes. We presently have each of our various agencies contracting out the design, hosting, and maintenance of their website at a tremendous cost to this government. Further, government websites are not properly connected and sometimes not compatible to each other, meaning that to do business within this government and enrolling, for example, your child in a school to paying various fee, you might have to visit multiple websites, all using different platforms, codes, and some being more user-friendly than others. In recent years, we have We had even had private vendors essentially holding government website hostages because of contractual disputes. I can speak personally as to how detrimental this can be. I remember during 2017 hurricanes that devastated our territory, the Vitima website was completely down, forcing Government House to create a new website on the fly to consolidate information about various emergency services and disaster relief in the territory, affecting our communication within our territory. We not only had to build this new website from scratch, but we also had to get the word out about it during a time when communication in the Virgin Islands was already difficult. I was working in the office of the governor at the time, and we met these problematic contracts in place from multiple agencies. The vendors that built Vitima's website made the decision to block access prior to the hurricanes and the state of emergency declaration. Despite the disaster we were dealing with, they refused to unlock the Vitima site. The VIPD website also ended up being taken offline by what I believe was the same vendor. This is just one example of the risk we continue to take as a government when we rely on external vendors to host and maintain our websites. We must have unfettered access and uniform platforms across all government agencies within our websites. And why should we be paying all these individual vendors to manage our government websites when we have many talented young people right here in the Virgin Islands who can assist and be further trained to take on this challenge? This bill is an essential step forward for our government. It strides towards modernizing and making it efficient with significant enhancement to our digital landscape for all citizens. This legislation will amend Title III of the Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 33A, which is specifically designed to streamline and improve the website designs and digital services for all government departments and agencies. This bill is about making the government more accessible and more responsive to the needs of our people, even accessible for individuals with disability by coming into compliance with ADA requirements in digital presence. It addresses both new and existing websites, ensuring that they are up to the standards of our citizen, creating a standardized form process for all government agencies. Furthermore, it paves the way for the digitalization of government services and forms, making our interaction more simpler and more time efficient. We can all remember just a few years ago in 2020 with the COVID pandemic how we had to make that considerable adjustment of how we do business. But there is much more work to be done. This bill is also about evaluating and enhancing how we deliver digital service. Let me outline the timeline for these critical improvements. Section 893A requires implementation within a year following the enactment of this chapter. This section sets initial standards for our website's modernization efforts. Similarly, Section 894A demands, Section 894A demands a comprehensive analysis of our digital service delivery within the same time frame. Meanwhile, Section 893B, which deals with full digitalization of government services and forms, also provides a window of a year for implementation and recognizes the scales and significance of such endeavor. These timelines are both ambitious but necessary. They reflect our commitment to making rapid improvements while ensuring that these changes are thoughtful and well implemented. However, I do have some amendments that are being worked on to adjust implementation of the time frame after reviewing the director's testimony and having a conversation and meeting with him. These measures was created in collaboration with the Bureau of Information Technology. I met with the director of BIT and we had several revisions to get to where we are today. In conclusion, this bill represents a crucial advancement in our journey towards more efficient digital presence and user-friendly government. It is a promise of a better access and better service for a better Virgin Islands. I thank my colleague, Senator Joseph, for signing on to the bill and urge all my colleagues to do the same and support this initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Carrion, for that introduction. We have within the well here, the chambers in the St. Thomas St. John district, 3 testifiers, and I suspect we have the 4th testifier who is joining us remotely. I see that there is an iPad 2 senator that is coming up on the screen. If we could put, okay, the chair would like to recognize at this time Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Welcome, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
I'm not sure if we have any other testifiers who are joining us remotely, but at this time, within the chambers, we have 3 testifiers who are joining us here. The first, of course, is Director Mr. Rupert O. Ross of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Information Technology. Then we have, seated next to him is Mr. Julian Henley, and assisting, I'm suspecting, is Miss Eddie, who is also here. Just for our clarity, Miss Eddie, are you also going to be testifying on behalf, or you're just supports? Supports. Okay, wonderful. She's here to support. Excellent. So we also have some written testimony that was submitted by Mr. Angus Drago. He's the Executive Director of Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands. And it's an audio presentation that we're going to listen to. And then finally, we have Mr. Stephen Adams. He's the CEO, President of the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. We're going to begin our testimony starting with you, Director Ross, and then Mr. Henley. Then we'll do the audio. And I also believe I saw remotely Mr. Adams also. So, Mr. Ross, you're recognized to present your testimony on the record. Kindly proceed.
Good morning. My name is Rupert Ross, Bureau of Information Technology Director. Honorable Chairperson Carla J. Joseph, esteemed members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, esteemed guests and viewers, I'm Rupert Ross, the Director of the Bureau of Information Technology. I appreciate the opportunity to present today on Bill 35-0236, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code by introducing a new chapter, Chapter 33A, to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, IDEA, aimed at enhancing governmental agency digital services and other related purposes. Bill 35-0236 is designed to facilitate the transition of government agencies from analog or paper-based transactions to digital platforms, ensuring accessibility to individuals with disabilities. The bill mandates the agencies develop transition plans within 180 days or no later than 1 year. Additionally, it underscores the significance of mobile services, user-centric websites, and anticipates cost reduction through improved efficiency and effectiveness. The bill assigns the Bureau of Information Technology the responsibility of establishing standards to guide agencies towards consolidating into shared services, providing direction to agency heads for report creation, and assisting agencies in their digital transformation. As we look ahead to navigating the implementation of this legislation, BIT recognizes several key action items that demand immediate attention. These include providing comprehensive guidance and support to agencies in formulating and executing their digital transition plans. This entails assisting agencies in meeting the requirements for website modernization, service digitization, and ensuring compliance with accessibility standards. Furthermore, BIT must advocate for adequate resource allocation to support the bill's implementation, identifying funding needs for modernization initiatives, personnel acquisition and training, agency engagement initiatives, and universal support of digital services. Establishing a robust monitoring and reporting mechanism is also imperative to track progress, identify bottlenecks, and ensure accountability in implementing the legislation. Regular updates and transparent communication will be crucial in keeping stakeholders informed and engaged throughout the whole process. While the bill is comprehensive and aligns with Governor Bryan's vision for a digital and accessible government, there are areas that require further attention, particularly funding and governance mechanisms. These aspects, if not clearly outlined, will likely pose challenges during implementation. As the agency leading technology innovation, BIT is well positioned to spearhead efforts in implementing the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act. However, it's essential to acknowledge the challenges that BIT may face in reallocating resources to address the bill's new priorities. Meeting the bill's requirements may prove challenging without additional resources and support. The significance of setting standards for the digitization of government information cannot be overstated. Standardization not only ensures a more efficient and seamless transition to digital platforms, but also plays a crucial role in enhancing accessibility for segments of our population that struggle with both access to knowledge and resources to utilize digitized information. Moreover, standardization allows for better interoperability between different systems and applications, facilitating improved data exchange. This aligns with our enterprise vision for a more secure and resilient government, as standardized processes and systems enhance cybersecurity measures and overall operational integrity. For further insights into the importance and the benefits of digital transformation in government services, I encourage you to visit the websites Delivering a Digital First Public Experience, the White House Office of Management and Budget, and the fact sheet, Building Digital Experiences for American People, the White House Office of Management and Budget. Given the complexity and scale of operations within agencies, conducting a thorough assessment and cataloging of existing processes may necessitate extensive collaboration among various departments and stakeholders. Therefore, I propose expanding the timeline to allow agencies the necessary period to conduct comprehensive assessments and engage stakeholders and ensure a smooth transition to digital services. The success of the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act hinges on our ability to address these challenges and ensure successful implementation. With strategic planning, resource allocation, and collaboration among government agencies and stakeholders, we can overcome these hurdles and realize the full potential of digital transformation in our territory. Thank you for your attention, and I am available to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Ross, Bureau of Information Technology. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Committee Member Javon James. Next, we will proceed with you, Mr. Henley. Your testimony, you may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Julian Henley, ADA Coordinator. Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Carla J. Joseph, members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, other senators present, my fellow testifiers, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Julian E. Henley, Sr., Territorial ADA Coordinator for the Government of the Virgin Islands. Sorry. Okay. Okay, ADA Coordinator for, I'm here today at your request to testify on Bill number 35-0236, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, adding a new chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, in improving governmental agencies' digital services and for other purposes. I thank Senator Carrion for bringing forward this bill and including my input in this local version of a federal law, which allows for citizens with certain disabilities, both locally and abroad, to have access to our records and services. As we are mindful that such a door can only be unlocked through the key of the ADA Access websites, this initiative aligns perfectly with the goals of the Brian Roach administration, where our governor continues to emphasize the importance of improving the digital footprint as a government for the benefits of our people and partners wherever they are in the world. The responsibilities to ensure accessible services and communication falls under both Title II and Title IV of the ADA, the former requiring our local government to give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from all programs, services, and activities, and latter requiring individuals with disabilities to have access to effective communication comparable to those without disabilities. For example, we will be creating opportunities for persons who have low vision or are blind to effectively receive communications via large print and e-readers on our government agency's website. In 2021, the Governor's ADA Coordinator Office partnered with FEMA to conduct several sessions that covered creating accessible electronic posts for over a period of several months. In attendance were the Government of the Virgin Islands public information officers, employees and contracted information technology officers, human resource officers, and the Bureau of Information Technology employees, as we covered the mandated Section 508 topics. What is Section 508? Why is it important to government? Website compliance overview, remediation of PDF documents for 508 compliance, creating accessible Microsoft Word documents, creating accessible Microsoft PowerPoint presentations, creating accessible Microsoft Outlook emails, and creating accessible Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. The next steps is for us to work with all departments and agencies to set new standards for the government of the Virgin Islands and our contracted website partners. Over the years, the federal government has introduced several amendments directly tied to Title IV of the ADA and Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act to ensure that the required accommodations for protected individuals in need, including modernized solutions that improve accessibility without discouraging technological advancements. Thus, today, people who are blind may now use a free mobile currency reader that identifies and counts which bill they are paying with, along with the amount of change that they are receiving. They may also read our local daily newspaper with their e-reader technology, like Volunteer Source, Be My Eye, and now Be My AI, both which provides free human-to-text-to-voice services. Because there are so many options for technology, assistive devices standards should be set that will allow us to confidentially implement impactful improvements within our websites. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share my presentation. I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Very insightful in all of those new areas. I wanted to do a mic check on St. Croix with Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, can we do a mic check? I don't see you on the screen. Can you hear me, Mr. Stephen Adams?
Here? Remote?
Yes, yes, okay, we got you. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Stephen Adams, with your testimony.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Honorable Senators, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN, Inc. Thank you for your invitation. I'm honored to present to you today. I have been invited to appear before this committee to provide perspective on Bill 35236. My testimony will focus on three areas. Firstly is my support for this bill and the Bureau of Information Technology, BIT, to oversee this initiative. The second is a proposal to consolidate all government websites into a web portal. And the third is a recommendation to standardize internet infrastructure across all government agencies. However, I would like to begin with a statement of the relevance of VINGN in this hearing. VINGN is a public corporation that is an instrumentality of the U.S. Virgin Islands government, GVI. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of the Public Finance Authority, PFA. VINGN is an open access middle mile provider of wholesale bandwidth. We sell to all internet service providers, ISPs, in the territory. They in turn provide retail last mile connectivity. When VINGN's Pure Fiber network was built, its infrastructure was extended to every community anchor institution, CAI, in the territory. It is important to note that every government location, including hospitals, schools, police and fire stations, libraries, the legislation buildings, including this one that you sit in, are directly connected to VINGN's network. Now my perspective on Bill 35236. I fully support this bill. It is intelligent legislation that addresses modernization of government for the digital age. The pandemic was a pivotal point for all governments around the world. Those that offered complete digital services fared far better than those that lagged in providing citizen online-facing services. Although the territory, like most small governments, was not fully prepared to initially transition to remote services during the pandemic, BIT did an excellent job of quickly adapting government services for online delivery. I am confident they will successfully execute the provision of Bill 35236. This bill calls for the modernization of agency websites and a common standard of accessibility, functionality, and user experience. Bill 35236 outlines basic specifications of these deliverables. However, as written, the bill could have unintended consequences if each agency is responsible for recoding the website. Agencies with less technical resources may be at a disadvantage and not be able to meet the requirements of this bill. GVI websites currently present links to each agency. This does not provide a consistent user experience or a common cybersecurity protocol. Therefore, I recommend that the bill be amended whereby GVI would operate a portal to all government agencies. In this scenario, BIT would centrally manage the user experience and security of GVI agency websites. However, each agency would use templates to control their individual web presence. A centralized GVI website would enable Virgin Islanders to easily navigate between all agencies in a single online visit, ensuring a common user experience. It would also allow the use of shopping cart for multiple transaction services. Payments would go directly to the respective agency's bank account. This approach aligns with common e-commerce portal experiences users expect. It would also encourage a greater use of virtual government services, and it would lower transaction costs and increase workforce efficiency. Lastly, I encourage a provision be added to Bill 35236 that requires all GVI agencies to boost their bandwidth speed to 1 gigabyte per second and upgrade their network equipment to a modern unified standard that BIT would specify. BIT would negotiate a wholesale bandwidth price with VI and JAN for all GVI agencies. This recommendation enhances the objectives of Bill 35236. Its aim is to empower GVI workers with modern-day tools to better serve Virgin Islanders online in the age of the Internet of Everything. This concludes my written remarks. Thank you for your attention to my testimony. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Adams. We have testimony. You have it? Okay, yes. We have media. We have some audio testimony from Mr. Angus Drago. Can you proceed with that audio, that testimony?
Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, other senators present, and members of the public. I am Angus Drago, Executive Director of the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, DRCVI. Thank you for inviting me to testify on Bill number 35-0236, the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, IDEA. I am pleased to provide testimony on this bill sponsored by you and Senator Samuel Carrion, as it's paramount to the people DRCVI represents. DRCVI was established in 1978 via an act of Congress. It similarly saw the creation of 57 protection and advocacy organizations/agencies throughout the United States and its territories. We also are affiliated with the Northeast ADA Center, which provides information and assistance on all matters related to the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA. Territory-wide, there are still gaps in ADA compliance. I commend you and co-sponsor Carrion for taking prompt action regarding this legislation. Today, I want to share a bit about digital accessibility and the lack thereof on behalf of those we advocate for. While the USVI does not yet have an app for all agencies offering services to the public, we live in a global world of constantly evolving technology. It has been nearly 17 years since the iPhone was first released. Some younger people may not even remember when they lived without a tiny computer in their pocket connecting them to the rest of the world. The Americans with Disabilities Act is now 34 years old, and in April, the Attorney General of the United States issued a ruling to ensure that people with disabilities are not left behind as technology advances. On April 8, 2024, the U.S. Department of Justice issued this ruling under Title II of the ADA Act that establishes specific requirements for making websites and mobile apps offered by state and local governments accessible to people with disabilities. The DOJ's ruling stipulates that web and mobile apps should follow a standard known as Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, version 2.1, Level A.A, to address accessibility for those relying on screen readers, speech recognition software, captioning for videos, visual contrast for those who have low vision or colorblindness, and more accessible technology features. This new rule addresses barriers that can arise when websites and apps are not designed with accessibility in mind. It gives governments with a population of more than 50,000 residents 2 years to make their websites and apps accessible to everyone, regardless of disability, regardless of who created them. Just as a circle with a person in a wheelchair indicates a parking spot, the most common accessible website symbol is a stick figure. The next time you see one, click on it to see what accessibility options that site has, and you can read that site's accessibility statement. You can also check if the site is accessible by repeatedly pressing the Tab key. You should see each page and drop-down list in turn. If an individual can navigate through the pages with just this button and without using the mouse, a screen reader will be able to tell a person with a visual impairment or blindness what is on the page. A screen reader also uses text-to-speech technology, or TTS, just like the voice you hear now. On our website, drcvi.org, accessibility adjustments are on the left of the page. On the left of the screen, click on the orange square with a white stick figure in the center. This will automatically take you to the Accessibility Adjustments page. Below the heading, you will see a button for our accessibility statement, which will guide you on which accessibility features our site has. Scroll past that to choose the specific content adjustments that can be turned on or off to tailor the page to individual needs. Why is it important that a website is accessible? Accessibility means equal access to information and services, which is crucial for effective communication. In 2024, the web is essential for everyone, including individuals with disabilities. It serves as a gateway to education, employment, healthcare, government services, and social interactions. Inaccessible websites and apps create a barrier and inequality for people with disabilities and can stop them from accessing government services, participating in civic events, or engaging with community programs. When websites and mobile apps are accessible, people with disabilities can participate fully in society, access resources, and exercise their rights. Inaccessible websites create barriers for people with visual impairments, hearing loss, motor disabilities, cognitive challenges, and other disabilities. For example, a blind person relies on screen readers to navigate websites. If a site lacks proper headings, alt text for images, or keyboard navigation, they cannot access its content effectively. Individuals with motor disabilities may struggle with small buttons or complex navigation structures. Deaf users need captions or transcripts for multimedia content. Legal and ethical obligations. Laws and regulations, such as the ADA, mandate accessibility. The U.S. Virgin Islands has a duty to ensure equal access to their digital services. In summary, web accessibility is not just a legal requirement, it is a fundamental right that ensures equal participation and empowers people with disabilities to thrive in the digital age.
Thank you for that testimony, and it's so fitting that this bill number 35-0236, as proposed by Senator Samuel Carrion, mandates the creation of accessible, secure, and user-friendly digital services. So that recording, that voice recording that we just heard is in line with what we're doing today. I just wanted to get a visual on Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, are you present, and can we see you to make sure that your mic and everything is working, Senator DeGraff? Media, can we bring up Senator DeGraff?
Yes, Senator, good morning.
Okay, good morning, good. I just wanted to do a check, make sure that you are ready and ready to proceed. Okay, Senators.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We've heard the testimony, and I think we're going to proceed with a round of 5 minutes. I just wanted to start out quickly with Mr. Ross, Bureau of Information Technology. You said that this may prove challenging, and without additional support and resources, it may be difficult. Can you explain that some more? Are you saying that you would need additional resources, fundings to implement this? And also, Mr. Smith from VINGN, Mr. Adams, I'm sorry, also mentioned that the routers and the Wi-Fi, etc., antennas be upgraded to the Bureau of Information Technology. So could you comment on those two areas?
Good morning again, Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology. Along the first question, more resources are going to be needed. We're feverishly working on lots of things inside the agencies and inside of BIT. This legislation asks us to focus on a very specific timeline. It would be necessary for us to make sure that we have the right resources to be able to accomplish the goals of the legislation. In general, the legislation requires funding, or else we expect, or we're concerned that we're not going to be able to meet the requirements of the legislation. As far as the recommendations by Stephen Adams, I think what he recommended was along the lines of setting standards for agencies to comply with a certain level of service. I think it was 1 gigabit. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I think he said that the capability is 1 gigabyte, but we're only accessing 100 megabytes, which is 10 times, 10 times less than what we can use. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's what, is Mr. Adams, is that what you said?
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay, good. So, Adams, can you then explain to me, that would be a specification that you would develop with Bureau of Information Technology, or would BIT develop that specification independent of VINGN? How would that work?
Our role would be to always support BIT. We have a good collaborative relationship existing, and we would make recommendations and help them as they see fit to provide end user services to government. As I stated in my testimony, VINGN's network allows for 1 gigabyte at every government location, which is pretty significant due to the cost structure and using third-party ISPs. You have a helter-skelter use of the internet by the government, and in most cases, it's between 50 and 100 megabytes, which is not adequate, especially when you have agencies that might have tens or hundreds of people all on 100 megabytes. So VINGN's network is not being fully utilized, yet there's capabilities far greater than what government is using. So my recommendation is that BIT and VINGN work together on that, and that upgrade of the of internal infrastructure at all government buildings be upgraded to be able to take advantage of this capability. And as the Director Ross mentioned, this would also require additional resources. But fortunately, there are resources out there, the federal government, that are coming into the Virgin Islands in the broadband space that allow us to, I believe, fund these initiatives.
Okay, thank you for that response. And quickly, Mr. Henley, I wanted to go to you because this is, somewhat new technology. You mentioned the large print e-readers and receive communication, and the mobile currency readers and count the bills. Explain that to me. How does that operate with the mobile currency? Where is that done?
Well, it's on your phone. Good morning, Julian Henley, ADA Coordinator for the Government of the Virgin Islands. Those technologies are in the phones, like stated, as far as your iPhone and now Androids. They provide this free service to individuals that is blind, who normally had to fold their currencies to determine the amount of monies they were spending. But just in general, the readers that's there, whether it's through your cell phone or computer, they dictate and they can see for that individual that's blind, the different levels of technology that you hired for those reasons. So when we look at technology that was discussed earlier with Mr. Drago's presentation, he indicated all the different steps that an individual that's blind that they would do to be successful in reading documents or money moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. So we're going to start with Senator Potter, followed by Senator Blyden, and then followed by Senator James. So Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and a special good morning to all the testifiers who are before us today, both virtually as well as in person. Just want to start by saying kudos to the sponsor of this legislation, Senator Carrion. I think it is absolutely a forward-thinking piece of legislation. We all know that information is king. And I think everyone, irrespective of their disability, should have access to meaningful information on our government websites, for sure. And my question is addressed initially to Mr. Henley, and I wanted to know, currently, just based on the ADA laws, doesn't current legislation require this right now? Current federal law require that government websites are accessible to persons with specific disabilities?
Good morning. Julian Henley, ADA Coordinator for the Government of the Virgin Islands. Yes, it does. The federal law was enacted 2018, January of 2018, and it's a federal requirement, just like the ADA is a federal requirement. Right. And we have to follow those things as Title II, as government and government agencies. So we have to make sure that all our agencies start not only learning, but how to post different things in your website, because based on how you format it on your website will determine if e-readers or other functions can pick up or read those documents.
What has been the biggest hindrance? And you said the federal law went into existence in 2018, and we're in 2024. What, in your view, has been the biggest hindrance to the government of the Virgin Islands coming into compliance with the federal law?
Well, what we did was in 2021-22, we conducted a training. And we have a copy of the agenda for that training, which I could share with the body. And that training shows you all the different steps that you have to follow and all the different things that we cover, what is PDF, converting it to transport information so e-readers can read, the way we communicate generally in our emails, and how we post our emails or even have our emails. Once it's exposed to go to the public, there's formats that we have to follow. So, the training, additional training will still be needed. However, we would need to then start doing samples of the websites to see and give better training on how to keep up, not only to give them the knowledge, but how to maintain that standard of posting things on your websites.
Thank you for that. I remember when, I'm old enough to remember when BIT came into existence, Mr. Ross. I don't know, how long ago was that? I know that was before your tenure there.
Recognize Mike.
Around what time? 2000. So it's been a while. And I know that the reason for it was there was a sense that we needed to have some level of uniformity with regards to our information technology, our websites in the government in the Virgin Islands. And we haven't done a good job since 2003 of having that. I know that individual websites, and I run a government agency, individual departments have been doing their own thing. For the most part. Is there a renewed push under your stewardship as the head, as the leader of BIT, to get the different executive branch agencies on board with a level of uniformity to websites, website development, etc.? Is that something that you have been pushing, and what, if any, has been the impediment to this happening?
Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology. So, yes, the big push for us at BIT is to set the standards and the guidelines for new and renewed or revised websites. I would put it into three buckets. I would say there is a effort for us to give the knowledge to the agencies and the developers of the websites of being in compliance and setting those standards. and then obviously going behind and checking the compliance. I just wanted to add to that as we look at this as a destination, it's also a continuous improvement. It's not like we're going to get there tomorrow for tomorrow. We're going to take steps to get there, and we always have to come back and reassess where we are and then continue on.
It's a journey. I respect that. Mr. Chair, if I may just one final.
Yes.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that it is a journey. But I wanted to ask you, if an agency today decided, I wanted to have a new website, I'd like a new website at the Division of Personnel, something that's more robust. In theory, can they go ahead and do their website without your involvement as the head IT entity in the government of the Virgin Islands? Right now, in theory, could they independently do that, irrespective of?
So, Rupert Ross, Director for BIT. In theory, yes, they could. We have someone in-house who develops websites. They went through the training with ADA coordinator and the ADA office, and they understand what the 508 compliance is, and so they strive to meet that every time they develop a website. But all agencies don't use BIT to create their websites. So there are some standards and guidelines that we provide to them, especially when they're going to contract to get their website done. We always make sure that accessibility is a part of that contract. If they're going to create it internally, that's where we kind of miss the opportunity to insert our standards and guidelines.
Okay. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you for those comments, Senator Potter. Mr. Adams, I want to go back to you real quickly. So with the recoding now, each agency will be responsible for recoding, you're saying. Give me some more details. What would that entail, and do you have a time frame? I'd ask that for Mr. Ross, when the recoding could be completed. But Mr. Adams, tell me what that entails, the recoding for each agency.
Well, the way that the websites are done now, as far as my understanding, is that in some cases BIT is responsible and helps agencies, and in other agencies they code themselves internally, or they use contractors to do that. Sometimes they seem to be following the standards, sometimes they don't. My recommendation is that a portal be used. And what a portal is if you look at something like, say...
Mr. Smith, real briefly, we have a brief power interruption on St. Thomas, but it seems like we're hearing you, so you may proceed with your testimony. We have a visual and audio on you, so you may proceed.
Okay. From here, it's all dark over there. So if you look at GVI as a platform rather than individual websites, you would go to gvi.com, just an address, and you have all the agencies there under one roof, one user experience, one shopping cart. So that way, BIT would be able to control the security setting, the cybersecurity on every site to a common standard, the user interface to a common standard, and most importantly, the users would have a common user experience by coming to one site and be able to navigate between all government agencies under one platform. That's a philosophical shift, and it's also a major design shift. It would be a major undertaking for BIT or a contractor working under BIT. I personally believe that BIT should be the arbiter of all websites in the territory that are under the government. That way you don't have hacks like you had with WAPA, with the police department, with extortion of monies, because there might have been a lapse in security settings or protocols or being held hostage by a contractor that was stated earlier. So I think we should use a platform approach. It would be an undertaking requiring more resources, as Director Ross had mentioned. Fortunately, there are funding. One of them, particular from NTIA, is called BEAD, It's a $27 million funding opportunity that is under control of OMB. And I believe those funds could be used to be able to enact all the requirements and properly staff BIT to be able to execute such an idea.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, we're going to proceed to Senator Vice President Marvin Blyden. You may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. First, I want to thank the sponsor of this measure, Senator Carrion, for bringing this measure forward. I think it is high time that we actually get on the same page in terms of our government. And, of course, technology, the wave of the future. So I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this measure forward. Mr. Adams, you spoke to your desire of seeing one platform where BIT, everyone goes through BIT, and I do concur with your statement. But Director Ross, in respect to that platform, and you said, several agencies has their own contracts, etc., when it comes to putting their platform together, but they miss the standards and guidelines, etc., at times. To have this platform, one platform, and you said it's going to take some time. What time are we speaking to in terms of the time frame? Because Mr. Adams spoke to the BEAD program and what can be done in terms of funding. Mm-hmm. So I'm not worried about that part right now. I'm talking about what will it take and how long will it take to accomplish what we are trying to do here today. Can you speak to that for me, please?
Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology. I really don't like to talk in timelines when it comes to deploying technology. I like to talk about continuous improvement, governance, setting priorities as to what it is that we want to accomplish. And that doesn't have to be all websites are completed. That could be the most important sites first in a year or less than a year or whatever the case or the timeline may be. And then next important, because this doesn't happen in a set timeline like 5 years or anything like that. This continuous improvement process continues over and over and over again. Governance is a big part of that. Governance is where we set priorities, we change priorities. Today, a website may be for services for regular day, and then we might get a hurricane tomorrow, and it might become more important to pause what we're doing with regular day and develop some sites for emergencies.
Okay, well, saying that then, where are we at in terms of a government then? Since the BIT actually oversees all our government agencies, and we want to get there in terms of having one platform. Where are we at the government? What would you say we are at the government in terms of government agencies, mm-hmm. coordination, collaboration, and trying to, as you say, some folks use their own contractors, etc. But where are we at the government in trying to bring that all together? Since you say we do it one step at a time.
Yeah, so we're in, like I said, Rupert Ross, Director for Bureau of Information Technology. We do it in we're in 3 different places at the moment. Like I said, there are contractors who build websites, there are individual agencies that build websites, and then there's BIT who also builds websites. BIT focuses on standards and guidelines and governance to be able to bring everyone to the table together. So we do that now. We get together and we talk about all things IT, but some of those things are the standards that we're talking about for websites. In addition to that, as far as the effort to bring everyone under a single platform, we like to think about it not as a website, but the delivery of services. We've already started down that line. We've pegged different agencies to go first. We're working with DLCA to kind of develop what they're going to do. We're working with Department of Labor in a very early part of that. And we've worked already with other agencies to deliver some services on that single platform.
Okay. With that being said, let's talk about compliance then. Mm-hmm. With these other contractors, etc., where are they at in terms of compliance with what you are requiring and asking for? Speak to that briefly for me, please.
Yeah, so I don't have a good answer for compliance. Those contractors or websites that have already been developed and the like. There was a process to go through them for accessibility compliance. As far as standards are concerned, the standards that we're developing now, or we have pushed out right this second, are more focused on cybersecurity, focused on delivering common service delivery to the entities or to the constituents. So we're not certain about a compliance as it relates to all of those things at the moment.
I'm not satisfied with that answer, but I'll digress. Let me ask you one final question before my time is finished. In respect to, we have the ADA coordinator here, Mr. Henley, and he spoke in his testimony about Section 508, what it is and why it's important. And let's speak to not only the importance of Section 508, but accessibility for those folks with disability. Can you speak to that for me, please? And then I'll have Mr. Henley wrap up, contributing toward that statement.
So, Rupert Ross, Director for BIT. In 2022, Director Henley came and provided us with a briefing on all of the things that we needed to know for websites, electronic documents, electronic mail, as it relates to the 508 rules and regulations. And the agencies were a part of that briefing. BIT was a part of that briefing. We've adopted some of those things that we learned that we were unaware of at the time, and we continue to get better at it in delivering the services and electronic services.
So I'll let Mr. Henley wrap up in terms of where we at with those training with that 508, Section 508, and how far do we need to go to assure that we fully in compliance with 508. Mr. Henley?
I'm going to pass this to Ms. Edion Atube to give more input on 508.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Media, kindly recognize the mic of Ms. Eddie.
Good morning, Edidiong Utibe, a Special Assistant Office of the Governor. In regards to where we are with the 508 and the government, we did complete our first round of training with the agencies, the PIO officers, and the IT employees, at least those who attended. Right now, we were working with FEMA to do little clusters based on who visits the website, which websites are visited the most frequently. So right now we're still looking at the different websites, working with FEMA 508 program manager. So they are currently still assessing the different websites and giving recommendations to the different agencies, and it's in different clusters. So it's an ongoing process, and we would still need to, as employees constantly move within the government, we still need to do more training, maybe every year or every 2 years, because there's a constant rotation of employees, as we know.
So, in closing, Madam Chair.
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so much. When you said this accord, what year did this occur? When did this happen?
We had it in 2021, and in the year, so the beginning of 2022, it wrapped up, and then we were working. So that was the trainings. There was a series of trainings throughout that year, and then we internally worked with FEMA after that, looking at the different websites. Many websites have been updated since then, and so from there we would be meeting one-on-one with website, one-on-one, or with agencies that have similar issues, so in little clusters of groups that way.
Because your basic saying we're still assessing, and it has been some time, in my opinion. So we must do better, and it's important. It's very important, in my opinion. Okay, so thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for responses.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. I just want to also thank Senator Fonseca for sitting in for me when I had to run out. I want to just follow up on what Senator Blyden has spoken to regarding the status of getting all of the content of our websites up and running so that it is efficient and it is user-friendly. Is there a time frame? Anyone could tell me a time frame to get that done? I know there was I don't know if this was discussed before, there was a concerted effort, I think in 2016, 2015, it was discussion regarding having BIT be the one place where all of the personnel who were either in IT and the like be housed. Is that some of the same discussion that's going on so that everything could be user-friendly and we could just click on a website? Where are we with that?
Oh, we're Rupert Ross, Director for Bureau of Information Technology. So we're moving towards that. It's been difficult. We need resources.
What challenges do you have and what resources are you speaking of
Right.
specifically?
So let me talk a little bit about IT and why we kind of use general words when we come in public, because we try to translate what we're talking about. But just think about going to your doctor. There is a doctor for your feet. There's a doctor for your foot or your feet. There's a doctor for your bones, your lungs, your heart. In IT, it's similar.
Your specialization.
We specialize very much
Okay.
in IT.
We
And
understand
so
that.
that's important to understand, because what you're asking is a specialized group of people who do that. And there is groups of people, there are database administrators, website designers, user experience individuals that come together in order to create an experience for you when you go on a website. There's also on the other side of that, cybersecurity professionals, compliance managers who review this implementation to make sure it's secure. So when you ask what resources, my mind is beginning to explode about all of those individuals that I would need in order to execute on a mission like this.
Understood. I want to thank you for that response. Senator Ray Fonseca, thank you again. You are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Welcome back. Pleasant good morning to the listening audience. We give thanks and praises to the Most High. Blessings. Mr. Adams and both Mr. Ross, right? I wanted to follow up with the BEAD. That's the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, which was it was a $42.4 billion federal program to expand high-speed internet access, included planning, infrastructure, et cetera, And based on your statements where, Mr. Adams, where you said VINGN allows 1 gigabyte access to most locations, but we're only accessing 100 megabytes, which is 10 times less than the capacity. Based on my reading of that grant, it seems like the VI would then qualify as an underserved location. If it was less than 25 megabyte, it's unserved, but less than 100 megabyte is underserved. So the VI government got $27 million, and I believe OMB is administering that. So, Mr. Ross, my question for you now is you're saying that you're going to need more resources, and to do the recoding, of course, that's also going to take resources and time, additional time. So, in your 2025 budget call, have you included these additional costs in your upcoming budget call?
Rupert Ross, Director for Bureau of Information Technology. The short answer is no. The initiatives that we've included does not include the recoding and the redesign of websites. These are things that are ongoing, and yes, there's funding in there for the current resources that we have.
Okay, so can you include it then, since that there's this 27 million that this would be eligible to fund those? Would you have time to include that in your budget call?
So knowing the BEAD program and understanding what the requirements for the implementation of the BEAD program, I'm not certain that all of what the costs that I need addressed is available through the BEAD funding. However, if it is, definitely we will ask for it. We've been searching everywhere for federal opportunities to be able to help us to get closer to what we need to be.
Okay, Mr. Smith, Mr. Adams, I want to ask you a similar question because the BEAD funding, first of all, why isn't VINGN doing this? Was there some conflict why VINGN wouldn't be awarded these funds to distribute? Why didn't that go to VINGN and why did it go to OMB? Can you answer that first?
Yes. Two-point answer here. The first was that VINGN was initially the broadband office, and the federal government felt that that would be a conflict of interest. VINGN is the Office for Digital Equity, which deals with community-based programs and workforce development with those monies. On the BEAD side, VINGN would normally have received the lion's share, if not all of the BEAD funding for infrastructure. However, VINGN is not allowed to use any of the BEAD monies for infrastructure due to duplication rules, with Liberty winning a $84.5 million fiber to the home grant. So the federal government, or NTIA in particular, has said that in the territory, the $27 million needs to be used for workforce development and other things. Office of OMB is the manager of this grant, and so they have completed a 5-year proposal that has a plan. These things that we're talking about today, all of them can be assumed in that plan. So BIT and OMB have discretion on how they can use those funds. My high recommendation is that what we're talking about with this initiative is that BEAD funding be used for workforce development, for the technical abilities to create a web portal, and for all the equipment necessary to upgrade government to modern standards. All those things qualify under BEAD, which is a 5-year program, to be able to do this, which I believe all this could get done within that time frame. And then afterwards, we would use BIT's regular funding mechanisms for maintenance. But 2-3 year horizon, BEAD funding is a perfect source to be able to implement the full of this bill.
Well, thank you for such a thorough answer, Mr. Adams, but Madam Chair, he took practically 50% of my time. Can I be allowed to just one final question?
You may proceed, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so then time frames, because we have a pot of money, that $27 million, but the recoding is going to take some time, and it seems like the Bureau of Information Technology would be responsible, because VINGN just told us so eloquently how there was a conflict of interest and funds went to OMB. So I would encourage you to then have a meeting with all of the stakeholders and then see what the needs are so we can get this recoding in, and then sit with OMB so that you can see if you can get this into your budget call, because we can't move forward without giving you those additional resources. And thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time. Blessings.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Fonseca. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Javon James, Vice Chair of this committee, for your 5 minutes. Senator James, you may proceed.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. In a perfect world, this bill is perfect. We're in the Virgin Islands. We all know it will take some time. And I just really want to know the commitment from BIT. In absence of this bill, Bill number 35-0236, has there been any conversation or any implementation of policy ever since the discussions with the 2040 plan regarding our infrastructure when it comes to technology and government as a whole? And if so, do you review that plan, and is there a task force in place to make sure those mandates are being implemented?
Rupert Ross, Bureau of Information Technology. As far as the 2040 plan, there isn't any direct task force that I participate on or the Bureau participates on as it relates to the 2040 plan. But as far as the implementation of this bill and the essence of this bill, it's something that we've been working on religiously for the last few years as we establish governance structures, meetings with all of the agencies. This is every other week. We work on we address their needs as they have currently, and we also provide policy guidance to them on how to move forward with their development of their networks, development of their websites, development of their other digital assets. So we've been working all of this for some time. It's not just sitting here. We've been doing this. I think this bill kind of brings it into focus.
And the reason why I'm asking about task force, 2040 plan, I really want to make sure whether Governor Bryan is in there or not, that this conversation continues as far as the overall digitization of government. And I really want to applaud the sponsor of this measure. I saw or read the concerns of BIT and even that of the other testifiers. So it's not a perfect bill, like I said in the beginning, but I do support it. I know anything can be amended as far as the issue with funding, personnel, and the list goes on. But I really want to make sure, regardless of which senator is sitting in this legislative body, no matter which governor is there, with that 2040 plan, and with these bills that we are implementing, that the conversation is uniform. It is one mission. So my question to you, my last question to you, this is for BIT. As far as the 2040 plan, do you see yourself holding some conference or some meeting where you invite all the stakeholders and you have these kind of conversations? Because we need to make sure that we utilize all the resources we have in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We have a lot of young startup companies. We have the RT Park and the list goes on. We have a lot of great resources, but I don't see us bringing it together. And I'm not saying it is your responsibility, but it needs to start with the top. And I know Governor Bryan is doing his due diligence. I just need to get that commitment for you. Do you see a think tank, whether it's with a collaboration with UVI or something being formed to create an environment where we have future leaders in the area of technology to be able to fulfill our mandates as far as personnel, specifically personnel?
Thank you for that question, Rupert Ross.
1 minute.
BIT. The short answer is yes. I think that we kind of do that now. We've established a way for us to gather feedback from the agencies, from external entities. We're working with the Cybersecurity Grant Program to bring outside organizations other than the GVI, for instance, WAPA, for instance, UVI, so for instance, the judicial branch and the legislative branch, so that we could all start having those type of discussions on where technology is going. I don't look at technology as separate and apart from delivery of all services. I think it's about time that we think that it's a part of our solution set to be able to deliver services. And so I don't think it's like an add-on. I just want to make sure that when we talk about it, that we talk about it as we can't forget to bring them to the table. So we work that now, and I just wanted to let you know that.
I'm not sure if my time was called, Madam Chair.
It was just called, Senator, but I would allow you to wrap up.
Yes, like I said, I do support Bill number 35-0236. I spoke to the sponsor of the measure, and there will be some amendments to address some of the concerns. But I just want to make sure, just like how the governor had the fellow program, which was an awesome idea, that we do something similar when it comes to technology, specifically when we have these kind of mandates, because this is a big task and it will require some bright young minds to be able to collaborate with whatever you have in place. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Mr. Vice Chair. Point of information, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, Mr. Ross, you mentioned contractors. So with the recoding, would BIT do it, or would you utilize contractors? And also, would the BEAD $27 million be eligible as a funding source?
So I'll start with the BEAD money. I'm not too certain yet about that. I'll go back and I'll validate that. But as far as contractors, I think that's a necessary part to our ecosystem. They can deliver a lot quickly, or more quickly than we can. There's definitely an understanding that they can attract and pay for the required talent in order to be able to address some of these deficiencies that we have. In addition to that, contractors also can ramp up and ramp down quicker than the government. And so it makes it easier for us to just ask somebody to come in and do certain things, and then they can leave when they're finished.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I do have one other comment, if you don't mind.
You may proceed, Mr. Ross, but I have a question just to follow up with what Senator Fonseca, but kindly go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that over the last year and a half, we've had about 8 GVI fellows work with us at the Bureau of Information Technology. I know that Senator James did mention, bringing up the young folks. And specifically, we've had IT professionals, we have project managers, and in addition to that, we had one special person who actually worked on developing digital services to deliver to the constituents of the government of the Virgin Islands. Okay.
Good. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Ross, for that elaboration on that item. I want to ask the same question to Mr. Stephen Adams, that Senator Fonseca asked, the gentleman from Hospital Ground. Where are you from? From Savan and Bovoni, he asked. But just to ask you, is the BEAD program funding source also eligible for to be used for the coding part? Because you may have a better knowledge than our director relative if that can be used for coding.
Yes, it can. It would be under the category of workforce development.
Okay.
So there's a technical workforce development component of BEAD.
Okay, so it can be used for the coding under the workforce development component. And most federal grants usually have employment and training component added to it. So to help build the workforce. Okay, thank you so kindly for that. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues, all of you listening and present. Director Ross, right now as it stands, the disabled portion of what we are speaking of has federal monies attached to it itself?
Not to my knowledge. Rupert Ross, BIT, not to my knowledge.
Okay, and Mr. Adams, I believe you mentioned that you're in negotiation with Director Ross. Would the government have to pay via NGN to provide the 1 megabyte you mentioned?
Yes, we are not in negotiation currently. BIT is one of the NGN's ISPs, and they service government along with the private sector. The recommendation is that BIT, that we work together with BIT to make sure that government takes full advantage at a government rate for all agencies. That's the recommendation.
Okay, so does that government rate affect monies from the $27 million we're speaking?
It could be. That would be under Director Ross's purview and OMB. It could be used in that fashion.
Okay, so Director Ross, are you aware of that situation where the government rates may be used from the 27 million specifically for this project?
Yeah, I would like to say that from my understanding of the B program, it was really designed for the expansion and access to broadband in the community. In the Virgin Islands, that's a little different. We're not going to be able to do infrastructure with it, so we have to find creative ways to be able to spend the money. And so I know that CEO Adams had an opportunity to really delve into it because he was the broadband director at the time when the grant came out. But for me, it wasn't really on my radar until it moved over to Office of Management and Budget. So I don't have really a clear answer for you, but I just know that it's intricate. It's not just straightforward as all of these things are eligible under the grant. It was really a community effort to really expand broadband out into the community. So that's what I have at the moment.
Basically what I'm trying to get at, and not even per se try to cause confusion, is VINGN, a government entity, BIT, a government entity, OMB, a government entity. And it seemed like we're missing connecting the dots to make this a better reality that we can. So then would Director Ross, would you need then to have a conversation? Because you mentioned the resources that you need, but in listening to testimony, it could seem as if the resources are there, but then there's some technicality to getting them. That's what I'm hearing?
That's Rupert Ross, BIT. So as it relates to the BEAD funding, yes, that's what you're hearing.
Okay, so then is it something then that this body, maybe through in this legislation more specifically, amending it or whatever, would be able to address that specifically to get some of this thing here moving?
Not certain. Rupert Ross, BIT. Not certain on that. Definitely, it's federal funding. It's designed and created for broadband expansion and access. It focuses on the community, and I think this legislation might just be on the fringes of that. There might be some way for us to be able to access that funding in order to implement this legislation. I don't think it should be in the legislation, though.
Okay, and I got that, and I do commend the sponsor of the bill highly, because again, like we always say, forward thinking, but it's just a matter of sometimes when you have to hear the nuances, it seems as if it's cut and dry. Where as government entities, we should be able to work some of these things out. And finally, Director Ross, for the disabled population community, where you mentioned about carving specific areas, so you don't have to give specific timelines. Can that be a priority where we address the disabled community first?
Yes, most definitely. I think that whatever priority we set, we'll just address it first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. The chair will now have 5 minutes on the clock. I believe I have identified and acknowledged all and recognized all the other senators. I just wanted to say I really want to thank all of you for being here. This bill, I signed on to it because I know it's a necessity. Technology has moved forward by leaps and bounds, and it takes a lot to keep up with the number and the growth of technology. So, Director Ross, I could totally appreciate your statement. I had the opportunity last month to attend an artificial intelligence conference in Palo Alto, California, and I'm going to tell you, I am overwhelmed. I consider myself computer literate and technologically savvy. However, where our technology is going now and in the world, it's very overwhelming. You can't imagine where it's going right now. One of the things I wanted to ask, and I didn't read it, I didn't glean it from your testimony, neither yours or Mr. Adams. There are issues relative to privacy of individuals and their information. How are we dealing with that? Because again, that's about accessibility and people being able to access these websites. And then you see that sometimes you're getting these questions regarding the cookies and people information being shared. How would this legislation help? Do we need to look at that also as part of this legislation, or just leave it as written with the suggested amendments that you and Mr. Adams have mentioned?
Rupert Ross, Bureau of Information Technology. Yeah, compliance, I'm sorry, privacy compliance is a big issue. I don't know, so what we've done in that area is we've adopted some of the privacy, the federal privacy requirements as it relates to websites and as it relates to data. As far as the legislation is concerned, I don't think that we need to address it here. Again, we really need to be able to be nimble to change those things as they come along. If it's addressed here, more like the authority of BIT to set the privacy recommendations versus inserting the recommendations that are here now and not anticipating that they need to change in the future.
Okay, so it would be that BIT has the authorization to put forward the rules and regulations that govern the privacy of individuals. Okay, I just wanted to get that because, like I said, I signed on to the bill and then I went to this AI conference and it just opened my eyes. What is your perspective on that question, Mr. Adams?
My perspective is that this is a fantastic bill. I think it's very smart. However, as in support of Director Ross, it's an overwhelming task to do it. But I'm very encouraged with the funding that's available to keep pace. I consider myself very computer literate and technology and informed with innovation, and it's moving incredibly fast. And AI is going to have a profound impact on society. And some of the things that we're talking about today, simple things as portals and websites and security and digital readers for the disabled community pales in comparison to what's coming. So I believe that Director Ross has the right mindset and he has the right talent. I think that it's very important that he be funded adequately to be able to move us forward.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, Mr. Adams, you said the BEAD funding can be utilized to produce, as a source of funding for the coding. And that's something that you need. What I would like to see is definitely, those, I know, Mr. Ross, you are new in the conversation relative to the BEAD funding. Have you had conversations with OMB relative to the use of the BEAD funding, and how are we looking to implement the grant requirements?
Rupert Ross, Bureau of Information Technology. Yes, I've had discussions about the BEAD funding. The preliminary discussions, or the discussion that we were having at the time, was meeting the BEAD requirement timelines as to what we needed to do in the Virgin Islands in order to be able to be successful with the BEAD funding. It required us to produce a 5-year plan, or it required us to have that put in the public for recommendations. So those were the type of discussions that we were having at the time. There were some very different things that happens in the States for BEAD than in the Virgin Islands. And so we're trying to be creative on our side to be able to utilize the funding to be able to do the effort that they set out in a federal grant.
Okay. And where are we as far, since you've had those conversations, where are we as far as getting the public commentary and the 5-year plan for the BEAD fund? Because really and truly, I always look at federal funds because our general fund is really overused. We have a lot of taxpayers' money that we need to revenue to bring in, and we really need to look at different types of funding sources to get things done and to keep us abreast of technology. So where are we as far as the deliverables for the BEAD funding grant?
Rupert Ross, Director for BIT. So I know that Office of Management and Budget did put out the 5-year plan last year into December for comment, and I believe that time has closed. I'm not certain where we are at the moment beyond that time frame in December, January.
Okay, so that's a follow-up conversation I'm sure one of my committee, or my colleagues will have relative to where we are. And I believe I'm on a committee on housing, telecommunications, as well as transportation. Senator Carrion, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to express my gratitude to the testifiers this morning for, one, their collaboration in this whole process, specifically also BAT, who has been at the head. We have had multiple meetings working on this document, and all the others for sharing concerns and recommendations, suggestions to be implemented. I also would like to state that, of course, this is and will continue to be a working document. Even after it's successfully passed, amendments are always welcome. As the BAT director mentioned in his comments today, that this is a journey. So this is not just a one-time fix. This is a continuous work that BIT will be ongoing and carrying out. So amendments will be forthcoming. We have already submitted some based on the recommendations we heard on today's testimony. We've met once again with the BIT director to go over some of these amendments, and they have been submitted to legal counsel, and we are hoping to receive them, if not in time for today, then in time for the next committee hearing. You know, one of the concerns that has been presented is with regards to funding. And I'm glad the conversation was able to steer to what CEO said, Adams, with regards to the BEAD funding and how it can be used to be able to carry out and develop what's established within this legislation. Because we always have to look for ways to use federal dollars if they're available and try to be conservative with our general fund and our local dollars. So apart from that, in conversations with the BIT director, he mentioned that the assessment portion would be maybe around 10,000 per site. We have approximately 30 departments and agencies. So that would be roughly like $300,000 just for one section, which is the assessment portion of this. But we also, like we said, have federal dollars that are available also. This is a year long assessment, which is a timeline that has been established. Our budget season begins now in the summer, that we could look into providing the funding that's necessary if by any chance the BEAD funding might not be within the framework allowed to be used for this purpose, but we heard today that it is. So I am looking forward to seeing that being used in order to develop this. Some of the concerns that were mentioned today, especially by CEO Adams, one of them was unintended consequences. The agency is responsible for recording their sites to the bill's specifications. And I know some of it was addressed, but I would like to hear once again the BIT director in regards to that. What would be his approach in that area?
My apologies. Could you just repeat the question so I can understand it?
Yeah, one of the concerns that was presented was by CEO Adams was with regards to each agency being responsible for recording their sites. Okay. And sometimes the different limitations or capacities of those agencies. And what's your position in regards to that?
So, as we talk about recoding of sites and making them more accessible,
1 minute.
we just have to remember that agencies have a mission to deliver the services that they're intended to deliver. Some of them have generic websites that just allow people to gather information, and the recoding of those sites might be easy. Other agencies have services that they deliver by website, and those may become a little more difficult. And so there's a need to understand each situation to make sure that we just don't go in with a broad paintbrush to deliver the recoding of those sites.
But along with establishing the standardized process, your office will be monitoring and ensuring compliance is carried out to ensure the efficiency and the implementation of this legislation, correct?
That would be my goal. Definitely, as we talked before, resources are needed to be able to do that in human capital as well as funding. But compliance requires people, and we need to be able to have people who can review and determine if they're being met.
Beautiful. And we were having discussions, of course, off the record in our prior meetings that an assessment of the capacity of each department and agency is also important to know what specializations you have in those departments and agencies. Do you currently have a listing of the IT personnel and what specializations they have for each department and agency?
We do not have a full listing at the moment. We do have a general understanding of what IT professionals are in the different departments. A lot of the practitioners of IT in the government of the Virgin Islands are general practitioners, but we have very specific needs to fill, and we don't really have that good understanding of the individuals and the skills that they have. We're building that database at the moment.
Okay, that was my follow-up question. If you're building that database, and will that serve your bureau if you do have that inventory to know the capacities and skill set specializations of those individuals within the various departments and agencies, and how can that benefit you in any way with implementing this legislation?
It would be very beneficial for us to know those individuals. I think that the areas that we would be looking at would definitely be those that can manage projects, those that can manage DevOps, development operations, those that can manage databases, because they're the ones who would be able to provide the expertise to either in-house or contractors to be able to complete the effort of this legislation.
Thank you for that. And just in closing, because I know my time, it's running. Like I mentioned earlier, this bill is an essential step forward for our government. As we strive to modernize, as we strive to better serve, to be more efficient, as we strive to provide that digital service and accessibility to everyone, this is a move in the right direction. I want to thank my colleagues for their suggestions today, their support, and I invite them all to sign on to this measure so that we can continue to work to create a more uniform digital presence that would be more user-friendly and cost-saving and benefit us all here in the Virgin Islands. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and I want to once again thank the testifiers and you, Madam Chair, for signing on for the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Carrion. I know the bigger picture and I see the vision, and I signed on because I understand technology and how it can reshape our government and make it more efficient and productive. And that's one of the reasons why I signed on to the piece of legislation. At this time, I'm going to allow our testifiers to wrap up with a 30-second wrap-up. I'll begin, of course, with Mr. Ross. Kindly proceed with your 30-second wrap-up.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Thank you, Chairperson Joseph, for the opportunity to testify on this bill. And thank you, Senator Carrion, for working with me in collaboration to be able to provide this bill and this language. I think it's a very important bill, and I really am excited to be able to implement it. And I look forward to the opportunity to come back here and to share the success of it. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Ross. Mr. Henley?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairwoman, Ms. Joseph, Honorable Ms. Joseph. And thank you for the sponsors of this bill. I think that, as you can see from my testimony, that we started this process several years ago in looking at the importance of being digitized and the importance of having everyone at the same level of understanding and information. So I want to thank this body for giving us the opportunity to put this on record. And we're looking forward to being a part of the growth, knowing that this will not be a sprint. It's going to be a marathon, but it's one that I think we all need to be a part of. So thank you once again for allowing us to testify today, and everyone have a great day.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Henley, for those words. And last but not least, Mr. Adams, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Well, thank you very much to the committee. It was a very thoughtful conversation and a very well-needed one. I want to close with my enthusiastic support of Director Ross. He's doing an excellent job, and it's a monumental task with a lot of moving parts. I also would like the committee to consider, we talked a lot today about websites, but inside the BEAT funding, I keep coming back to that because I do have intimate knowledge of that grant, that there is a significant amount of money available for disability and senior communities for devices. So we talked about the websites themselves, but also being able to get to these websites is very important. And this BEAT grant does provide a provision in it to be able to get devices into the hands of the disability community and the senior community. So I just want to make sure that we don't forget that component of this grant, because it's a tremendous opportunity. And thank you all for allowing me to testify today.
And thank you so much, Mr. Adams, for sharing your expertise with not only members here in the chambers, but also the wider community. The committee, first of all, I would like to thank you all for testifying, and you are released, all the testifiers are released from their testifying and their presence at the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting. The committee stands in recess. And we are back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Before I entertain the motion, Madam Clerk, kindly recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and give me the tally of all members present.
Good morning, afternoon. We have 6 members present and 1 member excused.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We still have a quorum. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0236, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, adding a new chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, IDEA, to improve government agency digital services and for other purposes, be voted upon favorably and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0236 has been properly moved by Senator Samuel Carrion, seconded by Senator Javon James Sr. and Senator Potter. Roll call on Bill number 35-0236.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0236, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, adding a new Chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, IDEA, to improve governmental agency digital services and for other purposes, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, we have another bill on the agenda, but before we proceed, Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the second item on today's agenda.
Block 2, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0230, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended, and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire. The bill sponsor are Senators Dwayne M. DeGraff and Marvin A. Blyden. The invited testifiers are Mrs. Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Ms. Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Association, Mr. Willis Pinney, President of AAA Taxi and Tours, Mr. Kerry Harrigan, President of Best Taxi Services, Mr. Kelly George, owner of Kelly's Taxi Services, Mr. Mervyn Smith, President of East End Taxi Cab Association, Ms. Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Interim Chair, Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission Board, Mr. Dihoni Lanine, President, St. Thomas Taxi Services, Mr. Sean Claxton, President, St. Thomas St. John Taxi Services, Mr. Lawrence Ramdan Singh, President, Virgin Island Taxi Association, and Mr. Francis Arthur, President of the St. Croix Taxi Cab Association. Madam Chair, this ends the reading for today, for Block 2 of today's agenda.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0230?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Bill number 35-0230, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire. I'm asking for my colleagues to support this bill and move it favorably. This bill, Section Act 6570, Section 11 reads, notwithstanding any law, rule, regulation, or administrative order to the contrary, the police commissioner shall allow applicants to apply for registration and inspection of safaris, surreys, or other tour bus type vehicles pursuant to Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, except after that the date of enactment of this act, the police commissioner may register a safari, surrey, or other tour bus type vehicle with a seating capacity greater than 20 passengers. What this bill proposes to do is to repeal Section 11 of Act 6570 as amended. It was amended by Section 3 of Act number 6595 and Sections 2 and 3 of Act number 6635 that relates to the inspection and licensing of surreys, safaris, and tour buses, and amends Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, 33, and 37, providing for the inspection and licensing of surreys, safaris, and tour buses by the Bureau of Motor Vehicle and the Taxi Cab Commission, respectively. Madam Chair, we have seen the tourism industry go from cruise ships that could have fit to our harbor. We're presently dredging our harbors to accommodate these large Oasis class, huge ships. And the Taxi Commission, we are capping the safaris at 27. The 27 passenger safari exists. It is still registered and legally on the road by the BMV and regulated by the Taxi Cab Commission. So what this bill proposes to do is just to cap off at the 27 and allow for it to continue moving forward in the territory. We're asking the support of my colleagues. I'm not a member of this committee. And we listen to the testimony and hear this bill so we can move it forward. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator DeGraff. With us in the chambers, we have 3 individuals who are going to testify and have been requested to testify in the well, specifically, on this measure. And so that you, Senator DeGraff, is aware, I'm sure your staff has announced and indicated to you, we also have a number of taxi cab operators here present, also in the chambers, in the audience. So we have a good turnout. And also, we want to really thank them for being here and taking time out of their busy schedule. I will first check to make sure the mics are working. I'll start from the St. Croix district because I know we have someone there. If you could be so kind to just do a quick microphone check, and I don't believe we have anyone who is joining us virtually.
Hi, good morning. This is Vice Chair Hanson Watley.
A pleasant good morning, Ms. Hanson Watley. Just a quick microphone check, and then we'll start to receive the testimony. We'll start first with you on my right, your left.
Good morning. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. I'm sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kerry Harrigan. I'm manager of Best Taxi, Blue Executive Services and Transportation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Patrick Sprav, Assistant Director for Motor Vehicles.
Okay, we're going to begin to receive the testimony on this bill, starting with you, Ms. Vernice Gums, and next, Mr. Harrigan, and then we'll have former Senator and now Assistant Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Mr. Patrick Simeon Sproul, and finally, we'll round up the discussion with our Vice President of the Taxi Cab Commission, Ms. Elizabeth Hanson Watley, who is in St. Croix. Ms. Gums, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, members and non-members of the Committee of Government, Operations and Consumer Protection, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on Bill number 35-030, an act repealing Section 7 of Act number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire. Taking all things into consideration, the proposed bill as written and my research of the files at the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission regarding safaris, the bill would have been better served if all stakeholders were invited around the table for discussion and clarity of its intended goal, thereby enabling a more comprehensive proposal that covers all aspects based on the various pieces of legislation connected with the subject matter. I am attaching a resolution and recommendation signed by Roosevelt David, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission on July 27, 1993, and approved by Governor Alexander Farrelly, August 17, 1993, B. AG file number SOL-02-789, dated July 26, 2002, and C. Advisory opinion to Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission, reference registration of safaris, soares, tour buses after 2003, dated September 19, 2011, and Act number 7699, dated October 15, 2014, in support of my statement, and look forward to a more comprehensive legislative proposal that is inclusive of definitive details which should leave no room for unnecessary challenges. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission stands by the 1993 resolution and recommendation approved by Governor Alexander A. Farrelly and Roosevelt David, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, says in part, whereas the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission is legally mandated pursuant to the provisions of Title III Virgin Islands Code, Section 274, to regulate the rates and services of all vehicles for hires in the territory of the Virgin Islands. And whereas there has been a significant increase in the use of larger vehicles as taxis, and whereas the use of larger vehicles as taxis is not conducive to readily providing taxi service to smaller groups or individuals, and whereas larger vehicles cannot provide taxi service in some areas in the city of Charlotte Amalie due to its narrow streets, and whereas the Taxi Commission has determined that the increased use of larger vehicles for taxiing has a negative impact on the quality of service to the general public. How ironic that a little over 3 decades, we are still dealing with the exact concerns of larger vehicles. The narrow streets in some areas in the city of Charlotte-Amalie and the negative impact on the quality of service to the public due to the increase of larger vehicles being licensed and registered as a taxi. While SORAs are referenced in Act number 6570 and Act number 6595, Title 20 did not define SORA. However, proposed Bill number 35-0230 defined a SORA as a light four-wheel carriage type means of transportation with or without a top which transports 4 or more persons. On the other hand, the legal definition of a SORA is as follows, especially in the past in the United States: a small carriage with 4 wheels and a roof and seats facing forward, pulled by a horse or horses. Unfortunately, the licensing of tow vehicles is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs in of itself. However, a taxi may alternatingly conduct tours as part of their business. Those vehicles are licensed through the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission specifically as a taxi. Although there's no supporting evidence on the usage of SORAs in the United States Virgin Islands, I believe SORAs should not be registered to operate as a vehicle on our roads and highways. Currently, without having SORAs in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we already experience major traffic congestion between Waiko and Market Square and downtown Cruise Bay to the extent where the cruise ships are telling their passengers to leave wherever they are 3 hours early to arrive at the cruise ship on time for departure. Can you imagine what traffic would be like should SORAs be added as a vehicle for hire? Diverted from the actual meaning of something tend to lead to a misunderstanding. For example, the definition of a limousine is as follows: a large, expensive car, often driven by a chauffeur, a person employed to drive a car for someone else. Currently, limousines are licensed by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, where there are no rules and regulations by which these businesses are permitted to operate. Based on the legal definition of a limousine, limousines should be placed under the Taxi Cab Commission, which is the agency charged with the responsibility of regulating the automobile for hire industry territorially. The aim of the licensing process is to regulate the automobile for hire industry to support the following objectives. 1, help with public access to an efficient and effective public transportation service. Provide and maintain a professional and respected automobile for hire industry by continued monitoring and improvement of the required standards of service, the protection of health and safety to the public, protection of our environment. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission is mandated by Title III, Section 274 of the Virgin Islands Code to regulate automobiles for hire and is within their jurisdiction to determine the seating capacity of all such vehicles for hire in the territory. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles must ensure that all vehicles licensed and registered in the territory are in compliance with Title 20, Section 500 of the Virgin Islands Code, which addresses the load, height, width, and length of vehicles approved for registration. This has been a major concern to the motoring public, as it does not appear that this section of the code is being adhered to. In July of 2021, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission approved policies and procedures regarding the seating capacity of the vehicle, commonly referred to as a safari, in conjunction with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles is charged with ensuring that all vehicles registered in the Virgin Islands or in compliance with the rules and regulations of federal highway safety, including but not limited to the vehicle commonly referred to as safari. Because safaris are modified vehicles, their modification must be certified and shall affix a second label as follows. A person who alters a vehicle that has previously been certified in accordance with 567.4 or section 567.5 in such a manner that its stated weight ratings are no longer valid, shall allow the original certification label to remain on the vehicle and shall affix to the vehicle an additional label of the type in the manner and form described in section 567.4 containing the following information. The statement, "This vehicle was altered by" the individual or corporate name in the month and year in which alterations were completed, and as altered, it conforms to all applicable federal motor vehicle standards affected by the alteration in effect in month in year. The second date shall be no earlier than the manufacturing date of the original vehicle and no later than the date alterations were completed. The aforementioned information was extracted from the letter dated July 26, 2002, written by Attorney General Ivor A. Stradiron, referencing Safari buses used on federal highway, AG file number SOL-02-0789 attached. Unfortunately, many of the altered vehicles are not in compliance with the law. The Bureau of Motor Vehicle is the agency that is responsible for the inspection and licensing of all vehicles in the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission is responsible for conducting a biannual inspection of automobiles for hire, which is limited to a cosmetic type inspection such as cleanliness, upholstery, the rate sheet, commonly known as a tariff, being displayed, appearance, capacity signs, identification badge placed on the right side of the dashboard, dome light, on-duty, off-duty sign, etc. Although this task has not been effectuated since 2005, it is our expectancy to resume these biannual inspections as required by law as soon as our budget would allow us to hire additional taxi inspectors. Finally, Act Number 6570, Section 11, in more than one area has language that makes mention of safaris, soares, or other tour bus type vehicles. Was the intended purpose of a safari to be utilized specifically as a tour bus type vehicle rather than a taxi? In our forward-thinking environment, these areas need to be clearly defined in order to avoid any misunderstandings. Is bigger better? How would residents benefit from larger vehicles when many of the roads in the local neighborhoods are limited in width? Safaris of any size do not provide service to persons who are physically challenged, do not provide safety measures such as seat belts and doors, nor does federal law permit the use of a safari for the transportation of school children. We should not only focus on satisfying the needs of the short-term visitors to our islands. The work that can be accomplished as a whole is greater than the sum of its parts. In the dynamic world of automobile for hire industry, forging partners with all stakeholders can unlock doors to unprecedented growth and success. It's about ensuring that when a traveler thinks of their next destination or a resident is requiring a taxi, that your vehicle can accommodate their needs, such as the physically challenged, private transfers, pickup drop-offs on the narrow streets in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gums. Mr. Harrigan, you are recognized to read your testimony into the record.
Senator Joe, before I begin, I changed my testimony, revised it this morning. Everyone received a copy via email, or you need a hard copy?
I did receive a copy by email, and it was circulated electronically. I saw that you sent it last night.
And one this morning. I revised it this morning.
And one this morning.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take a little short break because I didn't see the one you sent this morning. So let's just take in fact, we're not going to take a break. We're going to skip over you because time is of the essence. And we're going to go to the Assistant Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, former Senator Patrick Simeon Sproul, and he will be recognized to present his testimony and read his testimony into the record. Kindly proceed, Assistant Director.
Good afternoon. Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee of Government Operations and Consumer Protection, other senators present, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Patrick Sproul, the Assistant Director of Bureau of Motor Vehicles, representing Director Barbara Jackson McIntosh. I appreciate the opportunity given to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to appear before the committee to offer our testimony on Bill number 35-0230, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended, and amended Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire. I agree with the proposed amendments in principle. However, there are two items that I believe should be addressed to provide clarity and address the issue of public safety. One, Safari, as per definition, is a truck that has been modified. A vehicle that is modified as per Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard must be modified by the final stage manufacturer. The final stage manufacturer must affix a label that identifies the manufacturer, states the vehicle's gross vehicle weight rating, GVWR, gross axle weight rating, GAWR, vehicle type classification and VIN, and identifies the vehicle's date of final manufacturer, month and year. The label must also contain one of the following three alternative certification statements certifying that the vehicle conforms to all applicable federal motor vehicle safety standards and bumper and theft prevention standards if applicable. This very important safety act should not be subjective, but should be codified in the interest of public safety. Second, stage manufacturer certification requires the persons or businesses that modifies vehicles to register with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration online. A certification number is emailed to the applicant as soon as the application is submitted. The Virgin Islands should also add that these manufacturers must be certified welders. Second, the other item is to clarify the definition of a surrey. A surrey is defined in this amendment. However, the definition only addresses the carriage. The definition should have added that a surrey includes the medium by which the carriage is propelled, such as a motorized, non-motorized, or other mode of transportation. Title 20, VIC, Act 6635, Act 6570, Act 6595, and there may be other areas in the law where tour bus type vehicles are mentioned. However, there is no definition of tour bus type vehicle in the VI code. Neither is it clear whether these vehicles are regulated by the Taxi Commission or the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We believe that a comprehensive review of the laws pertaining to the regulation of automobiles for hire should be done with all stakeholders at the table. The rest of the world is not waiting on us to define vehicles for hire, neither are they waiting on us to determine who should oversee the different aspects of the industry. While we are amending legislation based on the events and circumstances, the rest of the world is moving full speed ahead with measurable results in the transportation and tourism industries. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles will continue to work with all stakeholders as we strive to ensure that the safety of the public is at the forefront of our goals and objectives. That concludes the rest of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director, for your testimony. Now we will ask and recognize Mr. Harrigan. We got copies of your testimony, and so you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Okay, thank you. Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection, other senators present, testifiers, listening, and viewing audience. My name is Kerry Harrigan, Manager of Best Taxi Service. This is my testimony in Committee on Government Operations and Veteran Affairs in reference to Bill number 35-230. In the Virgin Islands, the taxi profession is one of the few occupations that local men and women retain independence, and although members of an association, they are essentially self-employed. Self-employment provides taxi drivers with flexible schedules so they can take care of elderly parents, drive their children to and from school safely. Many drivers work two jobs so they can provide for their children and help them with a college education so they have more opportunities than we have. Over the years, tour operator exemption encroach on the taxi industry. The hotels charge often exorbitant fares to shuttle passengers to and from the airport. For example, Red Hospitality Shuttle Services now operate from the Western Frenchman Reef and charges $42 per person each way, which is more than double the taxi tariff. And these vehicles are operated by individuals who are not licensed taxi drivers or chauffeurs. These fares are not passed on to the shuttle drivers, who sometimes are minimum wage maintenance workers. Then, although forbidden for years, water taxis transporting passengers to and from hotels took hold. I would like to pause here and note that these hotels pay very little taxes as they are EDC beneficiaries, and they have converted self-employment drivers to minimum wage employees. Many of the hotel associations attended taxi meetings in regards to the taxi fares and complained about the increase of the taxi fares and the hardship that it will put on tourists visiting the islands. But now, some of these same individuals have doubled the same taxi fares they complained about. Although there have been tariff and fare increases, net income has not increased because of insurance, fuel, vehicles, and the maintenance of all have significantly increased. This bill also comes at a time when many in the Virgin Islands taxi drivers have not yet financially rebounded from COVID-19. Drivers were already operating at a deficit. One second. A review of this proposed bill reflects that the local tax industry is again beset with advantaged competitors. I say advantage because driving commercially, there is no requirement for the drivers to obtain a medallion. In the Virgin Islands, each taxi driver is required to either purchase or lease a medallion at a significant expense. We are astounded that these bills allow new competitors to have access to the market when the premise of taxi medallion system was to provide medallion owners with exclusive access to the road. This bill proposed a catastrophic risk to the lives of local taxi drivers and their families. We do not have to speculate as to the adverse effects. For example, New York City is a prime example. The price of a New York City taxi medallion was extraordinary until Uber and other rideshare companies entered the industry and approximately 10 years ago. Then the value of taxi medallions plummeted approximately 90%. Many of the New York City medallion owners were faced with precarious economic circumstances, though no fault of their own. Legislators, influenced by lobbyists, created unbearable financial strains for New York City taxi drivers that have led to mental health tragedies and suicides. The Virgin Islands is a small, tight-knit community. Let us learn from others and avoid catastrophic effects. We ask that the legislature seriously consider the needs of hardworking local taxi drivers as opposed to corporations. I know it's hard for some of our elected officials to make the right decisions because of positions they have put themselves in for whatever reasons. However, it's never too late to do the right thing. Next, the constitutionality of this bill is questionable as we believe that this legislation violates the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution as a regulatory taking. If the legislation contemplates such a bill, it should include a provision and funding for just compensation to reimburse or buy back each and every tax medallion, or require these new competitors to also purchase a medallion for each vehicle that they operate. The bill's language is very vague and ambiguous. For example, Section 2A4 defines series as a light four-wheel carriage. That could represent a golf cart. Any vehicle with four wheels, with or without a covering. We already have several tour operators under using Jeeps and various off-road vehicles that have no safety restraints, no passenger capacity regulations. However, everyone's trying to regulate the taxi passenger capacity and the safety of, and question the safety of the vehicle. Any amount of vehicles under this SORI can be registered with one business license. However, each taxi must have its own business license through the Taxi Cab Commission. I think senators need to take some time out of the busy schedule and visit the various taxi concessions and observe the daily operations and not just come around during election time. Majority of the tourists that come to the island, my concession was Havenside Dock, request taxi-type vehicles. They request the safaris. The neighboring islands are readily available to buy the safaris that we might no longer be able to register. We want to compete and continue to compete with the local industry. We need to stay in line and stay ahead of them. I, myself, am in favor of the bill as it pertains to taxi safaris and the increase in capacity. However, the bill needs to be revisited and certain vague and ambiguous portions need to be more specific as it relates to surveys. That concludes my testimony, and thank you for the opportunity, Committee. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Harrigan, for presenting your testimony here today before the committee. Next, I'll recognize Ms. Elizabeth Hanson-Watley, Vice Chair of the Taxi Cab Commission, to place on the record her testimony. Kindly proceed, Mrs. Hanson-Watley.
Good afternoon. And just on the record, my name is Elizabeth Hanson-Watley, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism, and Vice Chair of the Taxi Cab Commission Board. Greetings, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Affairs, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, all senators and legislative staff, as well as the present viewing and listening audience. Thank you for extending an invitation to me as Vice Chair of the Taxi Cab Commission Board to contribute to the dialogue surrounding Bill number 35-0230. I want to start by expressing my gratitude on behalf of the Taxi Cab Commission Board to Senators Dwayne M. DeGraff and Senators Marvin A. Blyden, the sponsors of Bill number 35-0230. for their attempt at improving the inspection process of our taxi service vehicles here in the territory. While we support efforts made to improve the processing of the taxi services and clarity in laws pertaining to such, we must be careful in our approach to avoid creating other hardships and confusion as it pertains to the jurisdiction and regulation of the checks and balances within our taxi industry. Bill number 35-0230 which is set to repeal Section 11 of Act Number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire, raising concerns with the Taxi Cab Commission Board in a few areas. In reviewing Bill number 35-0230, the Taxi Cab Commission Board is not in support of the amending of Chapter 37, subsection B, specifically the striking of the word truck and the insertion of the word survey. Also, the striking of the Taxi Cab Commission and insertion of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. It is the opinion of the Taxi Cab Commission Board that this amendment will improperly remove the regulation of passenger capacity of vehicles for hire, specifically trucks, safaris, from its regulatory body, the Taxi Cab Commission, of whom is tasked with the regulation of said services and the improvement of the taxi cab industry. The definition of safari in Section 4 of this bill also oversteps the law that stipulates that the Taxi Cab Commission will determine the seating capacity. We believe that it is important to maintain a keen eye on capacity regulations to ensure the safety of passengers and operators alike, while motoring on the roadways of the territory. In Section 2 of this bill, adding the word survey is not necessary, as the term automobile for hire covers all regulated vehicles for hire. Also, the definition of survey as it is written in the bill does not encompass its full definition, of which is a light four-wheeled carriage with two seats facing forward. It is also defined as a horse carriage. Finally, stipulating a capacity of not more than 27 passengers for a safari after the law determines that this number will be decided by the Taxi Commission, once again removes the Taxi Commission's ability to regulate taxi affairs. There has been much discussion on safety concerns pertaining to safaris of the 27-seat capacity, as well as the Bureau of Motor Vehicles' decision to not register any new safaris of 27 seats. As it stands, the set capacity is 20 seats. In the case where there have been 27-seater safaris prior to the mandated 20 seats, there has been a special allowance so not to put those who had already been operating out of business, with the understanding that this right would not be transferable and such vehicles would eventually be grandfathered out. Throughout this process, ongoing discussions between the Taxi Commission and the Bureau of Motor Vehicles has yielded the practice of requesting a manufacturer's certification of safety for 27-seaters. However, this is not law. As this bill speaks to moving inspections to BMV, I thought that there should be clarity placed on the record that BMV already inspects all vehicles, including safaris and taxis. Inspections done by Taxi Cab Commission are of another nature that can be further explained by the Executive Director of Taxi Cab Commission. At this time, the Taxi Cab Commission Board is suggesting further review by the legislature of the area of which Bill number 35-0230 covers, as it will drastically affect the regulation of vehicles for hire. I stand ready and willing to aid the parties involved with continued dialogue from a Taxi Cab Commission Board perspective for the betterment of the territory's taxi cab industry. Thank you again for your invitation. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hanson-Watley, for your testimony. We did also receive a written correspondence from AAA Taxi Cab and Tour Services of the Caribbean, and I'm going to ask clerk to read that correspondence into the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed.
Letter dated May 17, 2024, to Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairperson, Committee on Government Operations, Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802. Attention, Senator Carla Joseph. Good day, members of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. On behalf of the staff, drivers, and management of AAA Taxi Cab and Tour Services of the Caribbean, Inc., we are happy to show our concern as we address the reduction of our capacity for the 27 passenger safaris. For example, I can remember as a child growing up on St. Thomas that the capacity of one of the largest ships that came to St. Thomas was the Queen Elizabeth II, which carried between 1,777 to 1,892 passengers and 1,040 crew staff. The Cunard contest that used to come into port every Friday had a capacity of 800 to 950 passengers and 350 crew staff, and was one of the smaller cruise ships coming to the Virgin Islands. Compared to the Icon of the Seas, which is presently the largest ship in the world at this time and can carry up to 7,600 passengers and a crew of 2,350, you can see the large number of passengers and crew staff that the cruise ships are now bringing to these islands. Realistically, how can you as the legislators even start to consider reducing our capacity of carrying the number of passengers that we are presently able to carry, when the ships are already 3 times and more the passengers' capacity of what they used to be years ago? Also, a new cruise ship will be coming out soon that will hold even more passengers and crew staff than the Icon of the Seas. Another thing regarding the taxi business, each taxi cab must have a medallion that goes with the vehicle that they are driving. Unlike the other vehicles for hire that gets just one license and get as many vehicles that they want in their fleet under that one license. Somehow of these vehicles are just doing a shuttle from point A to point B in direct competition with the taxi companies who pay yearly for their business license for each vehicle. Sightseeing and Instead of creating legislation to create hardship on the taxi drivers, legislation should be introduced to have each vehicle for hire pay an annual fee like the taxi cabs are mandated to do, and these vehicles should be given a sticker to be placed on the windshield like a registration sticker from the Taxi Cab and Transportation Commission, since they would not be having specific license plates. This would help identify who they are, like a taxi cab can be identified. Presently, the Taxi Cab Commission is greatly understaffed with office personnel and police officers. These fees can help with hiring staff and police officers to make the Taxi Cab Commission office become more efficient and assist with their workload. Signed, Willis Pini, President, and Samuel Liebert, Vice President.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for reading that testimony into the record. Colleagues, this is a major piece of legislation. We've received testimonies from 4 individuals, and we've had a testimony, a letter actually read into the record. We are going to proceed with a round of 5 minutes. If we need more time, that will be allotted to us as well. We begin by recognizing Senator Ray Fonseca. You are recognized for your 5 minutes. Please, yes, please recognize Senator Fonseca's mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to all of the audience. We have a big group of concerned citizens, taxi drivers here present in the chambers today. I wanted to go first to Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Harrigan, I want to discuss the taxi medallion, right? I know my uncle used to drive taxi, and he passed and his son now got a medallion, and I know he, he do a little taxi part-time in the night and stuff, right? A taxi medallion used to be a very important item. It was a sense of pride for many Virgin Islanders. He came from Tatola, but the BVI, the Virgin Islands, we all one. Has the price of a medallion been going down? And can you take a medallion, a taxi medallion, to the bank and they give you a loan based on the value? Talk to me.
I'm not too sure about the banks. The value fluctuates. I'm not sure what they're being sold for right now. I bought mine over 20-something years ago. The last one I purchased was around $30,000 last year. But I think Ms. Guns would better answer that question. She deals on a daily basis. The price, whether it's gone up or down.
Okay, I gonna come to Ms. Guns, but I got another question for you. Okay, so you're saying that there's a particular hotel charging $42?
Right now, if you Google Red Hospitality Shuttle Services, which is a Western that just opened, I went on just doing myself last night. It's $42 per person each way for a shared shuttle bus.
Wow.
So that'd be $84 a person round trip, which is, like I said, double what our current tariff charges.
Okay, so I'll ask Ms. Gums that how can the hotels charge $42, which is substantially more than a taxi driver to shuttle a hotel guest to the airport one way? How is that allowed? Ms. Gums?
Thank you for that question, Senator Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Senator, I cannot say with certainty, and as a matter of fact, I should start by saying this is the first time that I am aware of what they are in fact charging. By law, they should be adhering to the tariff which was established or revised back in 2023, June of 2023. And a copy of our tariff was shared with the Hotel Association, with the Department of Tourism and other partners, so that they in turn can share with the varying hotels, the cruise ships, and the like, so that they would be aware as to what the tariff states.
Okay, that's so interesting. Madam Chair, I want to make a special request, right? I don't want anybody to say anything in the audience, but Mrs. Gums is telling me this is the first time she heard about this, that the hotel's charging. So can I just, Madam Chair, see a show of hand of other taxi drivers that can confirm what Mr. Harrigan is saying, that they've seen that? You see that, Madam Chair? There's other taxi drivers that has heard that the hotel is charging this. So it's interesting that the person that represents the taxi industry in the Virgin Islands haven't heard about that. Okay, so I then will believe that it is true that the hotel is charging this exorbitant one-way fare. So now I want to go real quickly, because you said, Mr. Harrigan, you approve of the bill when it comes to the 27 passenger, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now I want to go to Mr. Patrick Sproul, right? Because the way how it used to be, and we know how it is, the taxi them, the safari them is basically kind of like a truck chassis, where they get a welder or some professional to make the seats and to fabricate it so that it can carry up to 27 passengers. Now, I want to ask first here, right? If Joe have a taxi now and it can carry 27, he have a taxi that could carry 27 passenger, but the taxi old, it's old chassis, got 300,000 miles. He want to get a new taxi. Is he allowed by the taxi commission to get a new taxi, Ms. Gomes? Is he allowed to get a new taxi to carry the same 27 passengers that he carry in his existing?
Time.
Madam Chair, can I just finish the question?
Yes, you could go ahead, Senator.
Yes. Ms. Gomes, if a taxi driver, Joe, now has a medallion, he can carry 27 passengers. It says 27. He wants to get a new taxi. Is he allowed to get a taxi for 27 passengers?
No. Based on the policies and procedures that were established back in 2021 between the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Taxi Cab Commission, if he had a 27 previously, that is grandfathered into the existing 20-seating capacity until such time as it is no longer in service. As long as that is changed, whether the old one, a new back is placed on, or the engine is changed, is no longer the same vehicle, or if he purchased a new one, they would not be allowed to register as a 27. They would have to comply based on the policies and procedures that was established between the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Taxi Cab Commission.
Well, Sir Pupa, that sounds like a special specification of impossibility to me. You're cutting down the man business. The tourist ship them now got more and more passenger. Thank you, Madam Chair, so kindly for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Fonseca. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question. You know, it's all about a communication and being able to be the eyes and ears. So I'm a little bit concerned that the Taxi Cab Commission wasn't aware that the hotels are actually charging and our taxi cab operators were. That's something with the communication. I hope with this hearing, we will have them, each other, you know, communicating what the challenges are. I want to, at this time, recognize Senator Potter. Potter, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the testifiers here before us and to the taxi drivers in the audience. Just piggybacking off of what was just mentioned regarding the taxi, not the taxi, but the hotels charging an exorbitant fee to transport passengers to and fro their hotel, utilizing the special shuttle service. Is that a legal vehicle? Is that a legal process that's allowable in the territory? To the best of your knowledge, Ms. Gomes, as the head of...
To the best of my knowledge, it is not. I'm sorry. Vernice Gomes, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. What the hotels should be doing is utilizing the variant taxi associations or
Correct.
independent taxis.
Correct.
To do so.
Absolutely. So now with that knowledge that this is going on, is that something that you...
I will address it immediately.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. There is some talk about the bill proposes to, I guess, codify the size of the vehicles, the size of the safaris. So whereas now the Taxi Cab Commission has the wherewithal to decide what the capacity of these vehicles should be, the bill codifies it as, I think, a maximum of 27. I wanted to ask Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Harrigan, you mentioned in your presentation that you had some concerns about certain parts of the bill, but the one part of the bill that you are in support of is expanding it to 27, I think. I don't want to misquote what you're saying.
Before you begin, Mr. Harrigan, in responding to Senator Potter's response, just so that all the testifiers know, housekeeping, kindly state your name before you proceed in responding or or saying anything so that our records are accurate. Kindly proceed, Mr. Harrigan.
Yes, Gary Harrigan, Best Taxi. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with or support of the bill for the increase in the size of the safaris. Working on Waiko Dock and actually managing the concession there for the cruise ships. Like has been stated, the ships are becoming bigger and bigger every year. And people actually come and request the safari type transportation. Our vans have a very difficult time unless someone can request air conditioning. Majority of the guests wants the safaris.
Right. Now, my concern, I understand what you're saying, and it makes logical sense. I think you made a very good argument about the trend right now in the cruise ship industry for mega ships. They're getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we dredging and dredging and dredging more to accommodate, the larger and larger ships. So as a businessman, it would make logical sense that you would want to have also a larger vehicle for transporting these individuals. A larger vehicle means a more lucrative, possibly a more lucrative business for you. But I wanted to not totally eliminate the argument about safety, about the federal highway concerns about the size of the vehicle. And I'm 100% in support of the taxi cab industry. I grew up, my father was a taxi driver lifelong. That's how we survived. That's how my family and I survived. But in your view, and I know you've been in this industry a while, is there any validity to the concerns about the size of the vehicle traversing the narrow streets in Charlotte Amalie and St. John, St. Croix? Is that something that is of concern for you? And how do we address that?
Well, when you look at taxi industry, my company has several vehicles ranging aside from sedans, minivans, vans, and safaris. Some of the same individuals who share the concerns about the narrow roads in Charlotte Amalie and the vehicles being able to traverse the roadways have actually advocated narrowing Main Street. Years ago, Main Street could have driven two safaris side by side, one park up and one drive down. Now you can't do that. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't narrow the roads and then say they're too small. And when people come for different destinations, we know how to dispatch the various cabs to those destinations. When you go to the Senegal, for example, I don't care how small a vehicle is, even a 14-passenger van has trouble going up that roadway.
Time.
So, I mean, that argument of the size of the vehicle with the roads, we know the roads were like before. I guess back in the day, when surveys could have been taking effect back in those days. And the roads weren't built to accommodate what we have today.
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up.
You may proceed, Senator.
So, and you're basically saying it's sort of a contradictory sort of argument. If you're arguing about the size of the vehicle and at the same time, they are the same individuals who are advocating to narrowing the streets or whatever. And you're saying as a professional, you've learned, you have the expertise in maneuvering these large vehicles throughout the streets, the narrow streets in the territory. I think that's what you're saying. I wanted to ask about the data, and I don't know if anybody here has the data concerning safety of these vehicles on the roads. Are we seeing a larger incident of accidents with these larger vehicles? Does the data support the idea that it is more dangerous to traverse these vehicles through the streets of Charlotte Amalie? Does anybody have that data? I don't know if Tax Cap Commission, you...
No, I don't.
Kerry Harrigan, I don't have specific data or percentages, but in my over 25 years of taxiing, the couple of incidents I had with safaris were not caused by safaris. The other vehicles that either lost brakes or out of control or sometimes to the driver. Safari drivers tend to drive more cautiously than the smaller vehicles. So you have less incidents with the safaris than if you can check it as a police officer and being called to these accidents, there are far less safaris than other type taxis that have gone to the accidents.
Thank you for your response. I'm not going to abuse my time. Thanks for your generosity. Hopefully, we may have another opportunity to ask a question or two. Thank you.
And I did mention that, Senator Potter, that if the need be, we can go to another round because this is a very critical issue. You would recall, because you were present at one point, where this committee had 3, not even 1 or 2, 3 town hall meetings, and they all started off in St. John on June 23rd. So we really wanted, this committee wanted to highlight the importance of the taxi cab community and the taxi cab operators, and look at what is happening in the taxi cab commission. Your livelihood was very important to all of the members who are seated here in this committee. So for us to warrant not 1 but 2, but whole 3 town hall meetings, and I have my notes. At this time, I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Novell E. Francis Sr., President of the 35th Legislature. Junior, the presence of the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the 35th Legislature. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so the next senator I'd like to recognize is Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice President. Blyden, kindly proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Again, to the people of the Virgin Islands, good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. I must say, in this round, I'm not asking any questions. I have a lot to say, because I am totally disappointed with a lot of what I'm hearing, especially from the director. So first and foremost, can you put up my mic a little, please? Thank you so much. First and foremost, this bill seeks to codify and clarify provisions.
1 second, Senator Blyden. Media, could you kindly increase the volume of the Vice President's mic? Proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, media.
Thank you so kindly, media.
First
Appreciate
and foremost, this bill seeks to codify and clarify provisions of the law that were enacted over 2 decades ago, but which the Taxi Cab Commission has refused to acknowledge and follow. After my staff and I had a long conversation with the executive director regarding the provisions of Act number 6570 as amended by Act number 6595 and 6635, I wrote to the board chair to formally advise them as to what the provision of VI law says. The Commission's executive director has taken a pains to present this committee with a copy of the 1993 resolution signed by the governor, establishing a moratorium on the registration of safaris. She neglects to tell you, however, that one of the provisions of Act number 6570 was to declare that all previously issued moratoriums on the registration of safari vehicles, and particularly the 1993 resolutions, were null and void. And all my colleagues have a copy of that letter that I sent to the board chair. Act number 6570 also forbid the registration of safari vehicles with more than 20 seats unless such vehicle had been registered prior to the enactment of the Act. Shortly thereafter, Act number 6595 made an important modification which stated that the director may register safari vehicles with a capacity of more than 20 seats if the owner owned such a vehicle prior to 2002. This was an important distinction because whereas grandfathered rights previously attached only to the vehicle is now attached to the owner, who could therefore register additional vehicles with more than 20 seats as long as they own at least one such vehicle prior to 2002. Then Act number 6635, enacted in 2005, made a most substantial amendment to Act number 6570 by stating that the police commissioner shall register safaris and eliminated some of the restrictions regarding their registration. As such, Act number 6570 as amended currently provides that safaris shall be registered, and it provides that anyone who owns a safari with more than 20 seats as of 2002 can register as many such vehicles as he or she likes. I have put this in writing to the commission in an attempt to resolve this ongoing tension for some time between taxi drivers and the Taxi Cab Commission. And I believe that the commission have not responded appropriately, which I think is nonsense in my opinion. Both the letter and the response have been shared with my colleagues here today. That is the law. And the Taxi Cab Commission refuses to understand this. This is the reason why we are here today. This is the main reason why we are here today and why myself and Senator DeGraff brought forward this legislation. I have advised some of those taxi cab drivers that they should sue the commission, real talk, because they need to seek punitive damages because many of them have been suffering for some time now. They have lost a lot and they have invested, many of them, the whole life saving. These are small businesses. These are small businesses with people and families that they have to support and provide for. And also, I told them that in terms of compensatory damages, I believe that over the last 20 years, the Commission has refused to carry out the law. However, I cannot file suit myself, but I can only do my part and advise and recommend. And I need us to be clear about this. The drivers, the tourism industry, the passengers themselves have suffered greatly as a result of the Commission's action regarding safari vehicles. Drivers are being told that they can register new safari vehicles but can only register existing safaris. We have vehicles that are being driven past their safe operating lifetime. Vehicles that drivers wanted to replace decades ago are still being pressed not to do so. And safety is the most important thing when it comes to safaris and the driver and the passengers, because folks want to update their vehicles, improve their businesses, but at the same time, the Taxi Cab Commission is saying you cannot do such, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. As was stated, the ships are getting larger, the industry is getting more competitive. All our sister islands are doing what we have been doing for years. They are following us. But yesterday we are trying to revert and go backwards in slow motion. That makes no sense. It makes no sense, no kind of common sense. So I believe there is no reason why safari operators should not be able to purchase and utilize their vehicle with new cabs for safety of themselves and the passengers and upgrade the vehicles. I must say that it pains me in terms of seeing where we are going in terms of that industry, which we know when folks come in are the first individual they meet and the last individual they leave when they leave this territory. And the Taxi Commission plays such a critical role with these small business owners in every way, shape, and form. And I'm totally dissatisfied with what I'm seeing in the past year or so. It bothers me. As a matter of fact, last week, and it goes to show, and really this is not my style, but it is what it is. Last week, I went to the Taxi Cab Commission. I got a call. The office was closed. And not only last week, on several other occasions too. The office was closed. I went to investigate, like I usually do with everything else. I got a picture here of a pickaxe, WD-40, and a hammer, right? They said the office was closed because there was a sign on the door stating 5/10/2024, temporarily closed due to malfunctioning door. We are sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. The simplest of stuff, the simplest, they close the office for. And people have business to run. People are doing business every day. People have money to pay to the commission every day and can't even get to pay the money. That's ridiculous. That should not happen in this day and age. I made one call when I went down there. One call. By looking at the door. This was a simple fix, and they got it open. This is so simple. Simple stuff. We close the office for every day. Every time if it, that one thing is the next. I'm tired. The drivers are tired. The small business owners are tired. And it's unacceptable. Unacceptable. I say, you need to be compensated. Straight up. It's unfair. It's unfair to the drivers, it's unfair to the families, and it's unfair to us here in the territory. That's a revenue generation agency. How much money have been collected thus far for this year? Not much, if any. Why? Why? We must care. These simple things, the little thing that matters, the low-hanging fruits that matters, because if anyone is interested in a job, something so simple, I would be right there until the door opens. I ain't going no place because I have business to run, my people don't have their business to do. That's inexcusable. And I was very, very upset. They were like, are you serious? Let me come and take a look because that don't make no sense to me. A door? A door? So you tell me if there's an incident, a fire or something, people can't get in there? Nah, I do not agree with that at all. It was a simple, simple thing to do. This is a rolling door. This is a rolling door. This ain't nothing major. So, Madam Chair, honestly, I have a lot of questions. I'll ask my questions in the second round, but I just want to clarify some stuff because I'm totally dissatisfied with the services that's been rendered to our taxi drivers, and that is the main reason why, one of the reasons why this bill, along with other bills coming, came forward. Thank you so much for the time.
And thank you so much, Senator Blyden. I allowed you to go in excess of your time because this is a very critical and very important discussion with this bill. I wanted it to be noted on the record that this committee, I'm going to reiterate it and time and again, this committee was a catalyst for some of these conversations being heard. This committee with its committee members and its former members, which includes the previous speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr., who is on our big island, for your 5 minutes. Senator James Sr., you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I just want to place on the record before I speak about today's discussion that I will be attending the Perry Larson Perry Larson School graduation right after the vote for this bill, so just want to place that on the record. As far as today's discussion regarding the bill, I would just like to ask, I guess, Elizabeth Watley Hanson. It goes hand in hand with the conversation, but not really. I saw recently on the VI consortium about some new ride-sharing service called DG Cab. Along with what we're implementing here today and that whole ride-sharing stuff, do you think it can coexist together?
Well, I'd have to know all the details of how they're going to operate in order to respond to that educational response.
I'm sorry, Miss Elizabeth, I'm sorry. Kindly state your name on the record before you proceed with speaking. I mentioned that before, but I know we've had a long discussion, but just be reminded to state your name before you speak for our record. Thank you kindly.
Ms. Elizabeth Hanson-Watley, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism, Vice Chair of Taxi Commission Board. Like I was saying, as it pertains to the Senator's question, I'd have to thoroughly review what that business would be operating as and the regulation that goes with it in order to give an educational response. However, based on what we're seeing on the mainland, I do believe ride sharing is possible. You know, giving all the considerations to maintain that. One of the things that we may be lacking in the territory, but we see on the mainland, is everybody's lane is quite clear on who operates what and where the regulation lies. And we see that here locally, our laws need a little bit of amendments and even some creation of laws to clearly dictate regulations before we move forward in implementing anything new.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And this body has taken action in the past, but I'm not sure if it was successful. I don't think it was successful. But I know there was a conversation by the former finance chair from the District of St. Croix regarding two payment options. And the reason why I'm asking is I'm not even going to touch on today's bill. You understand? They're going to do whatever they're going to do, and I get it. But we have to move forward. But the simple conversation of being able to accept two forms of payments, do you see an increase of our taxi drivers taking part in electronic payments? Have you seen an increase in those taxi drivers or safari drivers?
That question could probably go to Director Gums. As I'm just a board member, she has direct
Director
contact
Gums?
Good afternoon, Senator Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. I could speak to the taxi drivers coming into the office and making payments, an increase in their payments using electronic means. As it pertains to collecting it from their customers, I cannot speak to that.
And that's the problem in the Virgin Islands. The Taxi Cab Commission is no different from WAPA. We continue to just give and give y'all what y'all want every year and no growth whatsoever. And this statement is in no way, shape, or form to put down Virgin Islanders, but we should be ashamed of ourselves. And I understand what the sponsor of this measure is doing here today, but is that really going to solve the issue in the Taxi Cab Commission? Only God knows. And I refuse to comment on today's bill because it's going to get amended and we're going to still see the issues in the Taxi Cab Commission. I really want to see us digitize. I really want to see the experience of these taxi drivers with our customers to be improved. And my question to Director Gums, as far as the next class of training for these taxi drivers, how is that coming along? I know I was told it should be in June.
I'm not sure who you were told a specific month by, but I know that we are in fact making progress. I have completed the revisions to the existing rules and regulations, and I know the secretary has scheduled a meeting for us to meet, meaning the board and our partners, to discuss the rules and regs with what revisions we have made thus far.
All right. I know this bill is going to be amended. I have no doubt in it. I know the bill is going to get passed eventually. Hence why I didn't really speak much on the bill. But I really want to see some improvement from the Taxi Cab Commission and an overall experience on how people visiting the Virgin Islands can experience, like I said, when it comes to digitizing. And as far as ride sharing coexisting, I'm not sure if I'm going to be a part of the conversation in the 35th legislature. But I really hope it happens in the 36th legislature where we can change the way how we do taxiing. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so kindly, Senator James. I want to piggyback Ms. Gums on a question that Senator James brought forward. I believe in the town hall meeting in St. Croix, you did mention that you were going to start the classes for the taxi cab applicants who wanted, because you already have in place the agreement between the University of the Virgin Islands as well as tourism. And you said you were looking at June or thereabouts in the summer.
Early summer.
Early summer. Okay, so June is early summer. That's why the senator mentioned that month in particular. So what are we looking at?
So again, as I stated, the rules and regulations is.
I don't want to have a whole long tralala.
So we are still working to get the classes up and running.
Okay, so
over the
time,
summer, early summer. We have not met and set a date.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The board and myself and our partners have not met and determined a specific date in the summer or month in the summer as to when the classes will resume.
Okay, but we had this town hall meeting earlier this year. So how many times the board has met? Because this is very critical to bringing in new blood into the taxi cab operators. Because if you look in the back, it's a whole bunch of people who are my age and older. I don't see too many people younger. I have a younger breed. That's because it's an industry. So you always have to look at bringing in new fresh blood. So tell me kindly, when was the last meeting you and the Taxi Cab Commission Board had?
The last meeting that I can speak of, and Vice Chair Watley could better answer or speak to when last the board met on discussions of the rules and regs and other issues that deals with the board. But the last time I was in a meeting with the board was October, November. Either the end of October or early November.
Vice Chair Watley, when did the board meet last?
Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism, Vice Chair of the Taxi Commission Board. The last time the board met was 3 weeks ago. If my memory serves me correctly, we have met since I have taken the reins of the board at least I'll say between 3 and 4 times. And this is within the last, I would say, 2 months.
Okay, and so you've had a quorum, one moment.
Our meetings.
Did you have a quorum at each of those times?
Yes, we did.
And the executive director was not invited to be a part of those meetings, I gather?
No, those meetings were specifically to do some in-house cleaning as our chairperson had stepped down, and I was pushing forward to resume the classes for the taxi men and women in the territory. And so we were focusing on making that happen for June. And so we had to coordinate with UVI Cell and the Department of Tourism to make sure that all of us were on the same page to sign the document, which would be the contract to resume the classes.
Okay, so I'm not going to get into the weeds with the governance and responsibilities in this forum. We're discussing a bill, and it's on the agenda. And I'm not getting into the weeds. I'm trying not to get into the weeds relative to the operation of the Taxi Cab Commission. At this time, I will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, to staff, to those in the audience. A lot of weeds did get pitched out here today, but I'm one to make sure the public has clarity before I dive into the bill. I see a lot of pushing back going towards the direction of the executive director, but I'm a common sense person. Executive director, can you make decisions as it relates to the interpretation of the law, or do you follow the interpretation as to what is given the directive on behalf of the board?
Good afternoon, Senator Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. No, I cannot. I have to follow the directives given to me by the board.
And that is what nobody's talking about. Her job is to execute, as the Executive Director, what the board says. That's it. And the problem we're having here is the majority of the members on that board, their terms have already expired. And the only person that could send down new people to put on that board is the governor of the Virgin Islands. That's just the facts. We go all around the bush without just getting directly to what the issue is. Her job is to execute what the board says. When we made an attempt in this body to give the executive director more power and autonomy to deal with the day-to-day operations, it was voted down on this floor. So know where your problem lies in order to get resolution, okay? I also wanted to ask in regards to the safety issue and concerns, former Senator Patrick Simeon Sproul, as it relates to the numbers of individuals that currently have safaris that are registered, more than 20. Did you walk with those stats so we could get an idea of how many people are being affected by these laws and what potential changes might come?
Good afternoon, Patrick Simeon Sproul, Assistant Director of Motor Vehicles. No, I don't have those stats with me right now.
Is that something you can get by contacting DMV and sharing with us before this hearing is out?
I will check, yes.
I would appreciate it. I also wanted to talk about the safety aspect because a lot of people keep referencing that. One individual, I think we heard that they referenced that some of the accidents and issues with safaris were not done directly by the safaris or those drivers. It was individuals impacting the safaris themselves. If the difference between a 20 passenger and additional 7 passengers, 27, does anybody have any technical knowledge for me? Because I'm trying to understand from a safety issue, would you have to build a bigger chassis? What is the major difference between 20 and 27 that this safety issue keeps coming up? Can anybody share that with me from knowledge-wise? So we just saying it's a safety issue, but nobody can say why? Okay.
Maybe I can project. I don't know. You can hear me?
Yes, my dear, I'm listening.
Yes, Hanson Watley again, Vice Chair, Taxi Commission Board. Becoming a member of the board, it was understood in discussions that there was a concern once you had adjusted the chassis of the vehicle at the extent where it would be 27 seats, you had to go in and do a special inspection to, sorry?
Okay, when you say was understood, did you get documentation of this or people were just in their feelings? Or people just sharing thoughts? Where's the documentation?
Shared with us through DMV that spoke to specific inspections for vehicles that were 27-seaters to make sure that they were able to be regulated because we grandfathered in those vehicles.
So, okay, now, I'm running out of time. So this goes back to BNV. Do you have documentation or information that you could share where this original information came from as to this safety issue? Because as a senator, I like to make informed decisions. And I'm not one that does he say, she say too well. I don't do it at all. So is there any documentation from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to share what this concern was about?
Time.
Thank you, Senator Patrick Simeon Sproul, Assistant Director of Motor Vehicles. I will have to get back to you on an actual number. I don't have that with me as far as the safety issues, what you're looking at. So I'll get back to you. I will make sure we forward it to your office.
Madam Chair, I know my time has been called, so I'm going to make 2 requests to the Chair to Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
You may proceed with those requests, Senator.
The 2 requests is to get information on the amount of passenger safaris that are affected, more than 20, as well as giving me information as to where this safety concern came from in writing some kind of documentation so I could better understand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, I'd like to recognize President of the 35th Legislature, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. And just to jump right in to this whole discussion, because it seems to me that this discussion regarding Safari has been going on for quite some time. And it's unfortunate that it's continued to be a circular discussion and we have not been able to arrive at some form of conclusion to address this particular issue. So I wanted to start off my question with the Assistant Director and ask him, how many registered Safari do we have in the District of St. Thomas and John?
Thank you, Senator. Patrick Sproul, Assistant Director of Motor Vehicles. I think that question would be better answered by the Executive Director for Taxi Commission.
Taxi Cab Commission?
Yes.
Could you repeat the question, sir?
The question is, how many registered Safari do we have in the District of the St. Thomas and John?
To get Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Currently, the Taxi Cab Commission within the St. Thomas, St. John District have approximately 1,700 licensed taxi medallion owners out there.
The question is Safari, Ms. Gums, Safari. How many registered Safari do we have?
So again, with us not having a digitized system, it's hard to give specifics because there have not been a mechanism in place to track how many Safaris versus how many vans that are registered.
Do we have a paper system? Do we have Stickman? Something that could be able to count the amount of Safaris we have? I mean, is it hundreds, thousands? How many Safaris do we have?
It's hundreds. It's approximately, I would say, between 250 to 300.
Okay. And currently, what is the arrangement? What's currently happening in regards to Safaris? Are they being registered on an annual basis? And who do they go to or come to be able to be registered?
So they are registered. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. They are registered on an annual basis, and they would first come to the Taxi Cab Commission to obtain their business license and other documentation to take to the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, who would then register them.
And that's why I asked the motor vehicles if you were able to have a count based on the recommendation of the Taxi Cab Commission, whether or not you're accounting for the registered Safaris within the territory, within this district. You're not tracking that number.
I will have to check, Senator Patrick Simeon Sproul, Assistant Director of Motor Vehicles. I will have to check the record to see exactly what is that count.
Okay. And obviously the Safaris have to be insured, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And is there any difficulties in these Safaris being able to be insured? Are you aware of any difficulties?
I am not, Senator.
Okay. Mr. Harrigan, are you having any difficulties or your membership having any difficulties in registering, insuring the Safaris?
Kerry Harrigan, manager of Best Taxi. No, Senator, we have no problem with that.
And when you appear to register the Safaris, are you being asked whether there's 10, 15, 20, or 27 passengers that's allowed in the Safaris?
They do have the capacity to know what insurance amount or policy to
And have there been any reluctance to register, insure 27 passenger Safaris?
No, Senator.
No issue at all?
No issue.
Okay. Are we currently operating any 27 passenger Safaris?
Yes, several, yes.
And those are grandfathered?
Some of them, yes.
Or those are recently registered?
A few that were recently registered. I don't know if they were grandfathered in, if they had one
One
before,
minute.
but there's some newer ones on the road.
Okay. Any idea who were able to authorize the registration of those 27 passenger?
Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. So all newly Safaris were registered through the agency as a 20-seater. What have since come to my attention is that once they are registered, the operator then goes back out and put in another seat. Again, we do not have the enforcement manpower to be able to go out and check on these operators who are in violation of using 27 seating capacity.
You're saying that the authorization and the registration is for 20?
That's correct.
And the reason not the 27, what is your concern regarding the 27? The
Again,
additional seater?
Based on the policies and procedures and my directive from the board, the commission's board, I am only authorized to register and to approve a 20 seating capacity for registration.
And the concern with that is as a result of what?
I guess based on the fact that the board and Vice Chair Watley could better speak on the board's position on that.
Ms. Watley, Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, Vice Chair here on the Taxi Cab Commission Board. Like I said earlier, the board decided based on safety concerns to set the number at 20 seats. Now, the safaris that have been grandfathered in have to get a certification which BMV requires for them to show in order to be able to be certified to be on the road. And to my understanding, based on board conversations, there's only 2 27-seaters that have been certified to be approved. So those who are operating outside of that are out of regulation and in violation of the law.
And can you speak to Vice Chair Watley, can you speak to what is a safety concern that prohibits individuals from being able to register the 27? What is that concern?
Well, changing the capacity of the seating and amending anything dealing with the chassis would require, we would not have anything to prove that the vehicle is safe unless it goes into an inspection, which is available in the territory. In my understanding, in the St. Thomas district, there's an inspector that can inspect and certify that the car or the vehicle is safe after being adjusted in any way. So that's the only way that we were able to protect the government of the Virgin Islands from any liability once the vehicle has been changed from the original manufacturing.
And understanding that, of course, safety concerns, I mean, we have safety concerns regarding motorcycles, we have safety concerns about buses and everything else. What is it specifically do you anticipate or expect from these safaris when you're looking for those safety concerns? What is it that you're required? Any written documentation as to what will bring them into compliance?
There's a written documentation that comes with their inspection that they have to provide.
And who will be conducting this inspection?
There is an inspector in St. Thomas that is a private business that does inspections as far as I've been notified about. And once a person inspects the vehicle, then they give them some documentation that they could produce to the BMV.
But again, help me to understand, I don't know, my time was called. Help me to understand in terms of the safety, what is it that the inspector looks for to make that determination? I mean, is it arbitrary and capricious? What is it that they're looking for to make that certification that in fact the vehicle is safe or unsafe? What would what the inspector will be looking for?
The person that has the intricate details as to what they specifically check off to do this certification. However, I would assume that if you're going to do any sort of physical changes to a vehicle, whether it's welding on something or doing anything of that nature, there needs to be somebody to review to make sure that it was done in a safe way, so that when we have people riding in these vehicles, that there's no kind of concern about the compromising of the safety of the vehicle.
Very well, I've been notified my time, I've been called, so I want to respect the chair's time, but I'm still a little bit confused in terms of what would be the expectation. I think that it needs to be definitive, exactly what the inspector look for, so that there could be proper guidance given to these operators. Thank you very much for the time.
And I agree with you, Senator. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And hopefully we could put that in the law so that, all of us are on the same page.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hanson Watley. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you.
Kindly recognize Senator Blyden's mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of information is to the last speaker before the last in respect to safety, DMV. I know personally, myself and I worked with Commissioner McIntosh, Director McIntosh, in respect to the safety issue. And the safety issue have nothing to do with the load, really. It's about the federal identification of the safari backs. Okay, that's what it was about, safety. The load, 350, 250 trucks, carry way more load than passengers. Way more load. They have nothing to do with the load, really. And DMV is the one that does the inspection already, correct?
Right.
DMV is the one that does the inspection right now as we speak. So the safety issue, Madam Chair, had nothing to do with the safety issue had to do with it had nothing to do with the load, really, because inspected, when it's inspected, that's when they know exactly who, what, when, where, and why. The safety had to do with the making of the safaris and having certified welders make those safaris for the safari drivers. That's what the safety issue was about. Thank you so much for that point of clarification, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Blyden. We have a point of information from Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Yes, and I wanted to follow up on what Vice President Blyden said with the F450, right? Because it's a calculation. Because I think we want to allow the taxi drivers to continue with the 27. So I looked it up. The payload for the F450 is 6,296 pounds. An average person weigh 180. So a F450 can more than carry 24 passengers per pass. So I don't see where there's any safety issue because it can more than carry the passengers. So I think we need to continue with the 27. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. I have concerns regarding that as well, knowing these vehicles. They're heavy-duty vehicles, and they were meant to take and carry heavy load. So I couldn't understand logically how the load would be an issue for safety, unless there was something else from the federal highway safety or the like, but we haven't seen any documentation. We just had references to that, and it would be helpful to the committee to see actual references coming from that entity relative to the load to carry passengers, so we could be further informed. But to just arbitrarily say it is an issue for me. I want to go back to some of the comments, and I understand in this conversation we've had, Mr. Harrigan, you indicated that you know of safaris currently being operating, having 27 passengers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they are already in operation. I suspect what this bill is trying to do is to make sure that we put them in place, given that the need for those type of vehicles has now grown in light of Icon of the Sea. And I went to the sea trade. They're going to be building bigger boats. End of story. That's a trajectory, that they're building bigger boats, and so that we could accommodate those bigger vessels or cruise ships. We are already going to be spending, what, $17 million to dredge the harbor to accommodate the bigger vehicle. So I'm looking at it from a long-range perspective, and to assure that this industry that we control, the local people mainly control and mainly dominate, still remains vibrant. I do have a concern, Director Gomes, and it's really regarding, and Senator James Jr. touched on it, is regarding these Uber, Senior touched on it, is regarding these Uber-like operation. It's a problem. I watch TikTok, okay? And on TikTok, this influencer was talking about her experience in the Virgin Islands. And you know what she indicated was one of the ways that she could transport herself, people could get transportation. It wasn't with the taxi cab operators, it was with a app named Carry. Anybody heard about that? Carry. So she said you download Carry and then you could go on this app and you can get a taxi for a less of a cost than the increased tariff that we are charging our clients through with the taxi cab operators. How are you looking at addressing those issues? Are they these digital taxi operators functioning through your department? Are you have oversight over them, or are they operating illegally? To say that you could go on this app and actually get a taxi, right, which is transporting somebody on ground. I'm not even going to water taxi, on ground, right here in St. Thomas.
Thank you for that question, Senator Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Those digitized or taxis is not registered through the Taxi Cab Commission. As the same with the Red Hospitality Services that was pointed out, that I think the good senator across the aisle mentioned with the hotel, and I'm not being aware, are in fact licensed through DLCA. So taxi cab would have no knowledge of them being out there because they're not registered through the Taxi Cab Commission.
And so my concern is that these entities are collecting money and they're not paying taxes. That's my basic concern. I'm going to tell you right now, I work for taxpayers. It's taxpayers' money that pays me and all of our colleagues and help keep the lights on, right? And we depend on the men and the women of the taxi cab industry to likewise pay their taxes and their fees to help you operate. So our question is going to have to be how we're going to look at really getting these apps, because they're collecting money. Somebody's collecting money and the government isn't getting their fair share. That's an issue for me. Okay, if you are getting revenues from our tourism product, because we utilize the tourism advertising fund to bring customers here, people here, and the government isn't getting that share, that's a concern for me. Do you have any suggestions, Ms. Gums or Ms. Watley, Hanson Watley, and what we can do to bring these type of, I have to say, illegal operation, because we have a lot of illegal operations in the taxi cab industry. What can we do to get them to conform?
This is Hanson Watley, Vice Chair. I think one of the things we could do is legislate a clearer identification of who is regulating what. I try to stray away from saying people are illegally operating, not because they're not registered with the Taxi Commission office means that they're operating illegally, because it could be that they're not operating taxiing. They're doing a private service, and I think that is where the loophole comes in with the hotels and doing their private shuttling. And so, a lot of things get thrust upon the Taxi Commission. However, there's a whole other industry out there with the private car services under Licensing and Consumer Affairs, who I think needs to be a part of the discussion, because many times our paths overlap, and there needs to be a clear distinction. So they might be, if they're registered under Licensing and Consumer Affairs, they are paying taxes. They're just not operating under the Taxi Commission office.
Okay, I think our code has a clear definition of what is a vehicle for hire. I've just asked legal counsel to look it up for us so we could put it on the record, what are vehicles for hire? Okay, legal counsel, you have it, or you need a few more minutes? Okay, so those are my major concerns surrounding this and these issues to address, but I don't want to deviate too much from our discussion here, which is extending the Safari's ability to have 27 passengers. One of the meetings that we had here at a hearing, this would have been last year, there was an overwhelming concern, and most of the men and women from the taxi cab industry, the operators, were in support of reinstating and getting the 27 passenger vans placed back so that they could make those accommodations for the increased passenger load that we're going to have here because of these major type of cruise ship. Okay, my staff was able to get something here. She indicated she got it on Justicia. She said it's in motor vehicles. This is Title 20, Highways and Motor Vehicles, Part 2, Motor Vehicles, Chapter 37, Automobiles for Hire, Subchapter 1, Regulation of Automobiles for Hire, Subsection 402A, Classification of Taxi Service. It says that the operator of a taxi may continually or alternatingly use at his option his taxi in one of two ways: as a public car picking up and discharging passengers along a main route limited only by the vehicle's passenger capacity, or two, as a car for hire transporting a contracting person or group from one point to another without stops for other soliciting persons that may be encountered en route. So that's what we were able to look up and get at least a definition of what the classification of taxi services is located based on the Virgin Islands Code. I believe my time has expired, and at this time I would like to recognize, I'm sorry, Ms. Gums, you wanted to place on the record a comment?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, and it's going back.
Remember, you state your name.
I'm sorry.
Let's go ahead.
Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. I wanted to address Senator Blyden's comments earlier as it pertains to the Taxi Cab Commission's office door being closed, where he came down and took a picture with a pic and whatever else is there. So, Senator, again, our landlord was contacted, and the result of that, this came about as a result of the constant power outages that have damaged the system. So the keys that we have that would allow us to open and close that shutter was not functioning. Their maintenance person was trying everything before 8 o'clock to get that door unlocked, and they could not do it. We still have challenges with it. It's to the point where we cannot even close back down the shutter. So it is nothing that, Taxi Cab Commission is deliberately closing the shutters or closing the doors to prevent us from working. It's circumstances that are in fact beyond our control. I know that our landlord did in fact reach out and contact the contractor who installed the shutters and the electrician and the like, and they have been trying and working continuously. And our door is not the only door that have been experiencing that problem within the building since the constant power outages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
so much, Mrs. Gums. I see that Ms. Hanson Watley, you wanted to make a comment. You want to say something? Proceed.
Yes, AC Hanson Watley from Department of Tourism, Vice Chair, Taxi Cab Commission Board. I just wanted to make the record clear on a few things. Senator Blyden did discuss that he had correspondence with the chairperson of the board. And I haven't had any correspondence with the senator, but just for clarity, because I've heard a couple titles being thrust upon me. I am not the chair of the Taxi Commission. The chair stepped down. That was Loretta Lloyd. However, I have been operating in the absence of a chairperson as I am the vice chair. I did reach out to his office at least 3 times to have a conversation as I saw this bill. And I do believe that it comes from good intentions, and we do want to work collectively for the betterment of the industry. Now, just for clarification, we are not saying that we are totally against the 27-seater. A suggestion was made by the director of the BMV when we were having ongoing conversations about the 27-seaters. And this is before I even came on board, that the decision was made to have just 20 seats based on safety regulations. The director did suggest that the persons operating those vehicles would get certification once the vehicle had any changes done to it that were 27-seat capacity, and they have been complying, which is not something that is written in law, but it's a regulation that she put in place just so that they can have it, and so that lies with the BMV. So we're just saying that going along with the, I would say, memorandum of understanding we have with BMV, BMV requires that those that have the 27-seaters just get that certification based on an inspection that those vehicles are safe, and they have been complying with that. Now, I can't speak to those who have gotten their certifications and licensure for 20-seaters and then have changed their vehicles, which is clearly out of compliance with our regulations and the law. But however, this is, again, a reflection of our, and I'm saying our, but this is Taxi Commission's office, which is separate and apart from the board, and I think a lot of people get us confused. The office has a lacking of support in the financial area, and therefore they do not have officers to regulate. And then this is why we are seeing more people coming out and having vehicles that are not set in stone with the structure and the licensure, because we don't have anybody to do inspections and make sure that they're, following the law. So everything goes hand in hand, but again, I want to make it clear that we are not against it. We just want to make sure everyone is safe, and if we could come to the common ground, it would be just fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Hanson Watley. I just want to say something so we are clear. Ms. Hanson Watley is the former chairperson of the Taxi Cab Commission. You said that she's no longer there. Just to clarify, is she still a board member?
She is still a board member, however.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify, that she is still a board member, and she has not resigned from the commission, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other thing is, by virtue of you being the vice chair, you are now the acting chair of the Taxi Cab Commission. So you are going, and I don't know, I'm not aware whether or not in your meetings that you've had, if the commission has made any effort to find and determine who a permanent chair will be. And I'm just looking at the whole governance. Has there been any discussion on that?
Well, no, there hasn't been any discussion on that, and you also have to remember that most of our terms are up. There's only one board member, to my knowledge, who has a current term. So we are waiting to see what's happening with board members moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate all that you are doing and everyone is doing, because the reason why we've had these town hall meetings and we've had discussions, and the town hall meetings them began last year, June. We're almost there, June 23rd, 2023. It's because of the work that the 34th legislature was doing regarding trying to get this taxi cab commission in shape, and I am still having some major concern. We'll put in some heat. We have a gentleman here who would like to testify. Kindly place your name, and remember you're only being allowed 2 minutes. My staff is taking the time, so do not go over that 2 minutes. We are making this a gracious opportunity for you to do some testimony, so because you are not on our list of testifiers, so you may proceed. Kindly state your name.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Mazen Mohammed. I'm representing VI Taxi. My thing is, it's a reason why we don't have Walmart here, and it's a reason why we don't have Starbucks here. Because a lot of businesses will close down, small businesses. Now, if you have these big corporation come down here and start doing business license, and they're able to get 100 vehicles and charging people like $42, just like we talk about red hospitality, and using a front man just to make it look like he's the one in charge, but it's really the hotel behind the scene. You're going to see a lot of people in St. Thomas losing jobs and stuff like that. Now, what my advice, what we can do is the same way we limited per medallia, per vehicle. The only difference between them and us, we can go on a stand and they cannot. But if we don't stop what they're doing, next thing you know, all the hotels, even the cruise ship, if they see the hotels doing the same thing, why they can't do the same thing? What's stopping them? And then what's going left for us taxi drivers? And they're talking about taxi drivers is not updating with digital. Well, you come out via taxi right now, you're going to see the credit card machine right there. But you got to also remember, we have Venmo too as well on our phone. But when you go Mahogany Run, if you ever been there, what happens in Mahogany Run? No service, no internet. Peterborough. So if I carry a customer all the way Mahogany Run, and he only has a credit card, what's going to happen to me? I owe you, you owe me. My gas money, what's going on? And it happened many times, because you do have a lot of tourists come with no cash. But we are upgraded. You have Viator, TripAdvisory, but the only people who would know that is taxi drivers themselves. Now, if you come out there and you look at this red hospitality, you see them with these big, big 30-passenger buses. What they're doing, they're telling these customers, oh, we take you straight to the Marriott. If you go with VI Taxi, you take multiple stops, and it's $42, which we only charge $18. That's with a bag. So that's how they're making themselves look good, and they don't have to rent no medallia. They don't have no limit. I mean, last time they had 400 guests, came in, 400 guests, and everybody just sitting down, relaxing, watching. Nobody made $1. But only one man, and the employees who working for $10 an hour, $15 an hour, which to me is like a part-time job, because you go to Pueblo right now, $100 a year, you ain't walking out with one bag. So for a grown man with a family, for $10, $15 an hour going working for these corporations, what we going to do?
Time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mohammed, for your contribution and your comments. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I sat here and I listened to great conversation, but the bottom line is, Mr. Harrigan, how many 27 passenger safaris do you have with your organization?
Approximately between
If you could just mention your name.
about 40. That's about 40.
Okay, so 40 licensed, registered, 27 passenger safaris you have with your organization on the dock.
Yes.
Is that enough to move all the passengers who are going in a safari in a day when no mega ship come in? Is that enough to move the larger ship, all the passengers?
Kerry Harrigan, Best Taxi. Majority of the time it is. You have smaller, you have 20 passengers, you have 14, 12 passengers. Also have vans, handicap accessible vehicles. So several different vehicles that can accommodate and make it happen. Some days it might not be enough. And there are drivers who are currently trying to get larger vehicles and are being prohibited through the different laws and regulations.
Okay. Director Gomes, do you regulate 27 passenger safaris presently, and about how many?
I do for those who were grandfathered in. And I want to think it's probably 20 or a little less than 20.
Okay, because right now, the 27 passenger safaris exist. They're on the road, they're being registered by BMV. I've spoken with the director where she did mention about them having to do the certification. That's being done. They exist on the road presently. This bill is trying to put on where we put the 27 passenger vehicles that already exist and allow for them, because we're seeing ships that have gone from capacity of roughly 1,000 and change to 7,000 and going up and up. Do we want more individuals traversing the street, or do we want more individuals complying with our tourism product, with our taxi industry? Each taxi driver is an individual entity, an individual business. They're responsible to take care of all the regulation and that they have to take care of and support their families. So to allow where Act 6570 allowed for more than 20 passengers, to now just go to where we're allowing for the 27 that exists, that are legally here, whether they're grandfathered in or not, they legally exist here. You know, I'm asking my colleagues' support in moving this bill forward. The part in the bill with the sorries, I could understand we adjusting amendments to remove that. It was to allow for, if there were businesses or have that address Surrey type vehicles, which are carriages, not 4x4s, not golf carts or anything like that. It was a carriage with the understanding of that being it. So that can be amended. But I'm asking the regulation part, we mentioned that before. Regulation has not or is no part of this bill that has been taken away from the Taxi Commission, from the board to make your decision. You regulate that. It was just to say that BMV presently registers these vehicles and they're legally on the street. And in my 26 years as a police, I could tell you there has been a lot more four-door sedans and accidents than there have been safaris. And you can check the statistics, and I'm sure I'll be right. But I'm asking my colleagues to move the bill forward. If you have to make the amendments, you can make them going forward. But to the individuals that came here to testify, whether it's for or against, for all individuals out in the legislature, we basically can't see them. You know, I'm a veteran of 23 years. I went to war to fight for freedoms that we have here. And the freedom of the people to come forward and state whether they believe something they agree with or disagree with, I think is priceless. And that's why I serve, and I thank all the people who took the time out to come and maybe didn't have that discussion. Madam Chair, I thank you for putting on this bill today. This bill has been meetings with individuals for 2 years. Last election cycle, I met with individuals regarding this issue. And in meeting with BMV director, I meet with Ms. Gums, and to culminate now to get this head going forward. No bill is perfect, but the intent is to allow for the 27 passenger to address our tourism product and to keep our Virgin Islands taxi drivers, individual businesses vibrant in this community. So thank you for the time. I ask the support of my colleagues going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. At this time, the chair will allow the testifiers to present a 30-second wrap-up. We'll begin with Ms. Vernice Gums, the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Ms. Gums, you may proceed with your 30 seconds wrap-up.
Thank you, Senator. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Once again, I thank this august body for inviting me to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0230. It is my anticipation that the sponsors would take into consideration the needs of residents and visitors who may be physically challenged and resides in quaint areas in the Virgin Islands with narrow streets and no turnaround. Taxi drivers are required to provide service to all persons, and if we continue to accommodate those taxi drivers that want bigger and bigger vehicles and not reasonably mid-sized vehicles that can accommodate all persons requiring taxi service.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gums, for your closing remarks. Mr. Harrigan, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Kerry Harrigan, Best Taxi Manager. I'd like to thank everyone for having me testify here today. And just a couple of clarifications for the Senate President. The majority of the Safaris coming out now, cab and chassis, are being designed for the manufacturer to accommodate the 27 passengers. There are no add-ons. And also, so it shouldn't be a problem holding them up and getting them registered because they come from the manufacturer ready for the work. No add-on, no alterations. It's just to put the box on. And majority of the time, the person that certifies it is the one that builds the box. So he's not going to make it unsafe. Also, you can never have too much when you're dealing with tourists. You're always going to leave a good impression on the tourists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Patrick Simeon Sproul, Assistant Director, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I just want to add, my name is Patrick Sproul, Assistant Director of Motor Vehicles. BMV supports the 27 capacity passengers, number one. As far as the overall safety issues, the safety issue is more of a federal mandate, making sure everything is certified. The weight and the load, I want to say this one part. The overall measurement of all bodies of motor vehicles, including all extensions, shall not exceed 8 feet in width, and no load should exceed or extend beyond the body width. Any load extending more than 5 feet beyond the front and rear of the body length shall provide with a red flag on extension of a daytime and a red flag in the night. And no motor vehicle, including a load therein, shall exceed a height of 13 feet 6 inches. So those are the dynamics of the load, height, and weight special permits that we were talking about when it comes to the safety issues. I just want to be clear for the record. But thank you very much for having me here. Whatever questions and everything, please feel free to contact me. Not a problem.
Okay. I think what would be very beneficial is for us to have that specification so we could make sure that we include it in the legislation if this and have the reference from the federal level so that we are in compliance. We don't want years down the road that persons are doing things that are not in place. That's why you have to have a record and include it in the bill. So I'm hopeful that the sponsor of the bill will be receptive to that. Ms. Hanson Watley, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism, Vice Chair of the Taxi Cab Commission Board. I want to thank the chairwoman and all of those present for allowing us as a board to have some input in this discussion, and I look forward to having some more dialogue. And I'm happy to hear that that individual that is representing the Taxi Association has spoken to the fact that the newer vehicles are coming ready to go. And like I said, the Taxi Commission Board is not against a 27-seater as long as it's safe. However, that may be done. But if it's already coming set to go on the road like that, please remember that it's already within the capacity of the board to allow 27 seats if we feel the need to do so once it's safe. So it doesn't have to be legislated because it's upon the board and the director to be able to adjust that number. Just putting it out there for you. So if there is such a thing where he has mentioned that these vehicles are already coming suited for the 27 seats, that is an easy board meeting and a vote. So I'm just putting that out there on the record as we're working collaboratively to make sure that this industry thrives. Thank you so much for inviting us here today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hanson Watley. The Committee on Government Operation wishes to thank all of the persons who came forward today to testify on this bill, and we now release you from your testimony before the committee, and the committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes.
the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. Haile Selassie the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat. The mission of
And we are back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion. Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you. I move to offer Bill number 35-030, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire, that it be favorably voted upon in this committee and moved to the Committee of Jurisdiction, Rules, and the Judiciary. I so move.
Bill number 35-0230 has been properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and seconded by Senators Ray Fonseca and Potter. Roll call on Bill number 35-0230.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 4 yeas and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0230, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code relating to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire has been properly voted upon in this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Colleagues, I want to really thank you all for being here. We have the last bill on the agenda, and Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading that bill, that last item in Block 3 into the record.
Block 3, the committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0193. An act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15. An act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers. This bill is sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and the invited testifiers are Mr. Laurent Alfred Esquire, Chair of the Virgin Islands Real Estate Commission, Ms. Ava Gail Bourdon, President, Principal Broker of RE/Max St. Croix, the Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Ms. B.J. Harris, Vice Chair, Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Real Estate Commission, Mr. Dan Savaro, President of the Virgin Island Territorial Association of Realtors, and Mr. Carl Gatz, Vice President, Vacation St. Croix. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0193? Mr. President, you are recognized for your introductory.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Bill number 35-0193 is an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers. Bill number 35-0193 is an opportunity to create greater consumer protection and transparency in the territory's real estate industry. While every industry has bad actors, the real estate industry has gained a reputation of being a wild, wild west where anything goes. It updates a statute that has been largely unchanged since it was first enacted in the 1960s, and this outdated legislation is now serving our residents or the industry. It's not serving the residents or industry well. Unfortunately, we have seen where loopholes in this outdated statute are exploited for financial gain and to the detriment of the Virgin Islands community. In drafting this legislation, my staff and I work closely with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, real estate professionals, residents of Real Estate Commission, as well as other stakeholders. We heard their concerns, gained a better understanding of the realities of the industry and its needs, and collaborated to close the gaps in this legislation. These gaps include definitions, licensing requirements, continuing education, disclosure requirements, and overall statutory guidance to support the regulatory role of the Real Estate Commission. This bill also addresses long-standing concerns about opportunities for Virgin Islanders in the real estate industry. It lowers the age to 18 for young Virgin Islanders to join the industry as sales apprentice, and also mandates collaboration with the Department of Labor and Education to support training and development of the apprentices. Bill number 35-0117, which is proposed to align the Real Estate Commission statute with the changes being proposed in this bill, will be heard in the Rules and Judiciary Committee at a later date. The real estate industry has evolved in the last 50 years, and this bill brings the code forward to provide greater consumer protections and guidance for residents and the industry as it stands today and throughout the future. I'm not a member of this committee, but I do ask for my colleagues' support in, again, addressing this long-standing issue and to right fit what's happening within our real estate industry and to move this bill forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity and time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for that introductory remarks. At this time, I want to recognize the testifiers that we have here with us in the chambers. I'm going to start from my right. It would be your left. With the first gentleman, we're going to just do a mic check to make sure everybody's mic is operable, and then we will proceed with receiving your testimony. So
Okay,
we start
check.
with check.
Check. Daniel Savro.
Jay Harris.
Horace Graham.
Horace Graham.
Ava Gale Bordon.
Ava D. Bordon. Okay, so we're going to start. Do we have anyone joining us remotely?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. All right.
Tippy Alfred.
Thank you so kindly. We're going to start first with the testifiers in the chambers, and then we'll ask the testifier who is joining us remotely. You're going to be bringing up the rear. Okay? So let's begin first with the first testifier. And before everyone continues, I just want to make sure to repeat some housekeeping matters, and that deals with the recording of this proceeding. And please, during the senator's question and answer period, please state your name before you respond to any questions from the senators, okay? And make sure your cell phones are on mute or on vibrate or turned off. You may proceed, Mr. Carl Gotts. Okay, kindly speak into the mic, and you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Carl Gotts. Good afternoon, and thank you, Senator Joseph and members of the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection for allowing me to testify. My name is Carl Gotts. My wife, Marty, and I are 35-year residents of St. Croix. In 1996, we formed Vacation St. Croix, a veteran-owned property management and vacation villa rental company, which has been in continual operation for the past 28 years. I'm here to offer testimony in opposition to this proposed legislation. Vacation villa rental and property manager are a completely different business than real estate sales. The VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs has recognized this and never required us to have a real estate license, as well as many other jurisdictions, including Florida, Oregon, and Washington, D.C., to name a few. Even the federal government recognizes our differences by assigning completely different SIC, or Standard Industrial Classification codes, and distinctions in the NAICS National or North American Industry Classification System. Our specific business is classified under the SIC code in the category of hotels and subclassified as vacation villas, which states, quote, providing short-term tourist accommodations within a vacation villa or residential vacation home, end quote, which is the exact definition of our business. And under the NAICS classification, quote, primarily engaged in providing short-term lodging and tourist accommodations, end quote. The real estate industry has its own separate and distinct SIC and NAICS codes, and rightly so, because they are a separate and distinct business activity from us. As for the U.S. Virgin Islands Code, we are currently governed by and are afforded protections under the hotel keeper laws in the U.S. Virgin Islands, which we would lose if we were classified as real estate. The VI Code, Title 27, Chapter 13, under hotel keeper, defines a hotel, it defines a hotel keeper and an innkeeper, and has a definition for a guest. And these definitions exactly describe our business. They exactly describe our staff and their duties, and it exactly describes our customers. In addition, to be subjected to the category of real estate instead of hotel would not only jeopardize these protections, but more importantly, if our business is considered a real estate transaction rather than a hotel transaction, it would jeopardize our ability to collect and turn over the 12.5% Virgin Islands hotel taxes each month, money that goes directly to fund the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to promote travel in the U.S. Virgin Islands. For full disclosure, I am a VI Realtor and have been for the past 30 years. I am a member of the St. Croix Board of Realtors, and with that, a member of the National Association of Realtors as well. However, to be clear, I am by no means an active realtor, and my co-ownership of Vacation St. Croix is a completely separate business. And with good cause, we do not want to be associated with the National Association of Realtors. The National Association of Realtors, of which all the local boards and realtors are member boards here in the Virgin Islands, is currently under investigation by the United States Department of Justice and has been recently convicted in federal court for charges of overinflated commissions, predatory practices, conspiracy, and antitrust violations. The New York Times headline in October of this year reports that home sellers win $1.8 billion after jury finds conspiracy among realtors. And the NBC News reports on the same topic that the U.S. jury finds realtors liable for inflating commissions and awards $1.78 billion in damages. That's billion with a B. There are, in fact, two investigations headed by the United States Department of Justice, one class action on behalf of the home sellers, which we just described, and a second upcoming class action case on behalf of the home buyers, which will be tried later this year. The article goes on to state that the realtors and brokerages, just like brokerages here in the Virgin Islands, have been ordered to pay nearly $1.8 billion to home sellers. However, the verdict allows the court to treble those damages, which means that the eventual payout will swell to more than $5 billion. Realtors will tell you that there's nothing to see here, though. The NAR has settled this matter, but that's not true. The NAR has simply made a settlement offer of $418 million, a mere 9% of the total judgment. But as their own chief legal officer, Ms. Attorney Katie Johnson, states in a letter that went to all NAR members, quote, "As a reminder, we received preliminary approval of the settlement on April 24th. But it is still subject to final court approval, and final court approval hearing is scheduled for November 26, 2024, end quote, which is a full 6 months from now. And over these next 6 months, unfortunately, the Department of Justice feels they have to reopen the investigation. Realtors are, in fact, currently producing instructional videos on YouTube and other social media sources on how to work around or circumvent the court-ordered changes that are part of this proposed settlement agreement. And this is not gone unnoticed by the Department of Justice. The Washington Post reported earlier this year that the court clears the path for reopening antitrust probe of Realtors Group, and Housing Wire News reports that the Department of Justice will intervene in the National Association of Realtors commission lawsuit settlement. And that in the article continues that this intervention will likely mean the rescinding of that settlement order. Senators, we don't want to be part of that real estate transactions that are going on. Senator Francis said that the real estate industry is like the Wild West. We agree, but we don't have to be part of that. The membership of the National Association of Realtors is hemorrhaging as well. Reported that in the Washington Post that real estate agents are dropping like flies. The record number of agents are leaving the industry. And NAR reports that they lost 26,000 members in 2023. And then further, on a follow-up article from Real Estate News, states that the membership dropped by 19,000 in February, with a net decline of 81,000 members since October. That's 81,000 people, Senator, and that's nearly the entire population of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The National Association of Realtors is a failing real estate trade organization. They're deeply in debt, they're hemorrhaging money, and they're hemorrhaging membership. And keep in mind, the boards of realtors on all three islands are member boards of NAR. This is completely what this proposed legislation is about, is increasing the membership. And by design, the proposed legislation has intentionally given the law extremely broad definitions of real estate, of real property, and defining property manager, so that as many Virgin Islands businesses as they can be under their thumb. The local St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John boards of realtors want to force us and any other Virgin Islands business they can loosely categorize under this broad definition of real estate property management, and other terms in there referred to as units of real property. On page 5, line 6 of the proposed legislation, it defines real estate and real property as, quote, means any interest or estate in land, end quote. That's very broad. And they're saying any interest at all in real estate? On page 3, lines 16 through 19, the proposed legislation states, in part, that property manager means, quote, including but not limited to property supervision and property maintenance, end quote. By that intentionally broad definition, landscapers would need to have a real estate license. Pool service companies, security firms like ADT and Ranger American who are directly involved in property supervision. This may not have been their intent, but this, I can't imagine the nightmare this law will be to enforce. The proposed legislation also uses the term units of real property. According to the proposed legislation on page 4, lines 2, 7, and 8 of the document, it defines real estate transaction as, quote, the lease or rental of a unit of real property. Well, by their own definition in the law, it says that a unit is simply any agreed upon standard unit of measurement. As an example, a parking space can be a unit by this definition, a self-storage unit, even a boat slip. So all these businesses that have these sort of activities will now need to have, under the proposed legislation, will all need to have the real estate transaction, because they are real estate transactions, will have to have this be part of this license. I'm curious, did any of the local realtors tell you about the extensive legal and financial problems that NAR is having? Well, I don't speak for anyone but myself and my company, Senator, but I don't want to be dragged into their ongoing, continuing litigation and financial problems, which will be going on for years. And I don't speak for anyone, but I don't consider, but we haven't been convicted of the things that they have. Overinflating commissions. We haven't been found guilty of predatory practice and conspiring with other realtors to fix commissions. And unlike these realtors, we're not in violation of federal antitrust laws. And more importantly, I and none of the other businesses that have been mentioned here have a $5 billion judgment hanging over our head. And with the likelihood of an even larger judgment when the Department of Justice class action suit representing the home buyers is tried later this year. But if we have to be aligned with realtors, we're going to be viewed as guilty as them. Senators, the VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs says we do not need a real estate license, and we haven't needed one for the past 28 years. And neither do any of the other businesses that I've mentioned. The federal government says our business classification is completely different than real estate, and any change to that will jeopardize our ability to collect the Virgin Islands hotel taxes. The VI code identifies our business as a hotel and an innkeeper, not real estate. So in closing, I'd ask yourself, Senators, what's the real reason for these local realtors who are directly associated as a member board of the National Association of Realtors, which is a failing and debt-ridden convicted criminal enterprise, so desperately want to pass this law? Senators, this is their mess to clean up. We don't want any part of it. We don't want to be called realtors. And it's not our mess to clean up, and it's not your mess to clean up. It's theirs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gass, for your testimony. Next, I guess we're gonna go this way. So you are...
Good day. I'm
Mr. Savara.
Yes. Good day. My name is Daniel Savaro. I'm a realtor and current president of the Virgin Islands Association of Realtors. We are happy to support the DLCA, the Real Estate Commission, and the committee members in this timely effort. I'm testifying to express my full support for the proposed bill. I believe that this bill is necessary for our Virgin Islands real estate industry and beneficial for all Virgin Islands real estate consumers. This bill proposes comprehensive amendments which better governs real estate practices. This bill empowers the Real Estate Commission to conduct hearings, subpoena witnesses, recommend legal actions, and establish fees. It tasks the Real Estate Commission with establishing and developing pre-license education and post-license continuing education requirements for all licensees. It also allows the Commission to adapt a professional code of ethics consistent with industry standards. This bill updates real estate definitions that have not been updated in several decades and clearly outlines requirements for real estate brokers, sales associates, and for the first time, property managers. This bill provides several critical measures that will better protect real estate consumers. Primarily among them is the requirements for licensees to disclose their agency relationship in writing. This will ensure all principals in a transaction know who is working for whom. In addition, it provides specific definitions on each form of agency type, and it clearly defines a licensee's fiduciary responsibilities to their clients. This bill aims to modernize real estate regulations, ensure licensee competence, protect consumers in the Virgin Islands, and streamline administrative processes within the Virgin Islands real estate industry. Having reviewed the proposed changes thoroughly, I am convinced that they will bring about several significant improvements for the existing regulatory framework. The proposed changes will introduce stricter regulations and licensing requirements for real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers. These measures will undoubtedly enhance consumer protection by ensuring that only qualified and competent individuals are allowed to operate in the real estate industry. This, in turn, will help safeguard the interests of real estate consumers in our community. The proposed law will mandate that licensees complete pre-license and continuing education courses as prescribed by the Commission to ensure that they stay abreast of the latest legal and regulatory requirements and are employing industry's best practices in representing their clients. A recent survey by our association showed that the U.S. Virgin Islands is the only state or territory in the nation that has no educational requirements for licensure, nor any requirement for continuing education as a condition of license renewal. By establishing clear guidelines for ethical conduct and professional standards, the bill will elevate the overall quality of services provided by real estate professionals in the Virgin Islands. This is crucial for maintaining the integrity of the real estate industry and fostering trust among real estate consumers. The bill seeks to streamline various administrative processes associated with the real estate transactions, such as licensing procedures and disciplinary actions. By simplifying these processes, this bill will promote efficiency and transparency. As the real estate landscape continues to evolve, it is essential for the regulatory frameworks to adapt accordingly. The proposed changes demonstrate a proactive approach towards addressing emerging challenges and trends in the industry. A well-regulated and vibrant real estate market is essential for the overall economic growth and prosperity of the Virgin Islands. By promoting professionalism, integrity, and innovation within the industry, the proposed bill will contribute to creating a conducive environment for sustainable economic development. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly endorse this bill. I urge all to support this initiative as it represents a significant step towards ensuring the long-term success and viability of the real estate market in our Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savaro. Ms. Harris, you may proceed with your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon. Madam Chair, if you are watching remotely, good afternoon to you, Senator Potter, members of the committee, other senator staff, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I'm here today in support of the proposed bill to modernize and update the existing statute which governs licensing and regulation of the real estate industry in the Virgin Islands. My name is B.J. Harris. Many of you have seen me in these chambers before and know that I've been a Virgin Islander since 1979 and that I am passionate about affording opportunities to our youth and committed to protecting our resources and real property rights in the territory. Today I'm here as the Vice Chair of DLCA's Real Estate Commission, and as a veteran of the industry, having served 6 times as President of the Territorial Association of Realtors during my 42 years as a real estate licensee. The proposed modernization of our existing 1968 law is long overdue. Many of the changes are technical in nature, adding references to electronic communications, to the internet, bringing the statute into alignment with federal antitrust laws and federal real estate settlement regulations, as well as reflecting current practices. Some clarify the roles and duties of the parties in real estate transactions, and some are new and exciting. As a real estate commissioner, I am here to report that we have repeatedly found the existing laws lacking in depth and specifics to a point where, when we receive a complaint, we are so limited in what we can legally do to help the complainant that we feel useless. These amendments and modifications will change that, and by more clearly defining the duties and expected conduct of licensees will allow us to help and to protect the public to a much greater degree. On another note, the Virgin Islands has a very robust long and short-term property management industry, which generates substantial income, not only for property owners, but also in hotel and gross receipts taxes, as well as through the employment of thousands of Virgin Islanders who are essential to its success. But we have never had a license specifically for property manager. A real estate broker can be a property manager. An owner representative can do some of the property manager jobs, but not handle money. People who don't want to go through the lengthy and cumbersome process of becoming a broker get around this by having an owner representative license and a joint bank account with each owner so they can say it's the owner handling the money. But it's not really. 9 times out of 10, it's the people operating the management companies and taking the reservations and preparing the leases who handle the hundreds of thousands of dollars of rental income for the owners. The current law does not protect the owner or the renter, and frankly is uncomfortable for many owner representatives who are not real estate brokers. It doesn't require any kind of training or experience, and it doesn't have a commission to help guide and regulate the licensees. It doesn't provide for a consolidated list of property managers, which would be quite helpful to tourism, to IRB, and to the territory in general. This bill offers a new designated property manager license, which requires education, a clear understanding of the fiduciary duties of a manager, knowledge of accounting and reporting procedures, new technology, and guest services. It gives DLCA the ability to monitor and track this vital part of our real estate industry by consolidating the many license options into one property manager license. This will assist in greater enforcement of our tax laws, and when the territory has a new initiative to roll out, this will provide an actual list of people in the hospitality sector who are not hotels. This license will also be, the licensees will also be required to attend continuing education courses, which can only help keep the Virgin Islands the leader in Caribbean hospitality. The property managers will become a strong, cohesive partner in our tourism sector. And those who manage family properties will not be required to obtain this license. Its very creation provides another clear avenue for young people to enter the real estate industry without the uncertainty of living from commission to commission. The ability to take the classes, then pass the exam, then have a potential career in an industry that touches every single one of us is truly a gift you will be giving to our youth. It is our duty. It is our duty to offer them opportunities to succeed whenever we can, especially in today's uncertain world. So I am grateful for the opportunity to support you today as you review this very important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harris. The Committee on Government Operations stands in recess for 1 quick minute.
G6 Productions.
Committee on Government Operations, Veterans, and Consumer Affairs is back on the record. Okay. Next testifier, you may proceed. Mr. Graham.
Good day, Honorable, in this case, Senator Milton Potter, Chairperson Carla Joseph, Committee Chair, that's Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection for the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Committee Senators present, non-committee Senators present, and the licensing, listening and viewing audience. Also, special good afternoon to the sponsor of the legislation, Senator Novell Francis. My name is Horace Graham. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and today I represent Ms. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner. Today I'm accompanied by the Virgin Islands Real Estate Commission Chair, Mr. Laurent Alfred, and Commission members, certainly Stephanie Hodge, Yvonne Toussaint, these are the committee members, Stephanie Hodge, Yvonne Toussaint, Sharon Amy, Christopher McDonald, BJ Harris, and Kasima Hodge. Thank you for providing the DLCA with the opportunity to testify before the 35th Legislature on Bill number 35-019, 1293, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers. The DLCA has oversight and management responsibility as administrator for the board of real estate brokers and salesmen, and is here in primarily a supportive role to the many experts in this profession. The proposed changes seek to modernize the existing law to better serve the Virgin Islands community and real estate industry. These amendments reflect contemporary realities and serve the best interest of the public, as the current real estate brokers and salesmen laws of the Virgin Islands have gone relatively unchanged since its inception. The amendments proposed in Section 1 of this bill aim to enhance the regulation of and professionalism within the real estate industry in the United States Virgin Islands. These amendments outlined below demonstrate a comprehensive approach to ensuring transparency, competency, and ethical conduct among real estate professionals. And so some of them that we want to highlight is the definitional updates, clarification and expansion of definitions related to real estate brokers, sales associates, property managers, and transactions, ensuring clarity and consistency in regulatory oversight. Commission empowerment, granting the Real Estate Commission enhanced powers and duties, including the ability to hear testimony, receive evidence, subpoena documents and witnesses, and maintain records in accordance with the established procedures and regulations. Regulatory enhancements, updating regulations to establish clear scopes of practice for each license category, setting professional standards, continuing education requirements, and adopting a professional code of ethics aligned with industry standards. Fee rationalization, setting reasonable fees to cover operational expenses while ensuring affordability and for industry participants, with provisions for fee adjustments within reasonable limits. And then strengthening enforcement. Strengthening enforcement mechanisms by allowing the Commission to recommend prosecutions for civil actions against violators, ensuring accountability and deterrence. Section 2 of the bill appropriately mandates compliance with these amendments upon license renewal, while Section 3 ensures timely regulatory adoption by requiring the Commission to update its regulations within specified time frame or time periods. The Real Estate Commission, in collaboration with the DLCA and the Office of the Governor, has been deeply involved in the development of this bill alongside Senator Novel Francis' office for the past 2 years. And while the DLCA endorses these proposed changes, I do have two primary concerns regarding the licensure process for local Virgin Islanders and the education requirement in the absence of a formal educational course. The preservation of the temporary permit program within the bill amendment is crucial, as it ensures that local Virgin Islanders continue to have access to opportunities in the real estate industry. This program serves as a pathway for individuals to gain practical experience and enter the field, providing valuable training and potential employment prospects within the local community. However, while acknowledging the ongoing collaboration between Real Estate Commission and UVI-CEL to develop a real estate course, it is important to recognize that establishing such a program may take time. And so in light of this, incorporating a provision for a grace period within the bill would offer a pragmatic approach. The grace period would afford individuals the opportunity to meet the educational requirements once the course is in place, ensuring that they have adequate time to comply with any new regulation without facing undue hardship. By including a grace period, the bill demonstrates a commitment to supporting local Virgin Islanders in their pursuit of careers in real estate, while also acknowledging the practical challenges involved in implementing new educational requirements and/or initiatives. This approach balances the need for regulatory compliance with the recognition of the unique circumstances and needs of the community. In closing, I'd like to thank the Office of the Governor, Senator Novell Francis, and his team, the VI Real Estate Commission, and the DLCA for their dedication in advancing this bill to its current stage. I appreciate the opportunity to testify alongside the VI Real Estate Commission in support of these amendments and ask for your continued support of the Department and the Real Estate Commission. I stand ready to answer any questions this body may have. Thank you.
I thank you so kindly, Mr. Graham, for your testimony. Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Now we will ask Ms. Ava Gail Bordow, President and Principal Broker of RE/MAX St. Croix. You are recognized to present your testimony on the records. Kindly proceed.
Good day, Madam Chair, Carla Joseph, committee members, legislative staff, testifiers, and the listening audience. My name is Ava Gail Bordon, a resident of the U.S. Virgin Islands since 1972 and a real estate practitioner for the last over 17 years. I am a past president of the Virgin Islands Territorial Association of Realtors, an association which was established in 1961 and consists of approximately 400 members throughout the territory. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 350193, an act amending Title 27, Chapter 15 of the Virgin Islands Code. This bill updates and modernizes our half-century-old real estate statute by adding language that, 1, will provide greater consumer protection, 2, upgrade the professionalism of those who practice real estate on all 4 islands. These 2 areas are the focus of my testimony today. The following are some of the salient aspects of this bill. The Real Estate Commission will establish pre- and post-license educational requirements for practitioners. This will ensure licensees remain current on real estate laws, regulations, and best practices. For the first time, the Virgin Islands will require a professional license for those who manage property on behalf of others for a fee. This bill will require property management firms to identify a property manager in charge, who will be responsible for the actions of those licensed with their firm, much like principal brokers are responsible for their agents. It clearly defines and lists the brokers and their agents' specific fiduciary responsibilities to their clients. It clarifies the issuance of temporary sales apprenticeship permits. It will require real estate brokers and agents to disclose in writing, upfront, whom they represent in a transaction, the seller, the buyer, or both. It specifies that when acting as a dual agent, this must be disclosed and agreed upon by both the seller and the buyer. Dual agency occurs when an agent shows a property listed by their brokerage to a prospective buyer whom the brokerage also represents. It will require the Real Estate Commission to adopt professional code of ethics consistent with industry standards. The territorial's realtors hold consumer protection, professionalism, and the preservation of private property rights core organizational goals. We sincerely appreciate being allowed the opportunity to testify and stand in full support of Bill 350193. with the sponsoring senator, the Real Estate Commission, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The framework of this bill sets a solid base for generations to come. Let's make this happen for the protection of the buying and selling public, for those who will be choosing real estate as a profession in the United States Virgin Islands, and for those of us who have already committed to our local real estate industry. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bourdon. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Great. Next, at this time, the chair would recognize Mr. Laurent Tippy Alfred, who is joining us
Yes.
remotely.
Here virtually. Good afternoon, Senator.
We don't have you up on the screen as yet. There we go. All right. You may kindly proceed with presenting your testimony into the record, Mr. Alfred.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Senator Carla J. Joseph, committee members, other senators, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Laurent Tippy Alfred. I am testifying before you in my capacity as current chair of the Virgin Islands Real Estate Commission. In addition to my responsibility before you today to share opinions and concerns on behalf of the Real Estate Commission, I'm also in a unique position to testify on this bill for two reasons. One is that I have been working as a drafter on this bill and its predecessor for nearly 4 years. I currently work as a researcher and drafter for the sponsor of this bill, Senate President Nobel E. Francis. In that capacity, I have been tasked with redrafting this bill in close consultation with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and its legal counsel, who had significant input throughout the process. The second reason why I feel I have a unique perspective on this bill is that despite my position as chair of the Real Estate Commission, I have never worked as a real estate industry professional. I bring a neutral and more objective perspective, that of a citizen, a father, a homeowner, and a business owner who defends the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands regarding the laws, rules, and regulations of the real estate industry. Bill number 350193 is a long overdue effort to update and modernize our 57-year-old current statute regarding the licensing and regulation of the real estate industry in the territory, located at Title 27 of the VI Code, Chapter 15. New trends and practices in the real estate industry require that we update the existing law with consumer protection and fairness for real estate professionals as our two guiding touchstones. Consumer protection, while important in all regards, holds the added importance in the real estate industry that encompasses the public's most valuable assets and the very plots and properties that make our Virgin Islands. There are three main ways in which this bill protects consumers, whether they be buyers, sellers, lessors, or lessees. Firstly, this bill empowers the Real Estate Commission with stronger requirements to ensure that both new and continuing professionals are adequately trained and educated. The bill also expands the regulatory tools of the Commission to better protect the public from fraudulent, deceptive, predatory, or other unethical practices that can and unfortunately do occur in the real estate industry. Secondly, this bill addresses the crucial issue of agency by providing a framework for mandating written disclosure among all parties in any real estate transaction so that it is clear to consumers, both buyers and sellers, who represents who in a transaction. Confusion and obscurity around the issues of agency and loyalty can cause scenarios where consumers are taken advantage of by paying for the services of an agent who does not act in their best interests. The existing statute, while contemplating that a licensee might represent more than one side of a transaction, is completely silent on the implications of agency representation. This bill provides a framework to define various agency relationships and clearly describes the fiduciary obligations and disclosure obligations in any given agency scenario. Thirdly, this bill finally allows for regulation of the property management industry that has operated for decades without effective regulatory oversight, thereby causing confusion both among the public and within the real estate industry in the territory. Today's testimony of the Vice Chair of the Real Estate Commission, Ms. B.J. Harris, has addressed this point in greater detail. Before concluding, I would like to briefly address three issues that have been of particular concern to the Commission. One is the issue of residency requirements for applicants to become real estate professionals. The Real Estate Commission is currently in the uncomfortable position of applying a residency requirement that does not align with the VI Code. Existing law at Section 423 includes residency requirements of 2 years for real estate brokers and 1 year for real estate salespersons. However, in the years following the 1989 U.S. Supreme Court case of Barnard versus Thornton that disallowed the VI Bar Association from having any residency requirement whatsoever, the Commission changed its residency requirement in practice for both broker and salesperson applicants to 90 days, in alignment with the residency requirement for voter registration. This bill would preserve this modest residency requirement and bring needed legal clarity. The existing practice of requiring 90 days residency has not led to any legal challenge, nor has it caused an overwhelming influx of outside real estate professionals. Therefore, it would be sensible to write this de facto practice into law. The second issue of concern for the Commission has been understanding the implications of the recent federal lawsuit and subsequent settlement involving the National Association of Realtors, or NAR. In a $418 million settlement announced last month, the NAR resolved a lawsuit that accused it of anti-competitive practices, including limiting competition in the real estate market and inflating commissions. In addition to the class action settlement payout, the agreement generally releases NAR members of past liability over the issues in question and mandates reforms to the practices and policies of the NAR and the Multiple Listing Service, MLS, listing system. These reforms are designed to bring greater transparency for consumers regarding commissions and to prohibit certain practices that hinder competition. While neither existing law nor this bill addresses the issues of commissions or commission splits, Bill number 350193 does firmly address the issue of agency disclosure and fiduciary responsibility that are in some ways at the core of the NAR settlement. The increased transparency and agency disclosure requirements in this bill dovetail well with the reforms announced by the NAR settlement that are ultimately designed to improve consumer protection in the real estate industry. The third issue of particular concern for the Commission is on the issue of preserving and enabling new pathways for young Virgin Islanders to participate in the real estate industry as licensed professionals, be they sales associates, brokers, or property managers. This bill makes significant changes that would encourage wider participation in the real estate industry among our younger residents. Firstly, it lowers the age requirement from 21 to 18 for a sales associate license. Secondly, it provides for the Commission to collaborate with the Department of Labor on a new real estate industry apprenticeship program. Thirdly, this bill preserves the pathway of temporary sales apprentice permit for new entrants into the industry, but wisely limits these temporary permittees from signing off on any transactions, something that current law allows. A more diverse body of real estate professionals that reflects the demographics of the community it serves would help make for a more vibrant, sustainable, and fair real estate industry here in the Virgin Islands. I stand in full support of Bill number 350193, and I remain available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Alfred. At this time, I will ask Madam Clerk to read into the record the two letters that we received in the committee. Kindly proceed, Madam Clerk.
Letter dated May 20th, 2024, Mr. Novell E. Francis Jr., President, 35th Legislature, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI, 00804. Dear Mr. President, I hereby express gratitude to you and your legislative team, led by Ms. Shauna Richards, for giving an overview of the bill number 35-0193 to some of my colleagues and I in the real estate industry here in the Virgin Islands. As a result, I have gained greater insight of what the measure is attempting to do in bringing parity across the board. Additionally, the bill seeks to place the industry in a more efficient trajectory and updating the VI code to be more modern, consistent with national standard. I am particularly pleased that contained in the measure is language which removes regulations stipulating, and after 2 attempts to write the real estate examination and failing, one has to wait for 6 months before that person is allowed to take that examination again. This, in my opinion, puts locals who are interested in becoming licensed realtors at a disadvantage. People from the U.S. mainland are more exposed to updated codified information, along with practical exposure to the industry, which puts them in a far better place to compete. I believe as well that Bill number 350-0193 will help to remove the stigma that the real estate industry in the Virgin Islands is only for the elites who are not local Virgin Islanders. That notion is already moot. The fact that I am the president of the Virgin Islands Board of Realtors, let me emphasize, however, that my endorsement of Bill number 35-0193 has absolutely nothing to do with any organization whatsoever. This is my personal and independent position. As a former senator who served 5 consecutive terms in the VI legislature, I may proudly add, undefeated. I know of no perfect bill, but amendments are made as the situation demands. Accordingly, I add my support to Bill number 35-0193. Sincerely, Roosevelt St. C. David. Letter dated May 20th, 2024, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Senator Joseph, I am writing to you as the president of the St. Croix Board of Realtors that represents 180 real estate professionals on St. Croix. Our members are deeply committed to the development and prosperity of our community through responsible and ethical real estate practices. We are writing to express our strong support for Senator Norvel E. Francis Bill 35-0193, which seeks to update the current real estate law that has governed our industry for over a half a century, which occasionally added amendments. This comprehensive update is not only necessary but critical to the continued growth and modernization of our real estate market. The current law, enacted in 1972, has served our community well, but it no longer reflects the realities of today's real estate environment. The proposed update will introduce much-needed reforms that will benefit consumers, real estate professionals, and the overall economy. These reforms include updated definitions, qualifications requirements, and property management required continuing education, and incorporating updated and current use of technology, which are in line with current industry standards and technological advancements. As a professional body, we have witnessed the challenges and limitations imposed by the outdated provision of the existing law. We believe the proposed changes will enhance transparency, increase efficiency, and foster trust between real estate professionals and their clients. We urge you to support this bill and help move us all forward and more modern, fair, and efficient real estate framework that reflects the need of our 21st century marketplace. Thank you for considering our views on this important matter. We are available for further discussions and are eager to assist in any way to ensure the successful passage of this bill. Sincerely, Joy Elliott, 2024 President, St. Croix Board of Realtors.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I know you're new, but you're doing an exceptional job in reading as well as timekeeping. You had really good training. I wonder where you got it from. At this time, we will begin to have our discussion on Bill number 35-0193. We're going to start off with Senator Javon James Sr. Senator James, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're a hard-working, energized senator. Welcome back. We are going to have one round of 5 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Madam Chair, I will yield to Senator Maurice James.
As you wish.
Thank you.
Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Senator James. I appreciate that. And congratulations to all the graduates. There's so many graduations going on. It's hard to make all of them, but I want to wish all the graduates from kindergarten all the way to college, congratulations. I have some questions for the drafter of the bill. Just wanted to point out some language that I think maybe we could clean up a little bit, because I definitely support this bill. It's time for us to update the real estate law. So Mr. Attorney Alfred, if you look at section 424A, qualifications for licensure, where it speaks to the property manager. Well, actually, let's go before that. Quickly, I want to go through this quickly with you. 420, page 11, let's just use the page 11, where it says E, section 424 is amended in the following instances, and where you are inserting, replacing real estate salesman and inserting sales associate or property manager. And shall be accompanied by the applicable real estate license fee. Why do you have the word real estate in front of license fee? Shouldn't it really simply be license fee? Because a property manager does not necessarily have to be a real estate broker, correct?
No, a property manager does not have to be a real estate broker.
Right, so you see what I'm pointing out, where it says applicable real estate license? I think you need to delete real estate there. Do you agree?
I agree. It should just say license.
Yeah, okay, now, on the following page, this is just some little technicalities, but the property manager, I appreciated Mr. Carl Gutt's testimony, and so I decided to pay attention to the property manager provisions. So I noticed that in 424A, qualifications for licensure, you have 8 and 9, which states that the person must have not had a real estate license suspended. 9 says the same, have not had a real estate license revoked. So does that mean that if I am a real estate broker and my license was suspended or revoked, does that mean that I cannot be a property manager?
Correct. That's what that means.
Okay. All right. So I got that one. And then there is no, I noticed that you focus in B for a real estate broker applicant and C, a sales associate, but there's no requirement in that section regarding a property manager. Was that deliberate, or I'm still trying to find out what the property manager then only has to meet A, correct? A 1 through 9.
Sorry, Senator, I'm trying to follow here. Yes, it has to meet A through 1 through 9.
Right.
There's a separate section that discusses property management in greater detail earlier in the bill. Section 423 describes when you need the property management license. That would be under 423B. All persons engaging in the management of real estate, including the collection of rents, property supervision, and property maintenance and accounting of fees received for another shall hold a valid property manager license. That section goes on to list all of the many exemptions to where a property management license would not be needed for family members, relatives of the owner of the real estate.
Right.
For example.
Right. Okay. So, all right. So that's why you didn't see the need to say any more in qualifications for licensure, right?
In that section, right, yeah.
Right. Is there, I don't know if this is for you or for the LCA, is there a property manager examination right now?
Not right now. There would be if this bill were to pass, of course. But currently, property management is not being regulated by the Real Estate Commission.
But even if it wasn't regulated, that means that it's not regulated, period. That's what you're saying. Right?
There is no license category. There's currently no specific license category for property management. There are workarounds, as BJ Harris described. There are owners' representatives licensed under DLCA. That's currently how a property manager would collect rents, etc.
But there's no, if I went into DLCA today and applied for a property, well, an owner representative license, I would not have to take an examination.
Senator, that is correct. There is no provision.
One moment. Only one speaker at a time. Senator James, you may not see it on this end, but Assistant Commissioner Graham would like to comment on your question, which I think would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Senator.
State your name on the record kindly, because
That's
we
correct.
do have stenographers who are actually transcribing remotely.
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Yes, relating to the question that you asked, whether or not there is an active or license for property management, I believe that one of our testifiers earlier mentioned the interesting workaround. There has been no real licensure for property managers under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs that would allow property managers the levity of collecting rents for the services that they provide. And that's I think the essential element that exists here in this bill, that it now gives an individual or entity seeking to do the full scope of service, that is, collect rents, manage the properties, and do the things that typically are expected under this particular type of activity. This funny workaround that we've been doing, telling them that they have to associate themselves with a broker and all of that, it really was just an untenable situation. Many property managers, I know Mr. Gotts testified, but Mr. Gotts sitting here is indeed a broker. And so hence the reason why no specific enforcement action may have been taken against him, because he is authorized to collect rents under his current condition. But many local entities and individuals who seek to do property management have been stifled, to say the least, in their ability to do the full scope of service that this bill now affords them the ability to do.
Madam Chair, may I follow up on this line of questioning?
You may proceed, Senator.
Okay, I was really getting at, for me, what's important as an educator is examination, knowledge, education. So, and I think it's very important for someone who is a property manager or even an owner representative, as you said before, to have taken an examination. And that's where I was going. Presently, there's no reason for me to take an examination under the current law. I want just a yes or no.
That is a resounding yes. Yes.
Okay. Will the owner's representative license then be deleted from DLCA once we enact this legislation?
There is a possibility that that would exist, that those individuals would be transitioned. I say that guardedly, Senator, because the goal is not to disenfranchise anyone, but it's to get them to the point of being able to fully take advantage of the opportunity that would present itself under the property management license.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's something we need to explore a little further. Though. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I get another opportunity since, as you know, this is my area. Thank you.
You are welcome. We're going to take a very short 5-minute break, and we will get back on the record. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. At this time, I would like to recognize Senator Milton E. Potter for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon once again, colleague, and special good afternoon to all the testifiers today. I just want to express kudos to the bill sponsor for having the foresight in developing this badly needed piece of legislation, which I understand we didn't have any significant changes to that section of the code since 1968, I believe. I was probably about 4 years old back then. So I want to really commend the mover of this legislation, as well as all of the parties who had some input in developing this, this piece of legislation. I wanted to ask about the residency requirement. And I know Mr. Alford mentioned that, you know, that is something that the bill addresses, and I think it was originally 2 years, a 2-year requirement for residency in order to become a real estate agent, and I think 2 years for agent and a year for broker, or vice versa. I wanted to ask about the 90-day, the decision to lower it to 90 days, and I know we're up against some of the current law, and is that potentially going to be an issue with regards to persons, seeing this as a grand opportunity for them to enter the market from abroad?
If I may, are you asking me, Senator?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Tippy Alfred, Real Estate Commission. Yes, it's been 90 days in practice. The residency requirement for both broker and sales associate has been 90 days. I was told for at least 20 years. I've only been on the Real Estate Commission since about a year now. And Mr. Fred Vialet, who was the chairperson before me for many, many years, told me that it's been at least 20 years. So nothing would be changing as a result of this bill. It would still be 90 days. And as I pointed out in my testimony, with this 90-day residency requirement,
I'm sorry, there seems to be, one moment, Mr. Alfred, there seems to be some feedback. Open mic. Continue.
Okay. It's been 90 days in practice for at least 20 years, and we haven't had any influx of outside real estate professionals coming in to take advantage of that. I didn't know if your question was going the other way, because 90 days could be seen as technically unconstitutional under that Supreme Court ruling that I mentioned. The VI Bar Association was not allowed to have any residency requirement. So even us having a 90-day residency requirement, I think, is robust. It's more than any other territory or state, but I think we're rightful in having a residency requirement, unlike any state, because of our size and our susceptibility to being influenced by outside forces. So I think the 90-day residency requirement is reasonable. It aligns with the kind of residency and knowledge you would have if you wanted to vote, awareness of the community that you serve. So I think that was the rationale in keeping the 90-day residency requirement.
Thank you for that. I like the idea of identifying new pathways for local Virgin Islanders to enter the market, enter the field. And I wanted to hear a little more about how the bill would work with regards to that collaboration with the Department of Labor, as well as the apprenticeship program. How does that, from a practical standpoint, how is that going to work? I mean, my concern is that it is not one of those things that just looks nice on paper. It's just people feel good about it, but from a practical standpoint, it's something that's not really happening. But how is that going to work from a practical standpoint?
Sure. Well, after the rules and regulations would be promulgated, it would be the responsibility of the Real Estate Commission, chaired by myself, to establish a line of dialogue with the Department of Labor and the Department of Education to design a program. Ideally, I think this program should target 16 to 18-year-olds in the public school system, as well as UVI students, and have some system in place by where these interested students would be paired up with possible agents or brokers and get some necessary training on the front end even before they turn 18, so that when they turn 18, they would be fully ready to enter the real estate industry if they choose. But it would require some planning. I'm sure it's going to require some budget. We have a modest budget. I was told by Chairperson VLA that we're always in need of more, but it's something that would have to be fleshed out and designed. But with the Department of Labor and Education, I think a strong program can be in place fairly easily.
Very good. I just love that idea. I think it's excellent. And it's my hope that the Real Estate Commission, as well as the Department of Labor, will actively work in collaboration to make this a reality here in our territory. With regards to the property manager now falling under the scope of the Real Estate Commission, how common is that, in other jurisdictions? Is that something that's unique? Or is it, pretty much common in other jurisdictions?
No, property management is definitely regulated in virtually every other jurisdiction. Whether it falls under a real estate commission or its equivalent, I'd have to check and see. But property management under this bill would be regulated by the Real Estate Commission. But it would not be a real estate license. As Senator James rightly pointed out in a typo, it wouldn't be considered a real estate license. This is a separate license called the Property Management License under the regulation of the Real Estate Commission. Nothing about regulating property management managers would make the hotel tax unlikely or unable to be enforced. I don't understand that point that was made earlier. Of course, if hotel tax, occupancy tax has to be collected, it must be collected whether or not this industry is regulated under the Real Estate Commission.
Okay, thank you. If I may, one final question, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Senator.
So there wasn't any consideration given to a standalone regulatory entity for the property management field. And this is a question.
Can I defer to Assistant Commissioner Graham about the capacities of the LCA commissions?
Yes.
Well, no. Currently,
Before you proceed, Assistant Commissioner.
I have to say my name.
Yes, you must say your name because it is being transcribed and we want this record to be accurate.
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And so currently, the real estate brokers and agents do have the opportunity to render services as property managers. And so because of that, it's been extremely restrictive for folks who are not real estate agents or brokers. And so this legislation, or this piece of legislation, or this bill, actually seeks to create that space to allow for individuals who are perhaps already participating in some sort of ad hoc way in that particular industry to be fully vested and vetted to be able to provide that service. And that's what we saw that's the best possible pathway for individuals to get into that particular market. And I believe that the Real Estate Commission perhaps is the best entity to regulate.
So a real estate agent who performs property management work and functions, if it is their desire to function as a property manager now that the bill passes, are there going to be extra requirements that this person is going to have to pass in order to function as a property manager?
No, Senator. They think about it as the ability for those who were exempted from that opportunity to now have access to it. And there's a host, and especially within the local context, there's a host of local individuals who engage in the management of properties that they don't own. And that's an important part. You don't own it, but you are managing. You're providing welcoming services, grass cutting services, making sure that an electrician comes in and looks at the property. You also are collecting rent for the owner of the property in the full sense of providing full service or property management. And so this now allows you to participate there. Now, we're not going to take that away from the brokers. We're not taking it away from the agents, but we're now giving an avenue for individuals who want to just do that. They're not interested in selling properties or anything. They're just dealing with the management of those properties. And I think that it's a perfect fit.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you for your flexibility, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Senator Francis, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that while there may be an appetite for us to create a separate setting, we know of the issue and the fact that there's a lot of scoff against creating another board and commission. So here it is that you have an opportunity to have an established board and commission that this entity could fit under without having now to name additional individuals, having them go through this process of coming to the legislature and all those things, as well as, you're putting some regulations in place which will in turn translate into consumer protection. You don't want this arbitrary and capricious decision being made and selective in terms of how you manage certain properties or whatever. I think that having a structure in place bodes well as we continue to contemplate moving forward on this particular measure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you as well, Senator Francis. Senator Javon, I'm sorry, we have a response from Ms. B.J. Harris. One moment. Media, kindly have the
BJ
mic. Okay, it's on.
I think it's important to note that the companion bill, which revises the composition of the current real estate commission, includes a spot for a property manager. So where there might not be a separate commission for property managers, the property manager will be represented on the existing commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator I'm sorry. Senator, Ms. Bodon?
Yes,
You're recognized.
Eva Gail Bordon. I'd like to also mention regarding the property management, it was asked, the property management license was asked for by the property managers. They wanted to have the avenue to do this and the flexibility of not, it's restricted as it relates to owners' representatives. So that industry, the folks who were doing property management, asked for them to have a license and that has some rules and regulation, and this might have been about 4 years ago.
Okay, thank you. So that was something that was asked, requested, and so we're looking at it and just putting it collectively, everything into one shell. Is that what this bill is proposing to do, rather than have separate commissions to regulate this emerging industry? Okay, I'm clear on it. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I have had an opportunity to read all the testimonies. I've read the testimonies in which those specific individuals are in support of. I only saw one testimony that speaks in opposition of the bill. And I think one of the concern within the testimony of Mr. Carl Gutz was addressed. But I just want to make sure so we can place on the record so nobody can say that the legislature acted in a manner that was not in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. So my question is to Mr. Laurent T.P. Alfred. I'm not sure if you saw that testimony, but regardless of what, I will read something to you and I want you to let me know if it's true or false to make sure that we control the narrative here today. It says here on page 2 of Mr. Carl Gott's testimony, in addition to subject us to category of real estate instead of a hotel, would not only jeopardize these protections, but more importantly, if our business is considered a real estate transaction rather than a hotel transaction, it will jeopardize our ability to collect and turn over the 12.5% Virgin Islands hotel taxes each month. And I just wanted to say on the record, Mr. Alfred, if you have any comments on that and to make sure that we clear the record here today.
Sure. No, it would not jeopardize the ability of the government to collect that tax. Property managers would be defined as property managers. If what they do also meets the definition of hotel, they would be under all of the obligations of that definition also. So it's not an either or thing. There is no reason why the hotel tax would not be able to be collected if property managers are regulated under the Real Estate Commission.
All right, so this testimony, I could throw it in the garbage. Thank you.
As it relates to that, that argument, in my opinion, yes.
All right, thank you. It makes my decision much easier because every vote counts, and nobody's going to say the legislature did that. So my question, though, is to DLCA regarding the bill we have before us. As far as this bill, I see this as a recruitment effort, and I really do appreciate it. We will see some changes and some job opportunities for Virgin Islanders and individuals who are interested. But as far as the numbers, as far as registered real estate agents in the Virgin Islands, I know in the bill it speaks to them moving forward having to list it publicly, whether electronically or whatever. But right now, if an individual wants to find that information, where would we find that information? And does anyone know how many individuals we have territory-wide as far as real estate agents in the Virgin Islands? It's a twofold question.
Well, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. In terms of the number of real estate agents, I'm going to defer to Assistant.
Good day. Good day, this is Daniel.
Media, kindly recognize the mic of the second person, Mr. It's on? Okay.
90% of licensees.
Okay, before they continue, let me just say that I don't have the exact number count with me today, but I was gonna defer to someone who could actually give you that number. So we'll go this way, to Ms. Baudon.
Ms. Baudon.
Yes.
You are recognized to answer the question from Senator James.
1 minute. Ava Gail Baudon. Our association as of December 2023 had 378 members. As of April, it was 391. We had an increase of about 3%. We're expected to have at least 400 by the end of May. Having said that, the DLC website is a very vibrant website, and it posts all of the brokers and all of the agents and the licensee. I would suspect that of our 400, there may be an additional 25 that are licensed but are not with our association.
In an industry like this, is there something such as being oversaturated? And if so, if you don't want to place on the record, you could just say you don't want to place on the record.
I'll be happy. Ava Gail Baudon. In an industry like ours, there's that 80-20 rule, or we call it the 90-10 rule. About 80% of the agents are doing this part-time. They have a full-time job. And the agents and the brokers that are moving the market is usually about 20% maybe even 10% that are full-time moving the market. There is room for new people are retiring out. They're moving on, they're changing professions, so there's always room for new recruits from the high school and from the university.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, if I can just
You may
ask
proceed,
two
Senator.
follow-up questions.
You may proceed, Senator James Jr.
Yes.
Senior.
Senior. Anyone knows the number of inactive real estate agents in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Senator, certainly these numbers are absolutely available. And so the issue that I don't have it in front of me right now, the actual number, but certainly these, through the chair, I can provide you with a response to that question.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And my last question, I saw here on page 7 of the bill, there's a section with some language stating with them being able to recommend to the Attorney General in the Virgin Islands prosecutions or the bringing of civil actions to seek injunctions and other relief against violations of this chapter outside the jurisdiction of the Commission. So I just want to ask anyone who's able to answer this question, in absence of this language right here, what would be the challenge with the real estate industry? I'm just trying to see what happens there when we empower you to recommend to the Attorney General, and the list goes on.
Well, I think this would just give, this is Tippy Alfred, Real Estate Commission. This provision would just give the Real Estate Commission a bit more teeth in being able to simply recommend a situation or a case to the AG. As it says, it's obviously it's nothing binding, but if we find some episode of fraud, deceit, double dealing, lack of disclosure, anything that is in violation of our statute and our rules and regulations, we would have the power to officially be able to recommend prosecution.
And we look forward to our next Attorney General. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you, Senator, for your line of questioning. The chair would now recognize Senator Ray Fonseca for his 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience and to our distinguished panel of testifiers here for Block 3. Bill number 35-0193 proposes amendments to Title 27, VI Code, Chapter 15, primarily focusing on refining regulations pertaining to real estate brokers, sale associates, property managers, and real estate transactions. Amendments include the modification of existing definition and the introduction of new ones, along with updates to the powers and duties of the Real Estate Commission. And I'm going to discuss that in a little bit. Notably, the amendments aim to streamline administrative procedures, establish scope of practice for each license category, set standards for professional practice, continual education, enhanced regulatory oversight, and disciplinary action aiming to ensure compliance, competency, and ethical conduct within the real estate industry. You know, this is very, very important regulation, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to tell you why. You see, the minority community, particularly the Black and Hispanic, have suffered from what they called redlining. And you see, redlining was a way to deny blacks and minorities equal access to financing and properties and business. And you know, the real estate portion with the property appraisals played a very, very important role. Basically, this is an important way how you create wealth. And I'm so glad that we are addressing this because, you know, here's what can happen here. Say you own a property in Lot A. Your neighbor own a property in Lot B. Similar houses, etc. But in your appraisal, your property is compared to a lot that's higher valued and your neighbor is compared to a lot of lower value. The net result is your appraisal is less, and that means you have less wealth. You know, real estate appraisals are one of the ways that blacks and minorities have been discriminated against. And this is very important legislation because if you've seen what has happened in the Virgin Islands since the 1960s, when we had this real estate boom, there's a lot of real estate agents came down here to the Virgin Islands and have made a fortune. You know, we can name them out. They've made a fortune. And at the same time, what has happened is the prices of our homes and property, etc., has gone through the roof. So I want to ask a specific question here on the appeal process. Say Senator X, or not a senator, that's a bad one. Say Mr. X property was appraised at $100. And I'm very serious about this. And in the appraisal, his property is compared to another property that was appraised at $99 and another property that was appraised at $98. But his neighbor's property, who's the same size lot, similar size, was compared to another property that was appraised at $300. He now gets an appraisal for his property for $300, whereas the other one got an appraisal for $100. What's the appeal process? Because, you know, in the appraisal, the appraiser compares your property to what they call a similar property. What is the appeal process in that? Yes.
BJ Harris. Appraisers are controlled by the federal government, so there is a very specific appeal process. But to address your comments on redlining, which is a terrible, terrible thing, the 95% of the licensees, when we were here 2 years ago, I went through DLCA's site and I knew everybody because I've been here forever. 95% of the licensees were members of the Realtor Association. The Realtor Association has a code of ethics that we agree to abide by when we become members of our trade association. The legislation proposes that we develop a code of ethics or code of conduct that's in line with industry standards. Now, the Realtor Code of Ethics, if you redline, if you get accused of redlining, if you get caught redlining, the consequences are severe. So this new legislation, by developing a code of ethics, a code of conduct, in line with industry standard would also cover that. Redlining is not something we can allow here.
Yes, because, you know, and I noticed the existing law was 1968, and that's the same time the federal government passed the Housing Act, you know, and this is a very serious thing that happens in our community. You may not realize it, but if you need to borrow, say, $100 from the bank, you need to get your property appraised at a certain amount. This is a way that we can deny blacks and minorities way to loan. So I'm so glad that we're updating this, and this is one of the areas that is so critical because it takes wealth out of blacks and minorities' hands simply by a real estate appraiser deciding your property or your business is not worth that. So, Madam Chair, can I just be allowed to finish one question?
You may proceed, Senator, with your wrap-up.
Okay, thank you. Now, so with the license for the property and the required educational standards, is there any waiver procedure if they don't particularly have that educational standard? What's the process? Are you completely strict on that? You have the course, maybe they didn't pass it? Or tell me what's the procedure to relax it? Because not everybody is the most competent, but they know how to sell a house.
BJ Harris again. I think that the mentoring program that's also being developed alongside this legislation will help in cases like that. If we find, and I don't want to use the term special needs, but if we find an individual who doesn't take tests well, we can carve that person out and put them with a mentor to work with them so they're able to pass the test. If we find that it's an issue, then I believe the rules and regulations that the commission will develop will have a space in there. I really do, because we want this to be available to all our kids.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you and blessings.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questioning. I did have a question relative to how we're looking, Assistant Commissioner Graham, at the fee structure for the property, Office of Property Managers. I see here on page 23, I think this is sub-item 7, that an annual fee is going to be charged in an amount of $350. And the renewal is going to be $250 annually. However, I mean, for the real estate broker, the fee was $200, and in certain $365. I'm looking at page 23. So we're seeing a little bit of an increase there, and I also noted that for each brokerage, and this on page 24, item 6, for each brokerage business office of real estate agents and brokers, an annual fee of $450. I just wanted to understand the logic with the annual fee for the brokers, the real estate brokerage being, the renewal being less than the actual fee. I'm hoping I'm understanding it correctly, the initial fee, and then the property manager fee, is $350, but the renewal is less. So you have the renewal for the real estate brokerage fee being more?
Yes, typically
Okay, so why is that? If somebody could clarify for me and give me the logic behind putting in those fees.
Well, if I may, the Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. You stated it right. The initial fee, in terms of the application fee and that initial fee that they pay, is usually higher for those licenses. The renewal fee should be a fraction of that initial fee, and I think you would see that in every instance it's going to be less than.
Okay, because that's what I was looking at, and I didn't see it for the real estate brokerage, and it says by striking 200 and inserting $365 dollars, but in the renewal fee for each brokerage business or real estate agents or brokers, an annual fee of $450. That sounds like the renewal fee is higher than the initial fee. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So
if I
why?
can point out, Senator, that's a brokerage license.
So it's different.
Yes.
Yes, as opposed to a specific broker's individual license. That's for the brokerage.
Okay.
That's why it's
and how much, but how much is the brokerage? Is there a real estate agent and brokerage initial fee? And how much is that? Because I didn't see it here in the bill. That's my concern. Everything else is very much delineated, but I wasn't clear on where that fee is, the initial fee to become have an office of real estate agent and brokers. So is there an initial fee?
If I may,
Okay, you may proceed, Ms.
Ava Gail
Bourdon.
Bourdon. I can tell you what I pay now. As a broker, I pay $350, and as a brokerage, it's around $350. So I don't know if there was an initial somewhere along the line, but we pay.
Go ahead.
So Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner.
Oh, well, let Ms. Bourdon complete her thoughts.
So it's, I'm not sure about the initial part, but that's what we pay now, $350 for a broker. I pay for a broker, and for the office, I pay an additional fee for the office.
Okay,
I don't know if that answers that question.
No.
I can answer it, Senator. I can answer your question. It's on page 24, line 6. It's an annual fee of $450 for brokerage. So brokerage would pay $450 the first year and every subsequent year.
Okay, so that portion, just for my edification, I don't know if we could just clean it up to make sure it's just initial and annual fee. Because it's just say an annual fee, and I'm
Right.
just reading a line with what was stated on page 23, where most of the operation, whether you're a real estate, a property manager, or you are a real estate broker, you have an initial fee. And here it doesn't state that you had an initial fee for the Office of Real Estate Agents. So that's one of my questions. So if that could be looked at. Senator Fonseca, you have a point of information?
Yes, Madam Chair, yes.
Kindly proceed.
Yes. Okay, so I wanted to task the Real Estate Commission before us with helping the community with this, right? And here's what I want, right? If someone has a house in, say, Tutu, somebody got a house in Tutu, is a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 3,000 square foot house, and somebody got a house in Cabrita Point, is a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 3,000 square foot house. I'm tasking the Real Estate Commission to not have that house in Tutu be valued $100 and the one in Cabrita Point be valued $300. The houses are exactly identical. The lot size is exactly identical. Because what happens, there's the minorities, the blacks and the Hispanic probably living in that Tutu house. And there's the other section, the yellow and the purple people living in that section. The houses are identical. You can go to Tutu and you see a 3,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, concrete house, and you go to Cabrita Point, you see the 3,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom. One is way more than the other, is valued way more than the next. So the Real Estate Commission, please help the community and standardize that. Because what you're doing is, even though the person in Tutu has spent the same amount of money, have the same house, you're not appraising it as the same, so you're taking money out of them because you're reducing their assets. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. I don't know if any of the real estate agents or brokers want to, Mr. Alfred, you want to comment on that? Because I know it depends on location. In real estate, location is everything. So, Mr. Alfred, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Senator Fonseca, there is a separate real estate appraisers commission under the VI code. And as was said earlier by BJ Harris, there are many federal requirements regarding appraisal processes and appeal processes allowed. We do have a local board, a commission, that governs real estate appraisers. So I would urge you to take a look at that commission, but also I would urge the legislature to take a look at what can be done proactively to address the issue of racial discrimination in appraisals, which, as you said, is very common in our territory. I myself, as commission chair, asked the question to members of the appraisers board, and they told me that there aren't many, if any, official complaints that come in. But anecdotally, there's a lot of conversations and stories about people who have had their properties undervalued as a result of their appearance, their race, their ethnicity. So Again, I would urge the legislature to take a proactive look, like many states are, to address this issue. Thank you.
Point of information. Point of information.
Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for the point of information.
I want to echo what Attorney Alfred said, that not only do we have to monitor the appraisals board, the real estate appraisers board, but we also need to look at the discrimination that occurs in this territory when it comes to bank financing of purchases of homes. And that's, those two areas affect home buying more than the real estate commission and the real estate brokers, because once the brokers take you to a home, you have to then have it appraised, and then the bank has to do the financing, and that's where I've seen a lot of barriers where the appraisers are below. I myself have experienced it. A neighbor right up the hill from me, her house was appraised at $200,000, and when we compare the houses, no. So I knew that I was discriminated against. But then when you go to the bank, again, you are discriminated against in this territory. So as the Senate, we need to do a better job of looking into researching and monitoring appraisers and banks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and staff. I got an opportunity to read through this piece of legislation, and there were a couple of things that stuck out for me. Licensing and consumer affairs. Currently, if an attorney is licensed in the Virgin Islands, does he automatically get a broker's license?
He's automatic. Yes,
He or she.
He is, or she is eligible for broker's license. Yes.
And I heard that previously, and I also saw it in here. Is that something that is important? Because the reason why I ask, because there's thousands of attorneys in this territory. And the reason why I ask that is sometimes lawyers are trained in a specific field. For example, some attorneys are focused on family law, some are focused on criminal law, and here we are just giving them a broker's license for the sake of just giving them one. And I'm trying to understand what is the motive, or why would we even do that? Because, I mean, am I seeing it wrong? Because if a broker is focused on dealing with real estate, that's their specialty. But you might just have an attorney who said, oh, this is another way for me to make money just because you're giving me the opportunity to get this license. How does that benefit the market if they might not be specifically focused in that area outside of the fact that they have a law degree? If anyone could share their thoughts on that.
If I may, Senator.
Go ahead,
To be
sir.
Alfred, State Commission. For one, it's about training, requisite training. Going to law school, property law is one of the requirements in almost every law school. And if you take the multi-state bar exam, there is an extensive property law section. So a lawyer would
Does
be
the Virgin
adequately
Islands
trained.
law have an extensive property section?
No, I was referring
No.
to the multi-state section of the bar exam.
No, I'm asking you, does the Virgin Islands bar has a multi-property, what you're saying, does our VA law have that to take
Well,
in the
I've
test?
never taken the bar. There are, perhaps Senator James can answer this question specifically. but-
Anybody could assist me? Through the chair of the legal counsel.
Yes.
They put you on the spot today. Because I'm really trying to figure this out. Like, this is kind of important to me.
Through the chair to Senator Heiliger Francis, once you take the bar exam, there are three portions. There's a multi-state portion, that everyone has to take, and that's where Attorney Alfred was referring to in terms of the multi-state portion that comprises property law and various different sections of the law. And then there is the essay portion, which is usually specific to the state that that person is testing in. And then you also have the ethics portion. So the exam takes about 3 days, and so it is expected that once someone has completed their law degree, that they should have some knowledge and be versed in property and real estate law.
Of the Virgin Islands?
Of any place.
Any place, okay.
Of any place, because
that's important to me, because
Yeah.
I wanted to understand a little bit about that. I also saw here there was a section in regards to who could be property managers. I think it was on page 9. And they spoke about giving a listing of the requirements for this license does not apply to a whole series of individuals, daughters, stepkids, mother-in-laws. Is there a reason why we're limiting it to, like, I'll use myself for an example. I don't have any children, but my niece, my brother's child, is who I raised. According to this, she wouldn't have any rights to do anything if I assigned her as a manager. And she's closer to me than a stepchild. So is there a way that, do you think we could amend this to say maybe first generation relatives? Because you're gonna have a series of people that are nieces and nephews and aunts that are sometimes closer than some of these stepkids you have in here. So is that something we could potentially look at?
May I? Sure.
State your name.
Horace
She
Graham.
gonna sell my house. Me getting on a power attorney. No.
Yes. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, I would take a closer look at that section, because I myself I'm looking at it again, and I would take a closer look because I think it's clearly stating that the property manager licensing provisions of this chapter do not apply, meaning that someone with the designation of these areas will not be required to have a property management license.
So it doesn't.
So they don't need to have it in order to manage a property.
Yeah, my niece she would have to be required. She's not on this list. That's my concern. Is there a way to change it to say first generation relatives, like your first set of relatives? You understand what I'm saying? Because it seems like these stepchildren has more authority to do things than a niece. I'm not processing this one too much.
I hear you. I'm now seeing what you're referring to. Mr. Alfred?
Yes, good afternoon. Tippy Alfred, Real Estate Commission. I think the logic here is just to not make the list too long, because we're talking about exemptions, and if you open up to all nieces and nephews, that's one wider ring. That might sort of dilute the regulatory authority to regulate the industry.
Well, here in the Virgin Islands, we have a lot of people that have a lot of children and have stepchildren, so it could be a wide range. I am more concerned about that immediate family connection more than anything.
Time.
Sure. I would be open to it. I think it's possible
tweaking
to amend it.
I could deal with that. Could I ask another question? I'm concerned.
You may proceed.
Thank
You may proceed, Senator.
I'm concerned about scams. And the reason why is I was involved in one in the last 4 months. I put in a bid on a property, and by the time I spent around, they told me the owner called the broker and said they never put this property up for sale. And the whole deal went poof. And I was so scared because, not for me, because they caught it in time. I thought, how many people in the Virgin Islands this is being done to? Because apparently the individual whose name, this was a person that lived in the States that had the same name of the person who lived here in the Virgin Islands. And they submitted everything and said it was their property, and I was traumatized when I realized when they said, oh, you can't go through with this here because the owner, and the reason why the owner found out is luckily for them, the plots were divided among family. So when one of the family members saw their family member's lot for sale, they called them and said, wait a minute, I didn't know you guys are for sale. You could have sold it to one of us. And that's when the whole thing imploded. How do you think that needs to be tackled? Because that is a very dangerous situation, especially for our Virgin Islanders who might have their property sold right from up under them. What type of rules and mechanisms we could, as senators, could probably put in the law, as well as realtors, in better trying to detect these type of things?
You're recognized, Ms.
BJ Harris. This is a very serious problem. This particular kind of case has started up in the last year or two, where people contact the realtor, say, I am so-and-so, I own this property, and I'd like to list it with you. It happened to me. Unfortunately, they said their name was Potter Milton. So I said, well, that's not right. So I did a little bit of my own investigating and realized that it was not Potter Milton. Milton Potter owned the land, but he wasn't selling it. It is a very, very serious thing. The other serious thing is diversion of funds. Somebody will be inside your email, and they'll be watching emails going between you and your attorney. And when you're about to send the wiring instructions for the funds for the sale of your $500,000 house that's going to pay for your retirement for your whole family, they'll change it. The money will go to somebody else. This happened here in the territory. It's scary as heck. I can tell you that at least the Realtor Association is working very, very hard to get the word out with risk management. And these guys are smart, and you just have to have your head in gear before you take anybody's listing. We had gone back and said, please provide a copy of your federal identity card. And they couldn't do that, then we never heard from them. But colleagues on St. Croix, because we're talking about this in the Realtor Association, colleagues on St. Croix did the same thing. And these people produced a falsified federal identity card. So this is serious stuff. I don't think it's within the purview of this bill, but it's something that we all need to be made aware of, and we need to tell our families and our friends just to be aware.
Well, why I brought it up is because we have the opportunity to amend these documents, and I hope that we try to include strong language, especially as a deterrent for people that do these type of things. Because if I didn't experience it in the last 60 days, I would not have known that this is the kind of madness that was happening here in the territory. So thank you for sharing that, and hopefully the proponent of the bill heard what we're talking about, and see if we could tweak it a little bit to maybe include some language to deal with certain things like this.
And Senator B.J. Harris, again, speaking from the Real Estate Commission, when we're developing course material, a lot of that course material now will, as a result, have to be focused on recognizing this kind of trickery.
But thank you for sharing that. Madam Chair, I appreciate the additional time.
And you're welcome, Senator Francis Heiliger. I want to just follow up on Senator Francis Heiliger's line of questioning relative to individuals who will be exempt from the property manager aspect of their requirements. I noted that if a person gives attorney, in fact, under the power of attorney provision, the ability to consummate any contracts for renting or leasing a piece of real estate, they would be exempt as well. Mm-hmm. So everybody's is shaking their head in the affirmative. So maybe Mr. Alfred, you could comment on that portion. I'm speaking about page 10 of the bill. it says about the power of attorney. How does that work? Or how will that work, that aspect work? Will it have to be clearly stated in a document wherein it grants this individual, who could be your niece, the ability as a power of attorney to actually now become a property manager?
Yes, Senator. I think this provision, which was written and recommended by DLCA counsel, is there to authorize somebody who is acting as an attorney, in fact, to not get a property management license for the final consummation of a contract for renting and leasing real estate. This exemption is meant to exclude a single or irregular transaction and shall not be routinely used to escape the necessity of obtaining a license. So I would defer to DLCA to explain the specifics, or perhaps Senator James might be able to, but I believe an attorney, in fact, would be somebody handling a transaction, somebody involved in a real estate transaction that is allowed to consummate the transaction without getting a property manager license.
Mr. Graham, if you could just explain, because that's one of the questions that, I wanted to ask, because I wasn't too clear what that section would entail. Would it mean that this person will be exempt from getting the property manager's license, or they are excluded, they have to, or they're just not going to be eligible at all?
Right. So Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. This measure was introduced primarily to address sort of single or one-time transactions, so that if an individual, an owner, was not able to actually be there in the process of doing that, they can engage someone and the language is attorney, in fact, on a temporary sort of one-time basis. The goal was never to allow this in perpetuity, so this person couldn't keep doing transactions. But I think it's in the spirit of I guess, simplicity. If I had the right to sign a contract, but I was not on island, and I engaged my niece as an attorney, in fact, that individual could sign and consummate that contract for me.
But that person wouldn't be, would they be aligned with these other exemptions that you have here from being licensed?
Right. So that's one of the exemptions, that individual could do so without first having to obtain a property manager license.
Okay.
For that single transaction.
For just that single transaction.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that clears it up a little bit for me. Now, I have a question regarding DLCA, Mr. Assistant Commissioner Graham, relative to your requirements that you're going to be looking at. How long would it take, or you anticipate it taking, to put in the required rules and regulations for the property managers component of this bill?
Well, I'm certain that as soon as this legislation gets passed, we have an active group, including our legal staff, and the rich amount of information that we got from the team here. We anticipate that should be in short order. I mean, I don't have a specific time.
I think I like, not to interrupt you, but I do like to put time frames, because then you have things lingering there and you don't have a set of goals after the enactment. How long will it be before you put in the education requirements that's going to be promulgated?
Yeah.
So have you had discussion regarding those time frames?
Yeah, well, we had discussions regarding the actual, whether it's the testing for the property management, the coursework, et cetera. We've been in conversation with the testing center to be able to provide us with that. There is a cost associated with it that we're still trying to hammer down, but yeah, I don't actually have the the hard and fast, this is the drop dead date. I think 90 days might be a reasonable ask. I think I will defer, not defer, but in consultation with the commission, I think between 90 or 180 days might be a reasonable time frame to make sure that that's in place.
I think it would be very good to have a time frame in place. I also wanted to ask you, because you said cost, is this going to have an additional cost on top of DLCA's usual operating costs to implement this piece of legislation?
I do believe that it would. There is an initial cost for developing, let's say we use, I don't want to use the name of a testing center, but we use a testing center that we normally use. The development of the test could be several thousands of dollars to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars, and we would have to identify that funding if we don't have it currently, and be able to. So we're still working with them to identify what that would look like. So, Senator, I don't actually have an answer for the cost, but we do know that there's an affiliated cost. We have some estimates already, but I'm hoping that we could have a more clear picture within just a few
So
weeks.
I'm sure that you, as well as your colleagues, are planning to include that in your testimony should this bill be enacted or move out of this committee. Ms. Bourdon, you had a comment?
Yes, a comment and a suggestion.
Yes.
Eva Gail Bourdon, there would be some costs, I'm sure, but the onus is going to be on the practitioner. If DLCA or the commission says that these are the testing sites that you have to go through, we've approved, we have no choice, but we'll go to that and we pay the cost. So the cost is on us to get those classes pre and post based on who the commission and DLC certifies as a testing center.
Right, but I'm sure there's always some administrative costs and operating costs that is associated with that. Mr. Graham, is that so?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. What we're not talking about the testing cost, the ongoing administrative piece here. But what we talk about is the development of the test, the development of the coursework to make sure that that is available. There is a initial cost that we have to absorb. And so, yes.
Okay, and then you may have to have, I don't know if you have sufficient personnel to monitor this and to manage all of these operation and the tests being administered and to process the licenses, etc. Mr. Alfred, you had a comment? I think I saw your hand up. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Tippy Alfred, Real Estate Commission. Commissioner Natalie Hodge has started looking into the costs involved to develop the property manager's exam, and she has told us that it's approximately $92,000 to develop the exam. So it's a significant cost. I don't know the budget numbers as far as what the commission or DLCA has on hand to absorb that, but as you stated, there are significant costs with establishing the property management exam. And if I may, just on your previous point, Section 3 of the bill does require rules and regulations within 90 days of enactment. So once those rules and regulations are in place, that would set the education requirements that then would govern how a property manager would go about being prepared and educated and taking the exam. So there would need to be a period after the rules and regs are passed to where there's a grace period. And this is something that Commissioner Hodge has requested as well. I think 180 days after rules and regs pass makes sense. Will allow individuals to research, get trained, get their training materials, and take the exam.
Okay, so is that something that needs to be prescribed in the bill?
Yeah, there would need to be an amendment to explicitly allow a grace period, but the 90 days is already in the bill, Section 3.
Okay, I don't know if my time was called. I didn't hear it. But thank you so much for your answers. It gives me further understanding of this bill. The chair will now recognize the proponent of the bill, Mr. President Novell Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and certainly thank you to the testifiers again who has made the case that in fact there's an opportunity for us to really right this ship and get this corrected moving forward. I certainly, well, let me say hello to my good friend Raja Minkoff back there, who has been in the industry for many, many years. Started back in St. Croix. I don't know, he came over to St. Thomas, and we haven't seen him back since. But yeah, that's my good friend Roger. So I truly appreciate all the comments that have been made thus far, and I took under advisement, some of the discussion and recommendations in terms of tweak, especially as it pertains to scam and scam artists. We certainly want to consider those. In respect to the testimony from Mr. Carl Gotts, of course, I appreciate his testimony, and obviously a property manager that have been unregulated for 28 plus years, certainly don't want to see any regulation moving forward. I could appreciate that, but the status quo got to go. Simply we really got to move forward to address that. We can't continue to have individuals exploiting this industry, because what it does is really take away from the funding that could come into our coffers, one, and two, for the industry to continue to get this bad name. And his notion that for some reason that the hotel occupancy tax will not be collected is far from the truth there in that respect. Yes, I'm going to add?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that this Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I just wanted to add some clarity to that, Senator. The reality is, in the instance where an individual is acting as a property manager, it does not absolve the owner of the property from his responsibility to have the business license. So in this case, the owner of the property would have a rental of either apartment rental or for long term, and then if he's doing short term, would have a short term rental license. And so that certainly still allows and mandates and gives IRB cognizance of the tax obligation of that individual. So very good that you pointed that out, but the testimony did not, or made it sound like if there would be this large run on fees, but no, it would actually, it doesn't eliminate it.
Correct. I really wanted to, again, thank you for your comments. I don't have anything much further. I wanted to ask, though, in terms of the industry, what is computerization? We're moving towards this digital transformation and digital age. And what does computerization mean for the industry at this point? How do you see that benefiting the industry?
Ava Gail Bourdon. If you are referring to like a transactional brokerage type of software?
Just complete computerization where there's more information available. How do you really able to navigate the purchase of a property as a buyer, as a seller? What does that mean for you?
So it is everything is digital now. So the clients would select the property and select the agent that they want to work for before they even land on the island or before they even pick up the phone. So that part has been going on for many, many years. Also, regarding us in the industry, everything has gone digital as it relates to electronic signatures since the late 90s. What can be helpful from the government standpoint is our colleagues in the States have something that's called RPR. So what that is that we can pull up as we do now, we pull up the, thank you. We pull the recorder of deeds, we can pull the deeds, and we can pull the tax side. But RPR actually consolidates everything, and we can pull information digitally, and that has to be in sync with the recorder of deeds office. And we would like to talk to you guys a little bit more about that, or I shouldn't say you guys, but the Lieutenant Governor's office, I should say.
Very well. And how do you see that this is really about consumer protection? This particular measure moving forward is about consumer protection.
To recap, disclosure. Disclosure, and if I'm driving around with someone in my car for the last 6 months looking at the property, they think I'm the agent, but they will have to make sure that I am their agent representing their needs and their fiduciary responsibilities. Education, the professionalism of that education, as some people say, not all brokers or not all brokerages are equal. Some brokerages have a lot of training and some doesn't.
Very well, thank you. I won't belabor the cost. I think we're looking good here in getting this move out of committee today. So I want to turn the mic back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Senator Maurice C. James, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that the Department of Labor and specifically the Workforce Development Board approved a training provider for real estate courses. And I know at one time the University of the Virgin Islands through the UVI cell also provided training. So I would encourage the Real Estate Commission or the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to contact UVI about, if they're not doing it now, to reinstitute it. I also want to say that it's not necessarily that giving our people, local people, a grace period is going to cause them to register for courses, because right now they don't. So we have to find another way to motivate and encourage them to enter into this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Ms. Bodon, you have a point to make?
Yes.
You're recognized.
I would like to just piggyback on what Senator James said. We too at the Virgin Islands Association of Realtors have implemented an apprenticeship program, and we've started to fund that. It started back in 2021, and it started off in its infancy stage. I think right now we're growing, and we too have an apprenticeship program to encourage high school graduates and UVI students to come in. So public can give us a call, and funding, of course, is limited, but we're growing.
Okay, and I like hearing that, because recently Senator James mentioned the different type of training, and we just had a Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting last week, Thursday, and the Department of Labor listed the different type of businesses that were part of their registered apprenticeship program. I mean, I love apprenticeship program. I mean, I've written grants to support apprenticeship programs and initiatives. So are you having any conversation with the Department of Labor to become a recognized registered apprenticeship program?
We had a discussion, Eva Gail Bordon, we had a discussion with the Department of Labor maybe 4 years ago on UVI cell. So they are aware that we would like to do this. This is what has happened. The bill, we need a bill to go the next step. Okay. So UVI cell is waiting for, to do a curriculum. But based on the curriculum, it's going to come out from the bill.
It's a legislative action.
We need to have a law to say this is what I'm gonna put in the curriculum to do this.
Okay, understood. So I guess we will work on that. Yes, and I look forward to those opportunities. I'm sure Senator Maurice James is also huge on apprenticeship programs. AC Graham, You're recognized.
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, Madam Chairperson, I would like to provide the information asked for in regards to the numbers of real estate agents and/or brokers in the territory. Could I do so at this time?
Yes, you can. And I believe part of it was those who are inactive.
Yeah, that piece is yet to come, but I certainly want to put on the record that currently in
Okay, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Again, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Currently, throughout the territory, there are 233 real estate salespersons. There's brokers, 185, and temporary real estate salespersons, 31. That's a total of 449 real estate professionals active in the territory.
That's a lot of people. Okay, so the question, I believe it actually derived from Senator James Jr., but Senior, sorry.
Senior, yes.
And so we're still awaiting the number of inactive, and we're hoping to get that information. Thank you so kindly for providing that information. Are there any other burning questions on this measure, colleagues? Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized. 2 minutes.
Question. One of the major things that I also experienced when I said I did several transactions and they fell through, one of them had to do with the bounding posts. My God, I did not realize how huge of a problem that was because my deal imploded again because there was no markers as to, is there rules, regulations, or maybe we need to put it into law that a property can't be listed until that is also provided? Something, because I don't know if that's the route. I'm asking you guys because you guys are the experts. What could be done for this? Because this bounding post thing, I'm very upset because I lost out on a property because of it. How do we fix that?
Ava Gail Bourdon, and I think Senator James probably can chime in on this as well, since she does real estate closings. The title company, it involves a title company, and if you're financing, the title company will not offer title, so therefore the bank will not give you the mortgage. But as legislators, lawmakers, you can be a part of it when it comes to zoning, because some of it's called setback violations. And the violations of the within the setback of the zoning laws. It's things like that you can probably assist with, and possibly Senator James can talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Please recognize the mic of Senator James, Maurice James. Senator James?
The senator is raising excellent questions about all the issues that the senator has gone through with real estate. We need to find solutions legislatively. And that's all I can really say about it. But everything that she raised in her last two questions to the Real Estate Commission really involves appraisers, surveyors, banks. And the biggest problem we have is that a lot of residents do not understand that there are setback lines and you cannot build within the setback area. So when they encroach, the title company isn't going to insure the property unless we get a waiver from the adjacent landowner. And sometimes the landowner refuses to give the waiver and the deal falls apart. And so every time the senator said her deals fell apart, I started to think of all the problems that we have with property ownership in the Virgin Islands, and people understanding that, you know, their boundary lines, their bound posts, their flags, their markers, and Senator, I think that's an area we need to explore, and I'd be happy to do that with you.
Not a
Thanks
problem.
for raising this today.
If there is no other burning question, do I hear a motion? Please recognize the mic of Senator Milton E. Potter.
Motion.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0193, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0193 has been properly moved by Senator Milton E. Potter and seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call on Bill number 35-0193.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0193, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers, have been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I would like to ask all of the testifiers to place on the record a brief 30-second closing remark. I will begin with Mr. Alfred, and then we will then go with Ms. Bourdon and close it out there. Thank you. Mr. Alfred, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Senator.
Kindly proceed.
Yes, I appreciate it. As Chair of the Real Estate Commission, again, I'd like to fully support this bill. I think it's long overdue and needed in the interest of consumer protection primarily. I just want to point out in closing that the public and the real estate industry are both going to need to be educated should this bill pass. And the Real Estate Commission will stand ready to assist in the education of the public and real estate professionals on the implications and consequences of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Alfred. Ms. Bourdon, you may proceed with your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all who voted. Thank you for the sponsoring senators. Thank you for his team of researchers, Tippy Alfred, Shauna Richards, who learned our business in the last 4 years. Thank you very much. I also want to thank some of our in-house realtors who read these bills. This is about the 6th version of the bill, and it was usually done on a Sunday afternoon when we had no time, but we had to do it, and it had to be done. B.J. Harris, Lorene Williams, Fortunata Pascal, and our former CEO, Belton Jennings. The real team that has been working on this for the past 6 years.
And thank you so kindly. Mr. Graham, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Again, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Please want to say a special thanks to the committee for actually hosting and having this
very important and informative session, and for the close working relationship that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs have had for the last several years with Senator Novell Francis and his team. Really passionate about getting this piece of legislation through. The Real Estate Commission and its members really want to express a heartfelt thank you for working together. This is what happens when government working together to be able to better a particular concern. I am grateful also to the team at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Our attorneys have been tirelessly working together, making revisions, giving suggestions on this piece of legislation. It is quite a pleasure to see that it has met favorable consideration in this committee. Thank you very much. I want to thank also Commissioner Hodge for her tireless support of the boards and commissions and the Real Estate Commission specifically. Thank you, each and every one of you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Graham. Now we'll ask Ms. B.J. Harris.
B.J. Harris, it takes a village to raise a child, and this child has been loved and encouraged and changed and tweaked and raised by a village of people who all have heart. And I thank all of you with the heart to accomplish this. It's going to be good for the community, it's going to be good for the territory, and it's going to be good for our kids. Thank you.
And thank you so kindly, Ms. Harris. And last but not least, Mr. Dan Savaro. You may proceed with your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Good day. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Daniel Savaro, President of the Virgin Islands Association of Realtors. I'm greatly honored to be here today at part of this. I think this is perhaps one of the best days of my career, seeing the Virgin Islands consumers protected and progress. The defining definitions of this and the transparency will set us for great standards for the years and decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, all of the testifiers are released from testifying before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. And with all of that being said and done, colleagues, I want to thank you for being here and standing strong with me today so we can vet these 3 bills. I also want to extend my special thank you to my staff. We have a new staff as well, and they have really done a yeoman job of getting this also. Her name is Khadija Haj. That's my newest staff member. And to get this committee meeting going, we had to postpone the meeting, but my staff rallied and we were able to get it done. I would also like to thank our central staff members also for staying with us and making sure everything runs smoothly. And we started and we were able to get this work done. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for May 20th. Initially, I had said May 19th, but May 20th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.